Maybe David Harbaugh could answer.
I think I can't answer that. I'm certain I can't answer that.
When you told me about the billions of birds, I go, well, you and I are gonna have to have a discussion of we.
Hey, Chairman,
I'm gonna get rid of those cats.
Chairman, did you tell everybody the secret about putting your phone on?
Yeah, I'm going to let everyone know that. One of my short notes here. Yeah, makes no sense.
We're good to go.
All right. I'm going live here so that I can see people. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here bright and early. I'm going to call the meeting of Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council to order. It is September 12th, 8:20. We got a busy 2 days, but I think it'll be very informative and interesting. I encourage questions. I'm going to try to keep everyone on task and to the time limits. But if things need to stretch out a little, we'll stretch them out. And if we can shorten them, we'll shorten them up as well. There is a discussion scheduled for the tail end of the meeting, which we did last year, which I think will be very helpful in terms of just debriefing from the day. A couple of notes. The first is, I apologize, but I have to get out of here about 2:45. I'll be on the phone for a while and then I'll be sitting in a dentist's chair dealing with put my bite back together, I guess is the best way to put it. And then if I can come back after that, I will. Just a reminder, your mic is live unless you push the button down and see the red light. So side conversations will be both recorded and accessible to anyone who's listening unless you put that down. A couple of notes. One, in the minutes, which we're going to approve hopefully shortly, there was a note that we're going to put a committee together and ask for volunteers to look at next year's call. We have not done that yet, despite what the minutes said, but we will get to that. And if you're interested, I'd ask you to volunteer. The second thing is, I'm wondering if we could move our December 13th meeting to December 12th, starting at noon instead of 8:30 in the morning on the 13th. Would that be a problem for anyone? From a Tuesday to a Monday. I'm not seeing anyone say it won't work, so let's just plan on that then. Thank you. We need to do a roll call for the attendance because this meeting is a hybrid meeting. And Amanda, I will turn that over to you.
Hartwell.
I'm here.
Hartwell present. Shara.
Here.
Shara present. Senator Dibble.
Here.
Dibble present. Representative Eklund.
Here.
Eklund present. Edmondson.
Here.
Edmondson present. Eggerling.
Here.
Eggerling present. Representative Heinzman. Holston.
Here.
Holston present. Senator Lang. Peters. Here. Peters present. Saxhog.
Here.
Saxhog present. Swenson.
Here.
Swenson present. Representative Heinzman. Senator Lang. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Great. Thank you, Amanda. And thanks to staff for pulling everything together for this meeting. This is not an easy lift to put all of this stuff together, all the comments that Amanda put together in a package for us and responses, all of the materials that you've got. It's a big lift and I want to make sure staff knows that we appreciate that. I believe you've just been sent an electronic version of the scoring sheet. So if you want to keep track as we go, you can do that instead of writing notes. Either way will work. Ultimately, you'll use that electronic version to submit your final scores or allocations, I should say. With that, I'd love a motion to approve the minutes of our meeting on July 28th. So moved. Any corrections, discussion, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You have the agenda in front of you. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I'm going to make Ron's job a little easier just in case I don't get back. We have no public comments that were registered, so that's a covered item for us at this point. Any conflicts of interest to report today? I have one with the Audubon proposal.
I also have one with the Rough Grouse Society.
Okay. Any others to report? Duly noted. I've made my comments. I got out of order. I apologize for that. I think we'll move right into the hearings and try to move this forward. Our first presentation is from the City of Mankato, the 2023 Southeast Wetland Restoration Land Acquisition Phase 2. WA01. Anyone here? Oh, they're online. I'm so sorry.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Chairman, members of the council. My name is Michael McCarty. I'm an engineer at the City of Mankato Public Works Department. Also joining us is our city manager, Susan Arnst. First off, I'd like to thank the council for previous allocation we had. We're excited to be able to close on our first portion of property this fall on this project. And as we come today before you is to ask for some additional funding to procure the rest of the funding to get the entirety of the project so that we can protect it from development pressure and get the restoration process and habitat building underway. We unfortunately, excuse me, we found that land prices continue to increase both at the edge of town and for agricultural land in the Mankato area. Our overall project goals for this is habitat creation. It has many benefits, which include storing water on the land, creating species diversity, both wetlands and upland, and giving many outdoor recreational opportunities. This project is within a half mile of the largest concentration of low-income households in the city of Mankato. So it does have a unique opportunity to provide access to folks who might not regularly have the ability to go out to nature, if you will, walking distance access to these types of spaces and habitats to enjoy them as well. Opportunities would include passive opportunities, walking, kind of minimum maintenance trail type things, as well as we have a deer archery season in the city of Mankato and any fishing opportunities to the establishment of the deeper water. After we do final property acquisition, the restoration projects would begin, and we'd anticipate this taking place within a construction season or two after all property is acquired. With that, I'll leave it open to questions to the council.
Great. Are there questions? There were some questions that were posed. Do you want to address those? I know you
Sure.
did in writing, but
Yep. The first one we had was a little bit more about the wetland types, what we look at is the potential to establish a variety of different habitats, both kind of the shallow seasonal basins, which are predominant in southern Minnesota, but also with the topography of the land and kind of how it was originally a drained wetland with a county tile, is we'd have a little bit deeper water habitats as well, in that kind of 3 to 6 foot range potentially. So you'd have a much more wide variety. And through natural recruitment of tree species, we may establish some more woodland type areas as well. The other one was city staff. Our city staff, at least professionally, from our engineering perspective, is set up kind of for professional, and we get reimbursed through a lot of the projects. That's not really something that we're looking at with this project, this portion of the project, or even maybe going into the future. It's just this standard of how we budget our projects. Our ask today is purely for the land, to make sure that we can procure all the land necessary prior to development, as this area is kind of primed for the next area growth in the city of Mankato. There are a couple of questions about park and stormwater management. Restoring a wetland does provide a measure of water storage. It's not designed to be a stormwater management facility. Those would be sterile and kind of monohabitat. They wouldn't provide the variety of species and support for various species that this type of restoration would do. And in a park, not a traditional urban park with equipment and all that type of stuff and shelters, but we do want to have some trails and some access so people can interact with the overall space, because at the end of the project, we anticipate roughly 100 acres or potentially more of restored area. And we want to make sure that folks are able to enjoy that and not just see it from the township road, but be able to get out and fish or hunt or just go out and enjoy the various parts of nature that it would offer.
All right. Sorry, I'm being told I can't be heard. Any other questions? Anyone online with questions? Good enough. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll move on to WAO2. Bowser Rim Wetlands, restoring most of productive habitat in Minnesota.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please announce who you are for the tape. And
All right, well, first off,
Go
thanks,
ahead.
everyone. Mr. Chair, council members. My name is John Voss. I work with the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources. And today I'm going to be talking about our rim wetlands proposal. Rim wetlands, as you probably know, the rim program has been in the wetland restoration business for many, many years. To date, we have about 7,500 easements throughout the state. And it is a private land conservation easement that is perpetual. I feel somewhat uneasy trying to explain the benefits of wetlands to the council, because I'm sure that everybody recognizes the benefits of wetlands. They're extremely important to the citizens of Minnesota. And it's a voluntary program. Landowners basically enroll, and we work with, we have a working agreement with the soil and water districts throughout the state of Minnesota. And there's 60 some of them. The one difference between the rim wetlands and CREP, Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, is that it's not part of a partnership like it was with CREP. We've been doing CREP for several years, and we've been very successful, even in times where land prices are quite high. I would say about 80% or more of all the CREP applications were wetland restorations. And we thought that there was going to be more buffers. We'd get more enrollments with buffers, but primarily was all landowners that were interested in wetland restoration. So we've just about finished our agreement with the Farm Service Agency with the CREP. It's starting to wind down. We're getting close to our maximum limit of funding for that partnership. So this is rim wetlands. It's not part of CREP. In 2015, when we were on the tail end of our rim WRP partnership, and I think that was an appropriation of 2014. People were somewhat dissatisfied with the WRP program, and because it was more and more red tape, they had to go through an appraisal process, and landowners were very uncomfortable and a little bit discouraged by WRP. Well, at that time in 2015, we targeted those landowners and asked them if they wanted to do just straight rim. And in a very short period of time, I think it was like $9 million that we spent in 3 or 4 months. And we're hoping with the rim wetland program, we're going to springboard off of the CREP program and offer this program to landowners that weren't eligible or for some reason were not eligible with CREP. So I strongly believe that we will spend any money that we can get in a quick and timely manner. So we're working on opening rim wetlands. It's going to be not the CREP counties, which were 54 counties, but it's going to be every county in the state. And we're working on the score sheet. It's going to be very similar to the CREP score sheet, but we wanted to make sure that we included stack benefits of water quality and other things as we offer this to the state. We've had some issues with rate structure. We haven't made a decision on it yet, but we're working on that. So our sign up is probably going to be announced like this coming week or the week after. And our soil and water district cooperators will be reaching out to landowners. And it's important to, I think one of the questions from the council was, is this just targeted to existing CRP? Well, it's not, but people that are in CRP can certainly enroll in it. Like say they are 3rd or 4th year into the CRP contract, they would be eligible if they meet some of the program eligibility questions. We can also take straight cropland and restore wetlands on existing cropland. So I think it's a very important program for landowners. It's a private land. Landowners still continue to pay taxes. The county commissioners are very happy with the fact that landowners are still paying taxes. But from the contact I've had with landowners, they're very, very pleased when they enter into this program. Our satisfaction rate is very high. I know that some people question that it's not open to public hunting, but I've never met a landowner that was in rim that wouldn't allow someone to go hunting on their rim property if they just ask. Another thing, rim participants also are enrolled in the walk-in program. So that's a public program for people to walk on the property and open to public hunting. So with that, I make it short and brief. I did not have a handout today, but I would certainly entertain any questions that the council might have.
Great. Any questions? I'm curious what you're seeing in terms of prices. How are you? What's going on with your pricing versus the world?
Yeah, the rates in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've there's been some strange things going on with COVID that some of the county assessors, it looks like they have not raised the assessed values in like 20 and 21, but the 22s that just came out, there was a large spike in landowner assessed values. And we've been thinking about that, about our rates. And should we wait until we see that blip, that rise in property taxes? I've seen it up northwest. I mean, land is going for $4,500 an acre. But with the commodity prices, they are going up. They are going up.
So I had a question when I read this, because you indicated that the program management really isn't scalable. How can that be? If you get half the money, how can you say your staff costs aren't gonna reflect that?
With easements and the RIM program, if we get paid less, we still have to complete an easement process, and that requires basically, it's like almost like a real estate transaction. So it's very hard to scale that for personnel.
But if you're doing half the projects, you shouldn't need the same level of staff.
I'm going to jump in on this one. Sharon Doucette, easement section manager with Bowser. Thanks for the question, Chair. So this is specifically about our program management. So we typically have, we think about the way we do our easement program with the mapping and acquisition staff, and then with the program management staff. And absolutely our mapping and acquisition staff, if there are less easements to be done because there is a smaller appropriation, that part of our funding and that part of our request absolutely goes down. The program management part of our staffing are the people who track the funds, do the reporting, and manage the program. And whether we have 5 or 10 easements, that work really doesn't change much. And so specifically in our description of this, we're talking about the management of the actual program and not the work that's being done to acquire the easements.
Okay. Amanda, I'm noticing that on the screen, we're not getting the entire podium up there. Can we somehow?
Mr. Chair, members, that is true. The camera is on the computer, and so participants were encouraged over email to squish together or to trade out with each other when they're speaking. So it is true. If you're not in front of the computer, you will not be seen. And
We have this
unfortunately, there
ghost
isn't anything we can
talking.
do.
Yeah, Jamie.
Thank you. I have a question that spins off of what Chair Hartwell just asked in regards to the position and the personnel. Could you explain more or provide some additional information about the 8 years working that's listed on the proposal? And it does say position as easements and engineering versus program management. Thank you.
Sure. I'm getting the 5-minute sign too from Joe. So again, Sharon Doucette, easement section manager. Thanks for that question, Chair and council members. Yes, so we do spread out the appropriation for quite some time. That is because of our restoration work with engineering staff. We do that internally at Bowser. They do the design and the construction oversight. It is up to the landowner to find the contractor and complete the restoration, and then we do a reimbursement. We typically try to get that done as soon as possible within the life of the appropriation, or, you know, as quickly as humanly possible. But there are sometimes extenuating circumstances that we just can't control, the weather or a contractor availability. We spend the personnel within the time of the appropriation, but there are times we have to reimburse the landowner for the restoration work, kind of at the very end of the appropriation. But we do honestly spend quite a bit of time past the appropriation, probably with engineering staff wrapping things up.
Other questions? Great. Well, thank you this morning for coming so bright and early. Next, we have WA03, Shallow Lake and Wetland Protection and Restoration, the DU. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. John Schneider, Conservation Program Manager for Ducks Unlimited, based in Alexandria, Minnesota. I lead our conservation program in Minnesota with a team of 6 biologists and 6 wetland engineers. We're focused on the prairie pothole region of the state. We focus on restoring, enhancing, and protecting wetlands and associated grassland habitats. Before I jump into the proposal, which you all have in front of you and have read, I'd like to give you a little background on what DU does and why we do it and what we're focused on, and that's the background for our proposal. Ducks Unlimited conserves, restores, and manages habitat, wetlands, and associated habitats for North America's waterfowl. While goose and swan populations are doing fairly well, ducks are much more vulnerable to wetland loss in the landscape. And right now we've been through a drought the last few years, and we continue to lose wetlands throughout the continent. More than 20 species of waterfowl migrate through Minnesota each spring and fall, and some ducks actually stop here and try and breed. But the loss of shallow breeding wetlands and degraded migration marshes are why we see many fewer ducks here than some of you remember, and fewer than we'd like to see, both in spring and fall. Ducks Unlimited works to enhance migration habitats, especially shallow lakes and large marshes. But for breeding ducks, it's all about restoring drained wetlands. And we strive to strategically restore and enhance small wetlands for breeding ducks as they move through in the spring. They respond to water on the landscape and settle and try and breed if there's enough wetland habitat. In Northeast Minnesota, most wetlands remain intact. That's the good news in Minnesota. However, in the southern prairie pothole part of the state, we've lost over 90% of our wetlands, and those that remain are really degraded due to landscape change, drainage, land use, so on and so forth. So we are striving to restore drained wetlands and prairie around them. On private land, as you just heard from Mr. Voss with Bowser, we help with easement programs. Easements are the tool of choice working with private landowners. And that's a really important thing to fund, I just want to say, because not every landowner is interested in other options they want, but the easements on private land are critical. But some landowners have chosen, for whatever reason, to sell their land, and an easement simply is not palatable to their financial situation or their preference. They want to sell the land. So with that in mind, this proposal is geared towards working with private landowners who have chosen to sell their land. And we are strategically focusing in southwestern Minnesota, the southwestern half of Minnesota, I should say, with the Minnesota DNR to work with land that's for sale, with people with draining pothole wetlands near or adjacent to existing state wildlife management areas. A couple more thoughts here. Most prairie public land in southwest Minnesota right now are small fragmented patches of habitat that frankly aren't fully functioning the way we'd like them to. They're simply too small, especially for ducks. Ducks need about a 40% of a 4 square mile area to be an idle grass and wetland habitat in order to have a chance to really breed successfully. So think about what you've seen in southwest Minnesota. Most of the WMAs and WPAs we have are smaller than that. And so we're hoping over time through easements and pre-title land acquisition to enlarge those patches of prairie wetland complexes to make them more functional for breeding ducks and other wildlife. It's not just ducks, but other wetland birds and so on and so forth. Some of these public lands are actually adjoining managed shallow lakes and large marshes that we're also trying to protect. So our land acquisition also tries to buffer the shallow lakes and wetlands that are left on the landscape with new patches of prairie and small wetlands. So that's how DU strategically focuses on lands adjacent to existing WMAs or nearby, or to create new WMAs. We have purchased a few parcels that actually started new wildlife management areas. Minnesota DNR's general threshold is 160 acres to start a new WMA. That's a general threshold they have. So through this program, Ducks Unlimited proposes to purchase 1,600 acres, including 320 acres of wetlands and 1,280 acres of prairie grassland. We're working with the Minnesota DNR section of wildlife to identify land tracts for sale that they would like to own. And we work directly with the private landowners. We provide written notification to both counties and townships. And I personally give each one of them a call before sending the letter to let them know what's going on and have a verbal conversation before they get a letter in the mail. We purchase the lands directly and then we transfer it to DNR. And then we work with the DNR to restore those lands, including drained wetlands. We strive to purchase land with drained wetlands. Often they're in cropland, often they're drained with subsurface tile or large ditches, and to restore those, that takes some serious engineering often, including county petitions to county drainage authorities that require a PE stamp on a set of plans. So you will see in our proposal that there's quite a bit of money for personnel. It's not just personnel to buy the land, it's mostly personnel to restore the land. These are often very degraded tracts that take a lot of time and effort to restore correctly. We've made great progress in our past OHF grants. As you can see, we pretty much spent out of 20 laws of 20 and 21. We're just starting. We got about 8 appraisals underway for laws of 22 funding that started July 1st. And we're real optimistic we can obligate most of those funds by the end of the fiscal year. Real quick, some examples of what we've done. We've purchased several tracts around Indian Lake and Sibley County, restoring and protecting almost 300 acres, including 45 pothole wetlands totaling 65 acres. Some of the members were on the tour in Clay County, where we purchased 151 acres and restored 37 pothole wetlands totaling 44 acres. Out in Lincoln County, recently purchased 141 acres on Tyler WMA and restored 37 pothole wetlands totaling 16 acres. And a big one down in Nobles County, we bought a square section of land a few years ago, and now that's fully restored and looking wonderful. 644 acres restored, 26 pothole wetlands and 89 acres. Just in July, we closed on 237 acres in Big Stone County on the west side of Lysing Lake on the Telke Wildlife Management Area. That complements a large land acquisition that Pheasants Forever purchased on the east side of the lake. So there's a huge complex there that'll be fun to show you all in the future once we get it all restored and enhanced in Big Stone County. In summary, Ducks Unlimited focuses on buying land with drained wetlands to enlarge prairie wetland complexes. We strive to spend our acquisition funds quickly by planning ahead and having appraisals lined up and ready to go when appropriations are made, and then we work as fast as we can to restore wetlands and prairie around them. And with that, I'd welcome any questions.
Great. Questions? Sure, Bob.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have your eyes on 1,600 acres now? I mean, is that land is available if you're appropriated this money?
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for that question. The short answer is yes. The longer answer is we have our eyes on several tracts of land that exceed that acreage. The way we do our land acquisition work, this is a programmatic grant. request, I should say, proposal. The program is fluid, it's ongoing. We have a long list of tracks that are available to us. The Minnesota DNR maintains a list of, I can't tell you how many, but tens and probably over 100 tracts of land that have been offered for sale. And so we work in partnership with Minnesota DNR and other NGOs to look at that list and see who should go up, appraise certain tracts. And often landowners decline the offer. That happened a couple times last year, frankly, with rising land prices. So yes, we have 1,600 acres, not in one or two tracts, but in many. And I can assure you, the ones I'm thinking about now, the final list will change because I'll get a call when I get home about a new tract, and somebody will call and say they chose to hold their land that we were hoping to buy. So it's, and I should say too, some tracts are as small as 12 acres. And others are as large as 644 acres. So it's really a fluid dynamic. We try to be as responsive as we can. Sometimes often they're 40 acres. Those 40 acres, that's a lot of work to buy 40 acres. It's just as much work to buy 40 acres as it is 644 acres. So, but sometimes that 40 acres is bordered on 2 or 3 sides by state land, and it's really important, or it contains a really neat drained wetland. So it just depends on what landowners would like to do. On that note, I will say we received an unsolicited letter on Friday from a landowner that just had more conservation passion in his belly than I was aware, and wanted to let you all know how important the family felt about selling 41 acres in Candiota County. So please look for that in your email inbox. That's a good example of a small, relatively small tract, but it's on a fish and wildlife lake in Candiota County, and his father wanted it to be protected and restored to the public.
Great, John, this is going to seem like I'm picking on you, but I'm not. Yesterday, there was an article in the Minneapolis paper that talked about the use of neonicotinoid products on agriculture and how they were found in virtually every deer in Minnesota as a result. And that the limited evidence is that that's not very good for deer. Your proposal states, like all proposals have stated, that it'll take you a while to restore the property and you'll do some limited agriculture in that period of time, which makes great sense. But are you willing to go on the record as saying, no, we won't use neonicotinoids in that transitionary period?
Mr. Chair, thank you for that question. Council members.
I might ask it more than once today.
I don't know how to answer that question because I'm not an agricultural specialist, and I mean that from my heart as I always speak. So I don't know what's in different seeds out there right now. If it were a policy passed by the council, obviously we would absolutely abide by it. I would offer that. When we buy and restore land, we try to have it farmed for the minimal amount of time that it takes to prepare a seed bed to have a viable prairie restoration. So the DNR is now calling it prairie reconstruction. And so there's the bigger concern we have in neonicotinoids is the carryover effect of certain herbicides that last more than 6 months. That's what I'm really concerned about, because we're starting to have to get into the chemistry part of agricultural herbicides. So I would just offer that we will follow whatever guidelines the council and Minnesota DNR requires of us. I don't frankly think we're using any cooperative farming that has neonicotinoid embedded seeds. That would have been my answer if you had asked me if we're doing that now. So I'm again more concerned about trying to figure out how to prepare a seed bed and keep the weeds at bay without having lingering effects of herbicide.
Okay. Dudley.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I know you said it in the beginning about how much total land is 14 million would represent. And if I could just get that number again for my notes. I know you were throwing around different numbers, but in the beginning, you put some numbers out.
Mr. Chairman and members and Member Edmondson, I'm not sure which number you're referring to. I'm sorry.
The acreage, total amount of acreage. If you were
In this proposal,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, members, this proposal proposes to acquire and restore 1,600 acres of habitat overall, 320 acres of wetlands and 1,280 acres of prairie. And that's in my handout there too.
okay.
The other numbers I mentioned are, what it takes for a hen mallard to successfully bring off a brood of ducks in the prairie. You need like 40% of a 4 square mile area to have, minimum patch size. It's a general science-based guideline we use.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, WA4, Wetland Habitat Protection and Restoration from the Minnesota Land Trust. And do remember that it's like this side is where anybody sees. The rest of it. So lean in if you can.
David. David, they also have that arrow. And did they move, see it? Move. Oh, no. That was a Navy.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. I'm Beverly Rickey, Wetlands Program Manager for the Minnesota Land Trust. And with me is my coworker, Amelia Kino, and she is our Restoration Program Manager, and Sergio Perlusi, the Partners for Fish and Wildlife Region 3 Coordinator. I wanted to point out that we have updated, as numbers are always changing, we have updated our table of results, and that's being passed to you right now. And for people online, we can send that to you. We have a theme of wetlands going. The Wetland Habitat Protection and Restoration Program is centered in the Prairie Pothole region of West Central Minnesota. Wetlands, shallow lakes, and associated upland habitat are essential for waterfowl populations and many other native species. More than 50% of Minnesota's species in greatest conservation need use wetlands over their life cycle. Most of the plans developed to protect Minnesota wildlife cite the protection and restoration of the remaining wetlands as one of the top priorities to achieve our conservation goals. To date, the Minnesota Land Trust has been a recipient of 7 OHF grants focused on the protection of these wetland resources. Our program uses a competitive market-based approach to acquire conservation easements. We target high-quality areas with an emphasis on building habitat complexes and completes restoration and protection of using a partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The restoration collaboration has grown over time to include partnering in conservation as well. And an example of this is on the front page of your handout. The Folden Woods Conservation Easement will be protected with a 429-acre Minnesota Land Trust easement. Also with the same landowner, the Fish and Wildlife will protect over 400 acres of grassland habitat, resulting in over 800 acres of protected land on one property. This is in an area of existing conservation protected lands, which total over 6,400 acres of contiguous protected property. The closing of the Folden Woods easement completes it fully spends down our wetlands 4 grant, and we exceed our deliverables on that grant. In total, across grants 1 through 4, we've significantly exceeded our goals. To date, we've protected over 3,600 acres of proposed goal of 24, almost 2,500 acres, which is 46% greater than planned. Over 30 miles of shoreline have been protected. The Wetlands 5 funds for acquisition are fully committed, with 3 additional projects in addition to the portion of the Folden Woods easement that I just spoke about. One protecting over 4,000 feet of the Pelican River, 1 90-acre project protecting the watershed of Battle Lake, and 1 80-acre full donation. These projects will help exceed both the acreage and leverage that we planned for Wetlands 5. We have a list of high-quality projects for Wetlands 6 and 7, including a 200-acre parcel, which is immediately adjacent to the Fish and Wildlife Mortensen WPA. The Land Trust has been successful in using the allocated funds both effectively and efficiently to maximize our impact within this program area. Across our respective grants to date, and due to significant landowner donation of easement value, we're acquiring easements at an average of $1,240 per acre. Our work continues to be strongly supported by the landowners in this program region who are eager to participate. Amy?
All right, in addition, restoration enhancement deliverables have been part of the wetlands program for the last 6 proposals, phases 3 through 8. All 52 of the projects included in our accomplishment plans are on track, and 100% of funds have been committed to specific sites and are underway. Our restoration and enhancement projects typically extend 3 to 4 years, as they often incorporate a variety of seasonally dependent activities to restore or enhance both a wetland and upland component of the property. We only report a project as completed once the last of the disturbed area is seeded, final cleanup has occurred, and we know the project is successful. This results in expenses building on a curve, with greater expenditures occurring later in the project. For example, Wetlands 3, which started in 2018, has been 96% spent down so far, while Wetlands 4 is 63% spent, Wetlands 5 is 30%, and Wetlands 6 is 12% spent. This results in most of our projects and fund reimbursements finishing at the same time as each specific grant closing. So through this proposal, the Minnesota Land Trust will protect 2,600 acres of wetland and associated upland habitat and restore or enhance 1,884 acres of habitat on lands protected in easement by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This proposal seeks to build on the demonstrated success and significant landowner interest exhibited through our previous and ongoing work.
So our plan is to continue through this proposal to protect 2,600 acres of land.
Can you put the mic?
I'm sorry, excuse me. We're going to continue to focus on the protection of private lands through easements. Collaboration with the Fish and Wildlife Service and other partners they've really helped to expand our program. Additionally, landowners who have easement projects on their land and are working on restoration, they continue to spread the word about what we're doing, and it has created this conservation conversation that seems to be going across the landscape. Our request in this round for protection through easements is based on the level of interest that we see every day in our work. Yeah.
All right, so we move around a lot here. So as in the past, the restoration and enhancement portion of this proposal will be completed through MLT's partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service partners. Oh, sorry. I'll start over. So in the past, our restoration enhancement part of this proposal would be completed with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service partners for Fish and Wildlife Program. In this proposal, we have included 17 Fish and Wildlife Service easements, again, covering 1,884 acres. Several of the easement tracts identified have both a wetland and upland component and 131 acres of enhancing native prairie remnants. The priority in these restorations will be restoring drain wetland basins and the restoration or enhancement of native uplands in adjacent areas, which together provide critical habitat for both waterfowl and other wildlife. The Land Trust and Fish and Wildlife Service have a strong track record getting these projects accomplished, with each organization completing the other's strengths. In this partnership, Fish and Wildlife Service private lands biologists utilize their extensive local knowledge and long-standing relationships with landowners to develop and implement site-specific restoration plans while utilizing local contractors for the completion of on-the-ground work. The Land Trust assists with project management and handles contracting and grant administration. In combining our efforts in this way, both organizations can accomplish more restoration than we would be able to alone, accelerating habitat restoration and enhancement on the prairie pothole landscape. So this wetlands program is truly a public-private partnership. Funding provided by the state of Minnesota, conservation easements procured and restored by MLT and Fish and Wildlife Service, and active participation of private landowners to protect and restore these resources. So I'll hand over to Sergio to talk about the partnership program.
Thank you, Emmy. Oh, sorry. Mr. Chair, members, I'm Sergio Pierluisi. I'm with the Fish and Wildlife Service Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program. I coordinate the program for our 8-state Midwest region. Each of our states has a state coordinator, and we are in between state coordinators in Minnesota. I'd like to recognize Anne Marie Krumpetich over there as our new Minnesota state coordinator for the Partners Program. Anne Marie will start in about a month. So the Partners Program just celebrated its 35th year anniversary. And we're proud of the fact that the Partners Program began right here in Minnesota and is now active in all 50 states. That growth is due to our focus on technical expertise and building trust and credibility in the communities that we're embedded in. In Minnesota, we focus on wetland and prairie restoration, and we average about 5,300 acres of restoration or enhancement per year. That translates into roughly 100 projects, each with different private landowners. Each of those projects, as Emmy mentioned, involves our biologists working directly with other partners and with private landowners and employs local contractors to get the work done. Our partnership with the Minnesota Land Trust has been invaluable to accelerate the pace of restoration and addressing the backlogs of easement tracts in need of restoration. We continue to have a strong landowner interest in easements and in restoration. And almost all Fish and Wildlife Service easements are on working lands and involve either haying or grazing as an option to assist with the long-term management. And with that, we are open to any questions.
Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I missed your name, but you said you're the 8-state coordinator.
Yes.
Okay. And I thought I heard you said Minnesota is averaging through this program 5,300 acres a year in enhancement restoration work.
Mr. Chair, members, that's correct, through the Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program.
Okay. Give me a comparison. What's going on in your other 7 states? What are they averaging a year?
That, Mr. Chair, members, that's a great question. If we look at the Midwest region as a whole, Minnesota does more than 1/8 of our acreage. That is partially due to the resources available through this funding. Partially due to our active acquisition program, our easement program here in Minnesota that's just not available in our other states. So if I had to guess, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would guess probably 40% of the acreage in our region is done in Minnesota.
Josh, I see your hand up, and welcome this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not able to recall specifically which testifier mentioned how the efforts are being targeted specifically towards acquisition of privately held lands, but it just prompted a question. Is there ever acquisition of something other than private lands?
At this point, here, I'll turn, sorry, Emmy. At this point, no, we focus on private lands and easements. However, we have thought the land trust does hold over 600 easements in the state. And occasionally we have had fee lands granted to us that had an easement on them that we didn't keep. We don't have the staff to own fee land. However, we have talked about, you know, is that going to be a possibility in the future if a piece of land came up that was really important and we had the skills to buy it and transfer it, potentially, yes. We participated in the Northern Forest Project where we assisted with the Conservation Fund in acquiring over 6,000 acres of land of potlatches in St. Louis County that will go to the state. But for the most part, our program centers on private land and easements.
I think the question was, are you going to buy public land with public dollars?
Are we going to buy public land? No.
Okay. Josh, did your question get answered?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for narrowing it down. It was interesting. I guess I hear a lot of the conversation today as it relates to buying these parcels. Talk about the great opportunities for restoration there and for acquisition. And it just got me thinking about, well, are there other opportunities since we specifically mentioned targeting private lands? And then in addition to that, you know, and this is going to be a broader question, not directed towards this particular presentation, but I'm assuming that we have some idea of what kind of opportunities there are for restoration in properties that have already been acquired or been held by the state maybe for 100 years. It's just a thought that I had during this particular conversation. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Hold that for roving crews. I have a question, just a clarification. Your 2018 wetlands program shows a project leverage of $10 million, being 4,600%. Is that a typo?
It is not a typo. We worked, actually Wayne was the project manager. Wayne Osley is here today. It was a property that we acquired an easement on Pelican Lake in Otter Tail County. And actually the landowner was generous enough to donate the easement to the Minnesota Land Trust. That property had been scheduled for development, and there was a big development plan for it, over 200 acres on Pelican Lake. And the developer just hit the wrong time of about 2007, where, you know, real estate kind of imploded. And the landowner who bought it, they asked if he wanted to invest in the development, and he said no, but I will buy the property. He bought it. He put a Minnesota Land Trust easement on it, donated the easement to us, which was a $12 million easement, and then later transferred the property to Otter Tail County. So it is one of the very few county parks in Otter Tail County. It's beautiful.
Good work.
Yeah, but it was not a typo. I should have pointed that out.
All right. Any other questions? Amy?
Yeah, thank you. I had a question on the comprehensive management plans. If you could provide some additional information. You mentioned haying and grazing. I was wondering how often are working land components part of the plans that you put together?
Yes, thank you for the question. It is a fairly regular occurrence that we are doing projects on working lands, whether that's haying or grazing. That can be very beneficial to our management goals, as long as it aligns with the landowner's goals. We are, I think, as a program, probably increasingly involved, especially with conservation grazing. We're finding more opportunity there in Minnesota and in other parts of the region. As far as how frequently it might be hayed or there's grazing, that really depends on the individual property. We do work to tailor management plans, individually with each landowner, working with the circumstances of the property. So it will vary for each project we do. But we try to align our goals with the goals of the landowners we work with.
And just one last question. You heard my question on neonics for your restoration. Would you be comfortable not using neonicotinoid products on property being restored?
So, Mr. Chair, members, typically our projects, we do not typically work with row crop agriculture. We sometimes encourage landowners, as some previous presentations mentioned, to perhaps plant soybeans for a year or two to prepare the seedbed. We do not fund that part of the project, and we do not, it's not part of our management plan. So that would typically be up to the landowner and whoever is leasing the ground. But as previous presentations mentioned, if this were in a policy attached to the funding, then we would, abide by that.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Great, thanks very much. Next is WA5 Accelerating Waterfowl Production Area Program. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. It's good to be back here in person. My name's Aaron Sandquist. I'm the state coordinator with Pheasants Forever.
And I'm Scott Gloop. I'm the project leader for the Litchfield Wetland Management District with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which is just west of the metro area.
And just for a future note, I'm going to be referencing the proposal illustration that we submitted back in May. So if you guys want to maybe dig that out. I'm here today representing our PF members and chapters in Minnesota that highly value the acceleration and permanent protection of wildlife habitat that is open for the public to enjoy across the southern Minnesota pheasant range. We are proposing to accelerate the protection and restoration of over 1,500 acres of prairie grassland and wetland complexes as federal waterfowl production areas in the metro, prairie, and forest prairie transition regions of Minnesota. We'll be working in an area of the state where little public land exists, often less than 3 or 4% of the total land base. This year, we have increased our proposal leverage once again and are happy to be partnering with the Fish and Wildlife Service and our 70 chapters across Minnesota to be bringing over $9 million in non-state leverage to this proposal. The projects you see in this proposal were developed in partnership with the Fish and Wildlife Service using the best science and biological need. I'd like to reference that proposal illustration that I was referencing. So on the bottom of page 1, you'll see kind of a table there. So phases 1 through 8, that area that's kind of highlighted in light blue, those are all completed phases of this partnership. Final reports approved. The balances you see there returned to the council. The peach highlight area, that acquisition portion of those of that appropriation is completed, with the balance remaining primarily for restorations. And then the last 3 in green, work is ongoing, but we got a pretty good start on those 3 phases as well. And then the last thing I wanted to mention related to this is all of our acquisition funding for the Waterfowl Production Area Acceleration Partnership, including LSOHC 22, which we just received this past July, is obligated on projects that have started and are in process right now. So we do have a backlog and we do have a lot of projects that are being completed as we speak. We're proud that this partnership has stood the test of time. And as you can see from that table, we're not only completing our work timely, but routinely exceeding acres and leverage goals as well. We're among the most cost efficient and effective at delivering outdoor heritage funds to the places and the projects that need it most. On behalf of this partnership and the wildlife that benefit, thank you for allowing us to help deliver the council's vision. I'll turn it over to Scott Gloop now for some comments.
Mr. Chair, members, so Aaron and I have been testifying together for a while on this proposal, and each year we try to come up with something a little bit different to share with you. So what we thought we'd do this year is go back and pick one of the earliest acquisitions and just give you a little bit of history of what's happened with that acquisition since it was acquired. So in 2010, we purchased 192 acres adjacent to the Randall Waterfowl Production Area in northern Kennewick County. The Randall the existing WPA was 560 acres. So this was a significant acquisition. At the time we acquired it, the tract was made up primarily of old monotypic CRP and a nice tract, a tract of native prairie that was badly invaded by Siberian elm, cottonwood, and really a bad infestation of sumac. So shortly after we acquired it, we went after the upland habitat on the project. We broke up the old CRP and reseeded it to a diverse mix of wildflowers and grasses. And the prairie, we started a real active program of cutting the larger trees, removing them, and then trying to manage brush on prairie is really challenging because you can't use herbicide without killing all the native forbs. So we tried our first effort of based on my biologist doing some research where we started mowing that sumac twice a year for 3 years in a row. And that the research indicated that would really put a hurt on that. And at the time when we started, the sumac was 10 to 12 feet tall, and some of it was 3 and 4 inches in diameter. So the first time we mowed it, we had to use pretty heavy equipment. And since that time, we've continued to manage that land with both fire, grazing, and mowing. And we've really brought that prairie around, and the old CRP looked really, really nice. And here's a few other things that have occurred on that tract since we purchased it. It's now become a really important WPA for our native seed harvest that we do. We do work with Nature Conservancy to hand harvest native seed to use on future acquisitions to restore the grassland as best we can. We hosted a 2-day event with 165 Boy Scouts from 7 different states that spent 2 days on that WPA doing invasive species work and learning about habitat management. At that time, we also worked with the neighboring landowner whose pasture was getting overrun with cedars, and the Boy Scouts spent 2 hours on his land hand cutting cedars for him in his pasture, which also is prairie. This site is one of the few places left in our district where you can still find regal fritillaries. You can reliably find those when they're during their flight stage from about mid-July to mid-August or so. We worked with the neighbor a couple years after we purchased it. There was a large drained wetland that was co-owned on this property, and the ditch was on the neighbor's property, and we worked with him to plug that ditch, and we restored that wetland, which is partially on him and partially on this WPA. The neighbor to our west liked what we were doing so well. He had some native prairie too that was badly invaded by woody species. And he liked what we were doing so well that we actually worked with him through our Partners for Fish and Wildlife Service program, which you heard a little bit about ago, and did tree work on his property. And then a few years later, when he died in an accident, his widow approached me and said, Jim ever said if I ever wanted to sell this land, if something happened to him, I was supposed to offer it up to you first. So we have since purchased that 62 acres of native prairie and are managing that. This site is a showcase area we use often when we're doing tours. The most recent one was last month when the Prairie Pothole Joint Venture had their annual meeting at Prairie Woods Environmental Learning Center, and we did a tour for them, and we had them walk up on top of the Prairie Hill there to see the area. This WPA gets really heavily used by pheasant hunters and deer hunters. I don't deer hunt in Minnesota, but something I like to do every opening day of deer season is I get in my pickup and I drive around and look at our WPAs because I enjoy seeing all the people out on them hunting. So I can attest that this one has lots of orange on it on the opening weekend of deer season. There are a number of plants found on this WPA that are listed by the state as species of special concern. And as I mentioned earlier, this was the first site we ever tried doing this mechanical treatment of woody, brushy species in our prairies, where we'd mow it 2 times a year for a minimum of 3 years. And it was really successful. It really did a nice job of controlling that sumac and buckthorn and some of the other things on there. So, you know, we're continuing to do that on other WPAs now, but it was kind of our first successful try at that. And then since we purchased this, we purchased an additional 3 other tracts, which adjoin this or adjoin the tracts that adjoin this. And those were all Lessard-Sams acquisitions with various partners. And now we have a permanently protected tract there of over 1,400 acres, if you include all those. So, you know, that's just to give you an idea of a tract that was purchased early on in this process and all the things that have occurred on it over time. And, you know, the same could be said for other of these tracts, I'm sure. So at that, open it up for questions.
Questions? Yeah, Ashley.
Thank you for being here. And I was just curious if you could tell me how much of the leverage that's coming into this project is actually from PF, like donations related.
Mr. Chair and council members, 5 million of the total leverage is coming from the Fish and Wildlife Service, and the balance is coming from Pheasants Forever. How much of it is raised specifically from PF chapters is a little bit to be determined. Sometimes landowners donate land value as part of the process. Sometimes we get non-state federal funding. So it's a combination of those 3 things.
Other questions? Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I get to that question. Let me flip this one way in that if we were to flip this from a partnership with, if we included the Department of Natural Resources into this project, but asked the feds to donate the 5 million and have the land given to the state to put into WMA management. How would that work? Would that work?
If you have an answer, you take it. I'm trying to, I can't think of any barriers right offhand, but.
Mr. Chair, council members, I can't think of any barriers right offhand either. I mean, I think it would be feasible, and in some cases, like tomorrow, you'll hear about our prairie chicken partnership where we're working together with the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Minnesota DNR up in the Red River Valley to partner and protect land there for many different benefits as well. As it relates to leverage, I guess we'd have to just ask that question.
Mr. Chair, it was kind of a convoluted way of getting to a question that I had in that kind of spurred by our early comments about the new duck rule, bringing ducks across the border. And it just, we spend a lot of time focused on mission. And we recognize the relationship and partnership and how important it is and how well it's worked between the state, the partners, and the Fish and Wildlife Service. But I just, there's this coming from that discussion about the absurdity of that rule on transporting ducks across the border. It's not lost on me that we're buying or putting our resources in, yet we're turning over management to somebody else and not the state management. And it's just something that was just clicking in my head. And wondering, what's that?
The flip side is the state doesn't have to pay for it.
No, we are paying for it. We're paying for it this way.
But the ongoing
Management.
potential.
And that's why I say we focused on mission, and this is just a side detail component that I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about over these last couple of years. Because I'm kind of focused on the ground, get the habitat developed and working these collaborations to get it done the fastest and most efficiently. But then there is the ongoing responsibility. It's not lost on me either, but it's just a
Interesting.
attention.
I just would comment, I see you guys don't use neonicotinoid seed. Congratulations on having that policy in place before I could ask you the question.
Mr. Chair, council members, I was hoping you would ask. We had a really good answer.
I wanted to read it to make sure I didn't put my foot in my mouth. There being no other questions, just thank you. Oh,
Mr. Chair.
Wait a second, there is a question from Josh. Sorry, I missed you, Josh.
No, Mr. Chair, you might actually prefer that you didn't call on me. I have a comment, and I'll be somewhat nice about it. Mr. Chairman, you have brought up this issue of neonicotinoids several times this morning. And the presenters, I think, have very smartly pointed out that this is an issue that's in the domain of the legislature. Regardless of how those of us participating today may feel about the issue, which there's lots of feelings, and I tend to gravitate to your position, Mr. Chair. But that being said, this is an issue in the domain of the legislature, and if it was statutorily required, that would be one thing. But from your position, asking every presenter making a point as though that is a statutory requirement is somewhat risky. So I don't know if we need to continue going on presenter to presenter to presenter trying to make this point, but it might not be wise. Just a concern.
I appreciate it. I completely understand that it would require a change. I was asking whether or not voluntarily.
That's not the wrong thing.
Ron's going to turn off his phone here. Whether voluntarily organizations would avoid neonicotinoids, and the response I got, starting with John from Ducks Unlimited, is if you pass a policy, we'll follow it, which I understand might be the right thing to do. I was hoping people might feel differently, but I was probing. So Josh, your point is taken.
And Mr. Chair, like I said, you and I likely gravitate to the same position on this issue, but it is somewhat risky. Many of us on the board are carrying an election certificate that we go back to the public, and that's some level of accountability, and others are appointed. And we're doing the best we can to look at the projects through the lens of statutory guidance and our own opinions and expertise in subject areas. So delving into another sort of set of criteria is my concern. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to that, Mr. Chair.
Great. Other questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our list is WRE 01, wetland enhancement in the Big Woods. Please go ahead and introduce yourselves as you're speaking.
Good morning. Chairman Hartwell, council members and staff, thank you for inviting us to this hearing and providing us the opportunity to present our proposal, wetland enhancements in the Big Woods. My name is Craig Hensel, and I'm a volunteer grant manager for Scott Lessard Waterfowlers Organization. With me today are Joe Lambrecht, Cedar Lake Township Board Chairman, and Aaron Leonard from Field to Flyway Engineering. We'll be providing you with an overview of our organization and how we got to this point. Joe then will discuss the impact of Country Hollow project on the township. And finally, Aaron will be able to briefly describe some of the details in the proposal. Just a little bit of my background. I recently retired from the aerospace and defense industry after 35 years. I've held positions as an engineer, project engineer, a manager, and a program manager. I've got experience in cost and schedule management, bidding proposals, contract negotiations, and subcontract management. I'm a 20-year volunteer firearm safety instructor, and I was an officer of the Scott Lessard chapter of the Minnesota Waterfowl Association for more than 15 years. The Scott Lessard Waterfowlers were formed late summer of 2019 in response to the dissolution of the MWA. We're an all-volunteer organization with all new officers. We are focused on the important missions of habitat restoration, preservation, and involving young people in these conservation efforts. Our local chapter of MWA was consistently one of the top fundraisers in the state, and our events were always well attended. We wanted to continue that legacy. A few months after forming the Waterfowlers, we held our first banquet, and we're excited by the turnout. That evening, 315 people attended, including 37 youth. This was a 30-person increase from the 2018 MWA banquet, which was the last banquet before the dissolution. Then the next year was the COVID year, and in the fall of 2021, our banquet size increased again to 383 people attending, including 68 youth members, approximately double. During our 3 years of existence, we've also continued the legacy of the Kids Wood Duck House Build Day. In 2022, we achieved the milestone of the 5,000 wood duck house built. The organization also installs and maintains over 100 wood duck houses on the Sanborn Lake and Dora Lake WMAs. We plan on installing an additional 30 in the spring of 2023. In the spring of 2021, Scott and Sewer waterfowlers were awarded a Conservation Partners Legacy Grant. The Dora Lake Restoration Project restored hydrology to 20 wetlands for a total of approximately 32 acres on Dora Lake in Lessard County. The project consisted of breaking drain tile, constructing ditch plugs, and the removal of sediment. The initial project was completed on time and under budget. This allowed us to complete additional work such as the build of a new small berm, more tile breaks, placement of rock at a few locales, erosion control enhancements, seeding, and some mulching. The Dora Lake WMA was established in 2011 as part of the Cannon River Headwaters Habitat Complex program, and its goal was to create natural buffer for the headwaters of the Cannon River and enhance its water quality. In February of 22, the decision was made to submit a grant proposal requesting outdoor heritage funds to further our shared conservation mission. Our goal is to execute multiple projects at the same time in order to have a larger impact on the local landscape. We partnered with Field to Flyway Engineering to identify the candidate projects and to help draft the grant request. With the help of DNR wildlife managers, we identified wetland restoration projects on several WMAs included in our proposal. Once restored, these wetlands will provide habitat for breeding and migrating waterfowl and other wetland dependent areas, wildlife in areas near the metro. First, the selected WMAs contain several mid-sized wetlands whose embankments have failed, resulting in the draining of these areas. The requested funding would permit reestablishment of those embankments or water control structures. Second, the Country Hollow Wetland Shallow Lake is currently very degraded. Infested with rough fish, it has a fixed crest outlet near the end of its useful life. And improving the water level management here will enhance water quality and habitat for migrating waterfowl and other wetland dependent species. In May of this year, a draft proposal was submitted to the Lessard-Sams staff for review and comment. A Teams meeting was held then to address the staff's comments and provide additional opportunities for dialogue. We incorporated those comments and submitted our proposal. In July, another team meeting was held with Lessard-Sams staff and DNR grants manager. Topics for that Teams meeting included regulations and handbook locations, financial evaluation criteria, fiscal agents, and steps before and after the award. In August, we began approaching local area clubs and organizations to form a partnership in what we were pursuing. Thus far, we have secured an additional $40,000 in cash commitments from these sportsman's clubs, which brings our leverage as a percentage of the request from 10.56 to 15%. Their commitment letters, of course, have been submitted to the council. In addition, we have secured an operating line of credit of $100,000 to further mitigate any of our cash flow risks. Going forward, we will continue to work with these other potential partners to increase that leverage amount and to put more habitat on the ground. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. My name is Joe Lambrecht with Cedar Lake Township, located in Scott County, approximately 33 miles from the capital. Our body of water needs some help as we don't have the funding from the township to support it. In early spring, when mating season starts, we have floating bogs that constantly move about, impacting the nesting sites. We have visitors such as trumpeter swans, red-winged blackbirds, egrets, geese, and ducks who want to stay. Some do, but most move on. Retention is not that great. As the summer matures, the water becomes stagnant. There has been a number of times when the outlet dike has failed and it's actually drained down the pond. Our township would greatly appreciate any support you could give us. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to review our project.
We actually can see you sitting in that third chair somehow.
You can't hear him.
Oh,
Mr. Chair, we won't be able to hear him, unfortunately.
all right.
I'm not very good at dancing, but I was able to shuffle around a little bit there. So, Aaron Wynett with Field to Flyway Engineering. Thank you for having us, council members and Chairman Hartwell. As Greg said, we will continue to develop partnerships. We've been in contact with local soil and water conservation districts and local water boards on how we can bring them into this partnership as well. That might include with the Country Hollow Wetland, working with the SWCD to do some pollinator projects on the adjacent landowners to further enhance the wildlife habitat of doing a shallow lake restoration. And then regarding Senator Lang's question to MLT regarding the restoration on existing public lands, the 4 other wildlife management areas that we're working on, or 3 other ones, sorry, kind of fall into that, restoring wetlands on existing wildlife management areas that are already protected. So with that, we will take any questions. Thank you.
Questions? Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does any of this require DNR permits to do any of the work?
Yes, it will. And working on the wildlife management areas, we will be working with the local wildlife manager.
I read in your stuff that you've implied, I guess, this is an easy way to say it, that they're supportive of it, but yet I have nothing from them.
Correct. We asked the wildlife management area, local wildlife management, if she would be able to come. She was not able to attend. If we need to submit some information with that, we can ask for that and submit that to the council.
I guess, Mr. Chair, from my perspective, I think it'd be helpful for the council to know how DNR feels about this project in terms of, is this something that they support? Is this something within the permit range? Is this a lot of this work being done on DNR land, and I'm just curious where they are.
So I would suggest that you get something to us from the DNR as a follow-up.
Absolutely.
Since you can't answer and we can't answer. Other questions? Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would probably add, Mark, if DNR probably knows about this, if they didn't like it, they would have said something by now. It's probably just, anyway, I just want to say congratulations to you folks for, in my time here in conservation, environmental issues, some of the most effective work is, and most passionate work is done by local people who want to fix up their own backyard. And you're an example of that. Minnesota Waterfowl Association got started for that reason. Pheasants Forever chapters do the same thing locally. And this is wonderful work, whether DNR would appreciate it or not. I'm just being joking now, but congratulations to you for doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, to my colleague, Mr. Shara, I agree with you, this project, but there's a lot of technical stuff that goes on in the back scene that I know nothing about. And I'm assuming the people that are hired by the state to do this work and oversee it and write the permits have at least reviewed it and think that this is a good project. I'm assuming it is because it looks like it on the surface, but I'd sure like some clarification from the agency that we're doing the right thing and that they're doing the right thing, and I just don't want any problems on the backside for them.
Regarding the Country Hollow wetland, we've been in contact with the local wildlife manager, the fisheries manager, and the area hydrologist for that area as well. And then obviously the wildlife management areas, we've been in contact, and she helped us develop the list and for those 3 other projects that we have included there.
Any other questions? Yep. Yes.
Thank you for being here. I just wondered if you considered applying for CPL funds at all, just the dollar amount that you're asking for. If that's not met with what the council recommends, it could be pretty close to the cutoff. So just wondering if you could talk about that a little bit.
When we started this conversation, that was discussed, especially since they've put in a CPL grant before and we're familiar with the process. A lot of these wetlands require extensive engineering and permitting. That is not covered by CPL, as well as a lot of that stuff needs to be done beforehand and have basically the permits in hand and engineering plans ready to go before they are approved funding. So, and also at the time when we submitted this grant, we didn't have the extra $40,000 in commitments from local clubs. So that would have helped cover some of those non-recoverable costs by CPI. So,
thank you.
So if we don't get funded, that is a potential, but that sets us back at least another year. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our list is WRE-02, Living Shallow Lakes and Wetlands Enhancement and Restoration Initiative. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Hartwell and council members. My name is John Lindstrom. I'm a regional biologist with Ducks Limited in Minnesota. I work with John Schneider, who testified earlier, to deliver our conservation programs in Minnesota. With me is United States Fish and Wildlife Service wildlife biologist Stacy Selvold and Three Rivers Park District Manager of Natural Resources Jamie Markle. We work with our respective teams to manage and restore habitats across Minnesota. This proposal is phase 9 of our ongoing shallow lake and small wetland restoration work. So we're working on things like large degraded shallow lakes that are pea soup green, all the way down to the smallest prairie pothole wetlands that are smaller than the size of this room. 90% of Minnesota's prairie wetlands have been drained, and the prairie wetlands that are left are usually too degraded to really support any aquatic life, the pea soup green basins, blue-green algae, those sorts of things. When you have a basin that turbid, you can't support the small invertebrates that are really needed by waterfowl as they're migrating, especially in the spring. Hen mallard, for instance, needs those invertebrates found in small wetlands to produce the eggs and successfully nest. So between the loss of wetlands and the degradation of wetlands, it really limits the resources available to both migrating and breeding waterfowl. So this is part of our DU Living Lakes initiative, striving to enhance large wetlands and shallow lakes and restore small wetlands on existing publicly owned property and also privately held eased property. To this proposal, we will enhance 2,200 acres of shallow lakes by engineering and installing water control structures. So infrastructure, replacing structures that have failed and are no longer operable. We will do temporary drawdowns with our partners, draw the water down for no more than 2 years, let the bottom muck consolidate, let aquatic vegetation germinate. We'll also enhance smaller prairie potholes and the adjacent prairie by removing sediment from the wetlands and removing invasive trees because of the effect trees have on upland nesting birds in the prairie part of the state. Over 87% of our requested budget is for contracts with private restoration contractors. As inflation has hit, material prices have gone up, so we're kind of putting the money where the contracts are, as we've seen an increase in the cost it takes to do things. As noted in the handout, we've completed phases 1 through 5. Phase 6 is just wrapped up. Phase 7 is 49% complete as of the end of June. Since June, we've done quite a few projects, and we're getting ready to bid a project that's going to be between $500,000 and $1 million. So that 49% by the end of the calendar year will probably be a lot larger number. And then we will dive into spending the laws of 22 money we got in July. A really enjoyable part of my job is using the umbrella that is waterfowl habitat to build new partnerships. Just this year, DU's expanded our work with new partners, including 2 different tribes, new national wildlife refuges, and Three Rivers Park District. So here to tell you more about our new partnership with Three Rivers Park District is the Director of Natural Resources, Jamie Markle.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. I'm Jamie Markle with Three Rivers Park District, and as a new partner with Ducks Unlimited's Living Shallow Lakes and Wetlands Enhancement and Restoration Initiative, I can tell you that Three Rivers staff and leadership are excited to get started on our first joint project to enhance Lake 2 at Carver Park Reserve, with hopes to expand this partnership to other priority shallow lake and wetland projects within our park system. Adding a new water control structure to this basin will allow natural resource managers to improve the shallow lake ecology and habitat within the park reserve through periodic drawdowns, benefiting waterfowl, wildlife, and people in a nature-based recreation setting. The Lake 2 Enhancement Project will supplement ongoing restoration and enhancement efforts in the prairie and woodland uplands that surround the basin, creating a high-quality, resilient habitat complex. While Three Rivers has had much success in this area over the years, including through the Conservation Partners Legacy Program, this new partnership with DU will increase capacity and accelerate our planning and implementation for the shallow lake and wetland enhancement projects with the biggest impact. Three Rivers encompasses more than 27,000 acres of parks and trails, and it serves millions of visitors annually within the suburban Twin Cities metro area. This DU partnership is in line with Three Rivers' mission to promote environmental stewardship through recreation and education in a natural resources-based park system. It also complements our 2040 system plan goals that are articulated as "You Belong Here," "Parks Matter," and "Lead by Example." The Park District has a long-established habitat restore and enhance program, and we're committed to applying the best science and expertise to the ongoing management of natural resources and wildlife habitat. Three Rivers strives to ensure our parks are welcoming, convenient to all people, that they're essential to vibrant, livable, and healthy communities, and that they meet the needs of today while also anticipating and protecting the needs of tomorrow. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hartwell and council members. I'm Stacy Salvavold. I'm a biologist with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And I'm here to share a little bit about what our partnership has done in the last year or so. Fish and Wildlife Service has been focusing on restoring and enhancing the quality of wetlands on our existing fee lands to ensure hydrological function and longevity of the wetland restoration infrastructure. Over the past year, Fish and Wildlife Service and Ducks Unlimited have completed wetland restoration and infrastructure enhancements on 120 wetlands totaling 165 acres across 8 existing waterfowl production areas. 7 additional waterfowl production areas are contracted out for fall construction this year, which will result in an additional 100 wetlands being restored. So an example of our work from this year is that we've removed nearly a mile of drain tile that remained in wetlands that we had restored in the past, but never had the resources or or capability to remove those tiles and completely restore functioning hydrology. So in addition to this year's construction, Ducks Unlimited staff are surveying and designing and writing scopes of work for restorations on an additional 10 waterfowl production areas to be completed in 2023. And many additional locations are currently being surveyed so that we can do design work over the winter. So I'm going to ask you to use your imagination a little bit here. I had hoped to bring an audio clip and wasn't sure of the technological capabilities. So I'm going to ask everybody to dream with me a little bit here. We've had a poster child project that we're very proud of at the Orange Waterfowl Production Area. It's a project that we completed last fall south of LSOHC, where we restored over 60 wetlands and 130 acres of habitat. It's been something that we have shared with quite a few folks over the past year, and most people have walked away feeling pretty humbled at what we've accomplished there. So I drove up to Orange Waterfowl Production Area a couple of weeks ago, and I wanted to share with you what I got to enjoy. So as I was driving up, I noticed a sea of yellow and purple wildflowers of numerous species waving in the light breeze. Monarch butterflies were flitting gently from one flower to the next, gathering as much nectar as they could to fuel up for their trip. So freshly restored wetlands hosted hundreds of tiny frogs and toads hopping in all directions as I walked. The edge of the wetland where we removed invasive cattail mats was covered in a sea of wildflowers. Hundreds of teal were feeding in the wetlands and fueling up for their fall migration. Overhead, sandhill cranes were croaking their archaic call, and as they swooped and dove above the newly restored WPA. The landscape around me was alive with hundreds of prairie wetland species. We often measure success with numbers and statistics, but being immersed in the wildlife that found the habitat after you built it is nothing short of mesmerizing. And it is the ultimate confirmation of the importance of our work. In light of changing climate and landscapes, DU's investment in improving wetland restoration infrastructure on Fish and Wildlife Service lands will provide long-lasting, high-quality habitat for waterfowl and other prairie wetland-dependent species. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration of our proposal, and we will happily answer any of your questions.
Questions? Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just a couple questions. One, I need to understand this myself. John with Ducks Unlimited talked about shallow lake and wetland restoration, and now you're talking shallow lakes and wetland restoration, both Ducks Unlimited proposals. Are they the same?
Well, so you're, Mr. Chair and council members, you're referring to John Schneider's testimony. So that program is an acquisition. So Indian Lake and Sibley County is a really good example of this. Through our acquisition money, we bought the 4 parcels Mr. Schneider referenced earlier around Indian Lake. So now, hopefully in the next month, we'll put Indian Lake out for construction bid using this program's money. So where we can, we try and tie our pots of money together because they're both working in the same direction.
So one is acquisition and yours is restoration of existing public lands, I think.
Well, we do it all.
My second question.
Yeah.
How much restoration is the Fish and Wildlife Service doing without this Lessard-Sams money?
Mr. Chair and members of the council, I think a lot of the services staff is tied up with managing, I don't want to overspeak my position, but I think they have private lands biologists that are focused on restoring wetlands on private property. And then they have wildlife refuge specialists that are really focused in most cases on the uplands. So there's a niche that we can fill by doing the wetland work in coordination with the Fish and Wildlife Service through our new program. And we have plans to grow that program more to help the service out by taking care of the wetlands that have kind of gone overlooked.
I continue.
Please.
I'm not picking on Ducks Unlimited. The Fish and Wildlife Service is what I'm asking. You've had these waterfowl production areas for umpteen years. How much restoration work have you done to be able to see what you just described?
We have, in many cases, the Fish and Wildlife Service went in and did everything that we could at the time. So these are WPAs that have had restorations completed on them in the past, and or this is additive work that was never completed initially. So wetlands are complicated to restore, and as our restoration techniques have evolved over the years, many of our lands were purchased in the 1960s and 70s. That was the infancy of restoration science as we all know it. And so what we're doing is going back and upgrading a lot of restoration work to meet present day restoration standards. We're removing sediment, we're removing drain tiles, we're removing infrastructure that we expect will fail or has failed. In many cases, a lot of the old restoration structures that were done in the very early days were done as quickly and as simply as possible based on what they knew at the time. And obviously, as we have continued to study the restorations that we have done over the years, we've learned a lot, and we've changed our restoration standards to change and evolve. A lot of our restoration work was done initially on private land as well. And so we had short-term agreements at that time. People were not thinking about infrastructure that could last for centuries, as our wetlands will be on these landscapes on perpetually owned land. So this is really an opportunity to restore things that were never restored, either due to the lack of resources and or the lack of, when I say resources, some of these were parcels that crossed boundaries, and at the time we couldn't restore something that was on an adjacent landowner's property. Since then it's been acquired, it allows us to do that restoration and or just used old techniques that did not fully restore their hydrology. And that's the key for us right now, is thinking about taking our infrastructure to the next level and providing the full restoration of hydrology for the long term, as well as making sure that the investments that we make in those restoration structures will stand test of time, especially as we face changes from climate change. So we face extreme rain events that a lot of these structures weren't designed to stand up to. And so we're using resources to ensure that we are putting infrastructure on the ground that will stand up over time and will provide the habitat that we provide for the public. So,
Well, thank you for that answer. Just so you do have your own restoration budget, the Fish and Wildlife Service does, as well as this money that you're asking for.
yeah, so Sergio talked earlier about the Partners for Fish and Wildlife program and the match that that program makes. So those dollars are used, as well as restoration dollars for our budgets on Fish and Wildlife Service property. I only work in one station, so I can't speak to the budgets across those stations, but yes, we do have some of our own funding going into these projects, as well as most of the engineering and design support for DU staff. So.
Josh, you have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question and a comment. My comment first. So I am very fortunate to have a unique experience. In fact, this last Saturday morning on a property that had been restored just north of Emily. It's not to my advantage to mention it, but it's for the good of the group. It's otherwise known as Duck Lake. And my 17-year-old enjoyed probably one of the most unique and special experiences of her life, as she got to go duck hunting for the first time in our state's youth hunt, in case folks aren't tracking, was this last Saturday and Sunday. I had to get a little bit of an education in what it means to draw down a lake in order to do a restoration. And that was probably a perfect example of a property that had gone through that process. Previously, the structures had been set too high, and that lake couldn't produce rice, couldn't produce the foods necessary for teal and other species that were mentioned, and was essentially unused by waterfowl. So really incredible what was created there and the experience that my daughter had an opportunity to enjoy. Hope others around the state are doing that and realize what a treasure we have there. And I wish more of the dollars that we were allocating went towards projects like this. I think the Duck Lake example is one that was already held by DNR, the area and the land around that particular water body. And those dollars really did something incredible there. So the question I guess I have is around this restoration opportunity that we're currently hearing in the presentation. Will other 17-year-olds like my daughter have the opportunity to hunt those particular projects?
Mr. Chair and members of the council, thank you for the comment on Duck Lake. And to your question, absolutely. So all the small WPA work we talked about, that's existing public property. A lot of the shallow lake work we do, with a couple exceptions, is all on lakes that are publicly owned water basins. So in the public land domain, as long as there's a legal way to access it, those resources are going to be available for anyone regardless of age.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow-up comment would be that this is what I think most sportsmen envisioned when they voted for the Legacy Amendment. This is, I think, a perfect example of what we should be doing, and we should be doing more often. So I'll be supporting this project to its 100% of the ask, and I wish there were more like it. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Next is WRE-03, Voyageurs National Park Wetland Restoration Project. I can't see myself. Am I on the screen? Hey, there I am. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair and Council, thank you for the opportunity to present our project today. Voyageurs Wetland Restoration Project Phase 3. My name is Steve Windles. I'm a wildlife biologist with the National Park Service at Voyageurs National Park. I'm also the project leader for the Voyageurs Wetland Restoration Project. This is Jerry Warmbold, a park ecologist who's been leading the on-the-ground project efforts the last 2 years. When we started the Voyageurs Restoration Project 7 years ago, we admittedly didn't know what we were doing. Up to that point, few people had tried to restore wetland habitats in Minnesota's northern lakes, where, like almost everywhere else in Minnesota, invasive hybrid cattail has become so pervasive. This relative lack of existing knowledge was especially true for doing restoration work without the aid of large-scale application of chemical herbicides, which are prohibited by state statute in the border lakes of Minnesota. We started small, experimenting with various mechanical and non-chemical techniques on our first treatment sites in 2017. The largest, a 15-acre complex near the park's Rainy Lake Visitor Center. Through both our successes and failures, we have continued to learn about what works and what doesn't, about how we can improve the efficiency and cost effectiveness of wetland restoration, which is an inherently expensive endeavor. We are now approaching the end of phase 2 of our project, and we are proud to say that 2022 has been our most successful year to date, with more than 80 acres of direct treatments this year that have restored or enhanced wetland habitats embedded within larger wetland complexes. And I will point out this success came in the midst of catastrophic record-setting floods in Rainy and other lakes in the watershed this summer. Phase 2, much of which was funded by a grant from the Outdoor Heritage Fund, will be mostly completed in 2023. If funded, phase 3 will restore or enhance an additional 36 parcels, totaling approximately 515 acres of wetland habitats in Rainy and Catawba lakes within Voyageurs National Park. Additional acres may be enhanced if we are able to exceed the conservative prescribed burning goals we have set. Through our previous restoration efforts, we have documented short-term successes in dramatically reducing coverage of invasive hybrid cattail, increasing open water habitats, and increasing coverage of wild rice and other native plants, sometimes dramatically so. You can see some examples of this on the handout we provided. This is on the backside of the handout, we have some before and after pictures of where we've, again, eliminated large patches of cattail and again, some of the short-term successes we've seen. Unlike 7 years ago, we now feel like we know what we are doing, and we can better predict what our treated sites will look like afterwards. We are proud of what we've learned, and we happily share that knowledge with others interested in wetland restoration across the whole spectrum of organizations. Of note, there's a group of concerned citizens on Rainy Lake that have started their own restoration project in Jackfish Bay next door to Voyageurs National Park, based in part on what we've learned with the Voyageurs Wetland Restoration Project. More evidence of the potential our project has had to date can be seen by the breadth of letters of support we received for phase 3, including from the Rainy Lake Property Owners Association, the Rainy Lake Sport Fishing Club, and the local Convention and Visitors Bureau. Given that our on-the-ground efforts only started in 2017, most of our sites are less than 3 years since their first treatment. While we don't know for certain what the long-term effects of our efforts are, say more than 15 or 20 years down the road, we feel confident that within our selected wetlands, we have increased landscape heterogeneity and improved habitat quality for a host of fish, wildlife, and plant species, which we believe will enhance recreational opportunities for park visitors and increase the resiliency of these wetlands to other ecological challenges they may face going forward. We encourage you to check out our website for more information about the project, and in particular, watch the short 3-minute video we produced this summer that briefly explains what we've been up to. You can find that link in the handout provided. Shameless pitch here. We do have a new logo we came up with this summer, Voyageurs Wetland Restoration Project. We have copies of these stickers if anybody wants them. We'll give them to Amanda when we're done. Thanks for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Questions? Tom?
Yes, thank you for coming on. And again, if I'm reading this right, and listening to you, this is about cattails.
That's what, yes. I mean, that's the major.
And it's a problem. I mean, I'm not belittling that. And in fact, it's a problem in most of northern Minnesota's lakes. So as you said, you're willing to share your information with anybody who might be able to use it effectively. Has any of that happened yet?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Council, excuse me again, I interrupted you in the middle of your question.
No,
I
that's
apologize.
fine. Go ahead.
Again, I'm a guy that digs in the dirt most of the time, so forgive me when I put on a suit, pretend like I'm civilized. So yes, again, we give presentations all the time to the public at scientific conferences, the local groups, again, Rainy Lake Property Owners Association. We're regularly in contact with them and provide a lot of technical expertise in the development of their recent proposal that was funded, again, by the council. Again, I get calls all the time from folks, Fish and Wildlife Service, folks out west have been trying to contact us to ask the questions about what we're doing. Because again, it's pretty novel what we're trying to do here in these large lake habitats. And we're proud of that. Again, admitted we've been learning while doing adaptive management, but we feel like, again, we're making progress.
Thank you.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. Are these wetlands open to public hunting?
Mr. Chair and Council, yeah, thank you for the question. So within the park boundaries itself, hunting is not allowed. Obviously, fishing is. But in this phase 3 proposal, a lot of the wetlands that we are, or a chunk of the wetlands that we are proposing for restoration or enhancement are adjacent to Black Bay and Rainy Lake and the wildlife management area that is there. And it's a very historically popular duck hunting area. So I think we'll be growing some ducks that will be available to hunters in that area.
Mark?
Mr. Chair, for the council, can you kind of just walk through the timeline it takes to do this restoration work? Because on paper, it looks like you're kind of hedging your bet, because you're not going to complete any of the work until 2027. And that's kind of a long time. I'm getting the impression this takes a lot of steps. And then in that question, how did this year's water levels impact? How would have that impacted this?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Council, thank you for the question. So again, as I have stated, and I think other previous presenters have stated, wetland restoration is challenging and expensive. And it does take some work again to prep the sites to understand which sites are going to give us the best results. Again, we've gotten pretty good at that. So there's, again, the sort of the pre-assessment work that happens. And then again, depending on the type of site, whether we bring the contractor in with the heavy machinery that actually comes in and chews up the mats, or again, all of the follow-up work that happens after that, for all of the material, the tons of material that are generated for each acre that we remove those cattail mats, we have to do something with that material. And again, that entails spreading the piles out. We even use, there's a technique where we basically use it as mulch to cover other cattail and smaller or more shallow areas so that we can smother that, and it's a different treatment that we use. And again, planning out further, I'm not sure if I'm really answering your question, I can't tell, but you know, the follow-up treatments that we feel like we'll have to do going forward, whether it's additional seeding if we want to see a better mix of native vegetation coming back, or again, the spot treat areas where we may have some reinfestation of cattails.
Well, I guess, Mr. Chair, the question is more of, when I look at it on paper, it almost implies that you're not getting started. You're doing the work in 27, completing it in 28, that by the document. And I know that's not true. But when are you going to get started?
I see. Okay, Mr.
And,
Chair.
and then the kind of just the steps within that time frame.
Yeah, and maybe Jerry, do you feel like you?
Sure.
This is the guy again. Here's the guy who's.
Thank you for the question. We do start right away. So I don't know how that's written in the proposal, but no, we will start as soon as we can to get contractors in order and start them shopping. We only have a small window where we're allowed to actually do restoration in the summertime. Our permit from the state only allows us to start in July 1, so we don't impact nesting habitat for birds or spawning habitat for fish. So July 1 to as long as we can, usually about mid-September for our contract work, because we're also dealing with controlled water levels. So IJC controls water level there, and the water level starts to drop slowly after July, and then really kind of pulls the plug into September, October. So we work hard, make sure we have everything in order from July, August, and most of September, and we can do restoration during that time. That's remain on the ground time. We do also do some winter stuff where we do control burns and some seeding and stuff like that. But so yeah, while we start with contract work, we kind of do that throughout most of that season. We also have our crews out there doing underwater brush cutting, and we have our in-house mobile track machine, which is an amphibious machine for underwater cutting, which is highly effective as well, unless we have invasive in the contractor removal. So we're kind of doing work that entire season we can, up until freeze up, and then burning and it's freeze up. If that kind of helps your question. So sorry if it's laid out where it looks like we're only doing it, and we are absolutely doing restoration every year.
Every year, yeah. Maybe that's how we should have answered it right from the start.
And as far as the flood, your question about the flood related impacts, it's kind of early to tell. We have been doing out there and checking these sites out and doing some survey points. Some of the flooding did kill off some rings of different areas of cattail, but unfortunately, and I have some pictures and I wish I could have brought them, where the tops of the cattails, 6 feet up, were just poking out of the water. And I did think we have a better die off, but actually as the drawdown happened, a lot of them still survived. It might be thinner, but unfortunately they're very strong. So we did get out there as soon as we could while it was still flooded, and did some underwater cutting to keep them under the water surface longer. And that definitely helped. We saw an increase in native species just from that. It was kind of horrible for a lot of property owners in the lake, but actually gave us an advance, to get out there and start hitting them while they're already hurting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thanks, Steve, for coming. Along the lines of the high water event, did we see the massive masses that moved like happened in 14? And did they have any impact on some of the restoration areas that you guys have been working on?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Council, thank you for the question. So we had a flood in 2014, and what we saw was, again, when those water levels came up, in that case, it was about 4 feet above the mean high water mark, 3.5 feet. Again, a lot of these floating mats broke off and then started floating around. And we also found there was sort of a residual effect. So not, some of them didn't break off until 2015 or 2016. So they got weakened in that flood. Even though when the water went back down, then they broke off later on. So we didn't actually see this summer as many big mats floating around as we expected. But again, I feel like we're going to see that now in the next couple of years, with the caveat that we feel like we've actually handled a few of those over the last 5 years that otherwise would have broken away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then one other question is, how are the muskrats doing?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Council, same as they ever were. So they're doing just fine.
Any other questions? Great, thank you. Appreciate you putting on the suits. But you don't have to do that for me, yep. We're gonna take a 15-minute break. We'll be starting again at 10:45.
And I just have to get Julie to restart the report. Yeah, get started.
All right. We're good to go. I did have a conversation with Mark. For those of you that are on Zoom, you should know that your mic is live, and while we might not hear it, everyone else who's on Zoom can hear what you're saying if you're in your car or in your home office. So you might want to make sure you've muted yourself. And with that, we'll move to, I was going to say one thing. Mark sent out a note. We think at 6% holdback, we'll have about $143 million to allocate this year. So we will have to have a discussion. Do we want to go 5, 6, or 7% holdback? But in the past, we've been at 6%, and that would give us $143 million to allocate. Our RFP went out at 100 million because we didn't want to be promising any more than what we absolutely could deliver. So we actually have more than we thought when we sent out the RFP. And I meant to mention that earlier and forgot. But with that, we'll go to WRE4 Shallow Lake enhancements in Grant County.
Should be a couple people in the Zoom call.
Oh, thank you.
You got Tracy.
And you should unmute yourselves on the Zoom call because we need to hear you. Thank you.
Yep.
You've got Tracy in there. I don't see Dwight or John yet.
Looks like they're sharing the
Great.
same computer there.
So I don't know who's first, Zoom or person, but.
Zoom.
Okay, go.
So thank you, Chairman Hartwell, council members and staff for allowing us to present our grant proposal, WRE04 Shallow Lake Enhancements in Grant County. So to start with introductions, myself, I'm Tracy Von Bargen. I'm the Grant County engineer.
I'm Dwight Walbotney. I'm the Grant County Commissioner and former Grant County Sheriff.
And I'm John Capon. I'm a Boy Sioux watershed manager and also an affected landowner. So we're here. Well, go ahead, Aaron. I'm sorry.
Aaron Wynett with Field of Flyway Engineering.
So Grant County is wanting to partner with Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council to deliver shallow lake enhancements in Grant County. These enhancements will be accomplished by installing infrastructure to facilitate temporary water level drawdowns. The shallow lakes we are proposing to enhance have suffered from long-term degraded water and habitat quality as a result of high water levels and high populations of rough fish that can now overwinter because of those high water levels.
Okay, yeah. In my years, I worked for the Sheriff's Office for 31 years in Grant County, and so I know the county like the back of my hand. I'm also an avid outdoorsman, duck hunter, and I enjoy wildlife and I enjoy seeing wildlife with good habitat. So, when we found out about this opportunity, I thought, man, this isn't a bad deal here. If the county could work with your group there and enhance this habitat and also help out on our roads. And so that's what kind of got me really, really interested in this program. And I think it could be really good. I've seen the duck hunting in Grant County go from really good in the 80s to not so good anymore because of high water, dirty sloughs, lack of food. The shrimp, the bluebill bugs used to be thick in all the sloughs, and now they're pretty non-existent. And ducks, they have to, their only goal in life is to eat, and they have to have that going on every day. So I think this is a great opportunity for Grant County to help out with habitat, plus get our roads helped out a little bit by helping out in these shallow lakes, lowering them to manageable levels where the rough fish don't totally take over everything. So thank you.
Yes, this is John Capon. I'm from Elbow Lake and I live on Elbow Lake, which is northwest of the real town.
And I was born in 1948, not to date myself, but I have a picture at home of my grandpa and my dad in 1948 with 16 canvasbacks, and that was the limit at that time, hunting on Elbow Lake for 2 people. So it would have been 8 apiece. And when the lakes were a lot shallower than they are now, we also used Samantha Lake, and it was the best rearing pond the DNR had for many, many years. With the high water that's come up, the rough fish have got in there, and there is absolutely no duck hunting and no fishing. Nothing is benefiting except the carp.
And I know that the lake that John's referring to, about every 5 years, we have a FEMA flood event in the county. And that road that goes through Samantha Lake gets inundated with water. And when the water recedes after a couple of weeks, we get to go plow all the dead carp off of the road, which is, I don't think that was what benefits, like John said, anybody, is having a muddy, shallow lake filled with carp. So
it's one way to get rid of them, though.
Yeah, it's an interesting, it's a smelly, gross kind of process, but you know, I hear so many stories, like John was talking earlier before this meeting about all the stories, him growing up and so on, of the duck hunting opportunities. And I hear of the leases that used to exist in the area on some just awesome duck habitat, and they don't exist anymore. And I know that, you know, it's hard to recreate all of what we've lost over the years, but I think, you know, kind of taking baby steps to accomplish these things would be, you know, really good. And Dwight kind of talked on the mutual benefits of this. I mean, obviously this is a habitat focused project, and, you know, we certainly could go out there and do highway projects just on the ones that do affect roads, but we wouldn't really be integrating any improvements to the habitat along with it. Instead, you know, as a habitat focused projects, and then we kind of use that as the guide, and whatever we end up with out of that, you know, every solution, it seems like, ends up lowering the water level. And that only makes it easier for us to maintain or improve our roads, even if it was only every so many years that the water went down.
This is John Capon again, and I guess in discussions I've had with government officials and different things, I said, let's just do a project once and see how it works. And I think that's where we got to start. We got to take baby steps, and I realize you're not going to do the whole county in 1 or 2 years, but we need to start someplace. And I guess that's why we're here today.
Yeah, and I think we talking to Neil Powers at the Fish and Wildlife Service at Fergus Falls about really getting everybody together, Fish and Wildlife, the DNR, Bowser, Soil and Water Conservation District, and kind of getting organized, more organized than we are now, about how to deliver these projects. We got to a point on the one out by John's place that with the same kind of group where we really didn't have clear direction of how to head, and we felt like applying for these funds would help us go through some process that we really is tough to defend financially from the get-go. It just kind of stalled. And anyway, I don't know, Aaron, if you wanted to add anything to this.
Thank you. The one thing that I would like to add with this proposal is we've approached 2 local area high schools. They are very interested in helping us do some long-term monitoring on these sites. So that I think that'll do 3 things. It'll give the kids a chance to do some outdoor learning, expose those students to potential career opportunities in conservation fields, as well as provide a base of conservation to build well-rounded adults, and support for conservation, potentially even helping support a future legacy amendment once the current one expires in 2034. So with that, I thank you, and we will take additional questions.
Questions?
Mr. Chair.
Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You talked about historically high water in Grant, and I see in the paragraph that you're going to reduce it lowering the lake levels by 1 to 2 feet. Where does that bring us into? Is it,
So
is
that's
that gonna
gonna
be sufficient enough to create habitat, or is that?
So that on its own will not do much for the habitat, but we would be also doing temporary drawdowns to the fullest extent possible to maximize those habitat benefits.
I get, that was the question. Are you gonna do a drawdown?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yep. A lot of these basins are above the ordinary high water mark. By probably that 1 to 2 feet, some as much as I believe 6 feet. And that's caused a bunch of erosion on the shorelines. We've got big oak trees that are dying and falling into the water. So if we can get those back down to that ordinary high water mark, should buffer those shorelines as well. Establish some emergent vegetation to reduce wave action and kind of reduce that sediment load that's washing into the lakes now off these large cut banks into the lakes.
Other questions? Good enough. Thank you all.
Mr. Chair. Oh,
Sorry.
no, it's not so much a question, but here again, it's the same kind of concept that asked about earlier is DNR's involvement. And I just,
You'd like.
well, I just like to
assurance.
see some assurance from the DNR, some review that, is this gonna need DNR permits, I would assume?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, so
Yep.
just to have, from a shallow lakes perspective, that's what we're talking about here. Is this going to fit into the shallow lakes program that the DNR is involved in? And I just, their lack
I'll
of.
leave it to you all to get us some evidence that DNR thinks this is.
So
a good
we've had conversations with the DNR. One of the last ones I've had with the shallow lake specialist is, as we've said in our application, these don't fit their typical shallow lake project because there's not a public, boat access or public land adjacent to some of these. So they're kind of taking a back step a little bit just because the public access to these would be like off a road for the most part.
Mr. Chair, I understand the public aspect component of it,
Yeah.
but from a habitat perspective, is this going to achieve the habitat initiative that we're looking for?
And
is
part-
that, when they look at that, does that, because you've been saying shallow lakes.
Yep.
And in my mind, that's a habitat
Correct.
system
Yep.
that's got certain deliverables. Does this fit into that?
I believe that it does. The reason why we don't have those letters of support from the DNR is we need to kind of get a little bit further into these projects to verify that they will meet those habitat goals. Concrete evidence that they will. On a couple of the basins, we've done that already to some degree. But we can further that along and try to get some assurance.
Perfect.
Can I help answer that too? I know, like I indicated, we had met with the DNR Shallow Lakes Program specialist here in our office on the one out by John's place, Samantha and Elbow Lake. And it came to the point where in order to continue with the project from a wildlife benefit at all, we needed to do a tremendously expensive, a study that would take a lot of financial resources to the point at which it became really tough to defend to the public that you were going to spend that much money without really knowing what kind of, if any improvement was going to be made or any project at all. So it died from that standpoint, and that's why it's included in this package, is because to help fund some of that study, so we know that we're getting the right project out, not just a project, but the right project.
And I'd like to add to that, when Lake Samantha was used as a rearing pond by the DNR, it was the best rearing pond in the state of Minnesota, bar none. And I do have a letter of support at that time from Dean Beck, who was the fisheries manager in Glenwood at that time, saying if there was any way that they could help to reduce that lake elevation and to get it back to the rearing pond, they would do whatever they could. I have that letter in my file.
Any other questions? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to WRE 05, accelerated shallow lake and wetland enhancements. You.
We can't see from back there where people are sitting. Okay.
Chairman Hartwell and council members. I want to introduce myself. My name is Rick Elian. I'm the head of the wetland habitat team for the section of wildlife in the Minnesota DNR. And with me is Nicole Hansel Welch, who's the head of the Shallow Lakes program for the DNR. As always, I want to begin with a thank you to the council for past funding you have provided for DNR shallow lake and wetland program requests. You've heard me refer to my request as programmatic. That is a combination of individual shallow lake and wetland enhancement projects and the development of programs to more effectively and broadly take advantage of the OHF money to implement this valuable work. The development of programs, whether you're talking about the Shallow Lakes program, our roving habitat crews, or more recently, our wetland habitat program designed to address needed work on smaller wetlands, is in part the reason we've exceeded the goals stated in our accomplishment plans. I reported last year that we exceeded our ML15 appropriations acreage goal by more than 18,000 acres. In the final report for the next appropriation that we closed out, the ML16 appropriation, we exceeded our habitat goal by over 12,000 acres. So that's almost 30,000 acres of wetland enhancement above our goals in the last two completed wetland and shallow lake appropriations. And I attribute a lot of that to the programs and accompanying staff we've built up with the assistance of OHF funding. My programmatic proposal this year again requests the money needed to do a variety of wetland and shallow lake projects and funding to maintain the DNR Shallow Lakes program at the level established with previous OHF funding. I addressed written questions and comments submitted by council in a message to council staff a few weeks ago, and I hope those responses were helpful. By far, the largest component in this specific proposal is for funding to implement a variety of habitat projects statewide. This includes the annual funding needed to operate the helicopter that OHF funding helped us to equip to spray hybrid cattails, and funding to enhance wild rice habitat work. But besides the cattail spraying and wild rice work, there are 12 infrastructure projects in this proposal involving the replacement or modification of water control structures and dikes. These projects, plus the cattail spraying and wild rice work, will enhance 14,000 acres of wetlands and shallow lakes. If you have any questions about any of the individual projects that are built into this proposal, I'd be glad to try to answer them. But right now I will turn things over to Nicole. Again, Nicole Hansel Welch is the head of our DNR Shallow Lakes program.
Chairman Hartwell, council members, thank you for having us here today. The Shallow Lakes program has 4 staff that are funded throughout the state with OHF funds. So this is our programmatic request to continue funding those staff. Work includes working with other DNR staff like area wildlife managers, hydrologists to manage shallow lakes, implement new projects, all the way from identifying basins to manage, doing the public outreach, drafting management plans, obtaining necessary permits, holding public hearings, and finally implementing the management and documenting the results.
so we know when a basin needs to be managed again. We have documented management need throughout the state, and the lakes in the prairie in the west are impacted by high water and fish populations and changes in hydrology. And we also work all the way through the forest, managing water levels and restoring wild rice habitat. Some of the projects already mentioned here today are projects my staff have worked on, like Duck Lake, implementing management and continuing to make sure that basin is in good condition. Since we have increased the staffing in our program, we've been able to manage dozens of additional shallow lakes and increase the management efforts on previously designated wildlife lakes. We have laid out a program plan, and Councilmember Holston, I don't know if you remember signing that way back when, but you signed that in a ceremony.
Yes, I do.
I wasn't actually there. I was home with my newborn son at the time, but the plan was completed and signed by Commissioner Holston at the time. So we continue to work on these shallow lakes and implement management, including drawdowns ongoing right now at Lake Mariah, Lake Christina, and others. We continue to work on our management of Big Rice Lake up near Tower, which you guys funded several years ago with our shallow lake specialist, Melissa Thompson, who's in charge of that project. So we look forward to continuing these projects and working with project partners like DU. And our goal is to improve and enhance habitat in these lakes. And it is important to understand that many of these systems are in highly impacted landscapes, but we are often still able to see amazing results through active management. So with that, Ricky would be happy to take any questions.
Questions? Jamie.
Can you help me understand the difference in jump in the proposal amount request? I think the last 2-3 years, it's been right around 4 million. Before that, it included the roving cruise that has been pulled out. And now the request is for 12 million. Can you talk through the details of that, please?
Chairman Hartwell and council members, thank you for that question. This is a bigger request than we typically would put forward. And we don't have a roving crew in there because we're now funding our roving crews with a different methodology. The biggest thing I would point to is a project at Carlos Avery Wildlife Area. Should be listed in the proposal. That's replacing 2 35-foot dams at Carlos Avery. Hugely important project. It'll impact almost 700 acres. We already have feasibility engineering done on that project. So we were able to key in very clearly on the cost for that project, which I want to say it was between $6 or $7 million alone just for that project. We did explore, and that was a question that came from council as you reviewed the proposals. Could this be considered for bonding? I asked whether we could get bonding money for that, and I was told no, there was no bonding available at the time. So then the only method or only funding mechanism I was left to look for was OHF funding to try to get it done in a reasonable amount of time.
Other questions? Yep.
What pools up at Carlos Avery would those dams include? Are you looking at Sunrise as well as the main unit or all main unit? Where are they?
Chairman Hartwell, Nikki, I think we actually have 2 Carlos Avery projects on your list. I'm trying to remember out of the list of projects. If you remember, Nikki, is it Sunrise?
Sunrise Dams for 6,250,000 and
Yep,
Carlos
that's-
Avery Pool 1 for 180,000.
Yeah, the Sunrise Dam, they're the ones where it's 2 dams at that site, 2 35-foot dams. And then the other one is a whole separate project we're looking to move forward with, if that answers your question.
All right.
And
Thank
council, I
you.
would offer, if you want to see the airboat in operation that you purchased for us, we only have that project going for another 2 years. It's awesome to see the airboat in operation. If that ever interests you for a future field trip.
Who wants to see it versus who wants to ride on it?
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have WRE-06 Nelson Slough. Go ahead, introduce yourselves, please.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Maury Moher. I'm the administrator at the Middle Snake Tamarack Rivers Watershed District. We're here to present the Nelson Slough project, improvement project. I do appreciate your decision to give us the opportunity to talk to you in person because I believe the application material is not really good explanatory of the whole project. So beside myself, I do have professionals who worked on this project so far and helped us to improve, to develop the project to the stage that it is now. To be away from becoming a monotone and boring speaker, I asked my team members to join and provide more informative information for you. Now, as a refresher for the council members, the Nelson Slough project is located at the northwestern part of the state, and it's in the Marshall County, about half an hour to the Canadian border. It's a habitat for all sorts of birds and migratory birds. Just to give you some idea about the size of the project, everyone knows about the Allianz field. It is like 250 times that size. So it's a big project, and we're asking for a little bit over $6 million to improve this facility. This is a great facility, and the money for that is really worth. What's the problem that we're trying to address on this project is the existing outlet structure is too small to be able to manage the water level in to benefit the wildlife habitats. And that's the problem that we're trying to solve throughout this process. Of course, the cattail is something kind of side effect of not being able to manage the water level in a proper way. We're asking for a little over $6 million, as I mentioned. With that, I'll turn it to Tony Nordby with the Houston Engineering, who is the design engineer on this project. He will provide some historical information and design aspect of the project. And then I do have two professionals from the DNR staff who will provide some more information on the habitat and benefits on that. Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you, Maury. Thank you, council members. In a joint effort, this project really started with DNR, Middle Snake Tamarack Watershed District, and Marshall County back in 2013. The effort started with some aid of federal funding in 2016. We were able to complete some efforts such as alternative analysis, selecting a preferred alternative, completing the EAW process, doing some field survey, and then starting some preliminary design work out there as well. Nelson Slough, it was originally constructed, this site, back in 1971 as a multi-purpose project for wildlife habitat and flood damage reduction, with approximately a ratio of 50-50 open water to emergent vegetation. Over the 50-year life of the site, invasive hybrid cattail growth has resulted in a ratio closer to 25-75 open water to invasive cattail growth. Nelson Slough was originally designed with a normal operating level for habitat purposes. However, the site often maintains a water surface elevation above the normal operating level due to the existing outlet structure, as Maury was talking about, outdated operation plan and increasing annual precipitation that we're seeing. Available water level data at the site has been found to exist, has been found that the existing pool operates on average about 1.2 feet above what that normal pool level should be due to some of these inefficiencies. The Nelson Slough Improvement Project, which we're looking to do with your guys' help here, would be to construct a new outlet structure in place of the existing, increasing the top of dam elevation to meet current industry design standards, and stabilize portions of the inlet and the outlet channel. The new outlet structure is designed with movable gates to allow for more flexibility to improve management of water levels within the site and stabilize the operating level during critical times of the year, especially for nesting waterfowl and shorebirds. The existing levee height, which currently does not meet freeboard requirements for dam design, will be elevated by approximately 3.5 feet for public safety and ensuring a long-lasting facility for wildlife habitat, public recreation, and flood damage reduction. Stabilization of the inlet and the outlet channel will provide the site with a stable outlet and maximize inlet capacity while reducing erosion and improving water quality. With that, I will turn it over to Jason Willeen here, the DNR Area Wildlife Manager for this project.
Good morning. So yes, I am the Area Wildlife Supervisor and I oversee this project in my work area. East Park Wildlife Management Area is about 10,500 acres and Nelson Slough is about 1,700 acres within that. It's part of the tallgrass aspen parklands, which is a mosaic of brush, oak and aspen forests, prairie, and along with these important wetlands. East Park WMA is located near other large WMAs, enhancing the value for wildlife habitat that requires large blocks of habitat. It is mentioned in the Minnesota Prairie Conservation Plan and the Minnesota Wildlife Action Plan that we put high priority on habitat protection and enhancement in this area. The Nelson Slough project should help protect and enhance the shallow lake wetland habitat that exists, providing longevity into the future. Nelson Slough is used for recreational use, such as wildlife viewing. Various water birds can be seen, including ducks, geese, loons, grebes, etc. Some rare birds, including sandhill cranes, white pelicans, trumpeter swans, Franklin's gull, and yellow rails, just to name a few. It's a popular place for waterfowl hunting. Public hunters commonly use the 3 water access points and 8 primitive campsites to enjoy this resource. There is also a 600-acre wildlife sanctuary on the north half of this impoundment, giving waterfowl a place to rest and feed during the September and October months when waterfowl season is at its peak. This project will help wildlife by allowing us to manage water more efficiently. The current water structure does not allow us to maintain desired water levels during critical nesting times. Water levels rise fast, takes months to come back down to habitat levels. The new structure design will allow us to process this water to maintain water bird nests and aquatic vegetation. A 50-50 ratio of open water to emergent vegetation is desirable to wildlife, and removal of invasive hybrid cattle will help with this. This project aims to help us do both of these. I support the partnership with Middle Snake Tamarack Watershed District and Marshall County. The Nelson Slough Improvement Project will benefit us all.
Nick, all right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. My name is Nicholas Brown. I'm the Red River Basin Specialist for the Minnesota DNR Division of Wildlife. And I've been working with folks at the Middle Snake Tamarack Watershed District, as well as Jason and others within the DNR to provide a plan for managing Nelson Slough going forward. You've heard a lot about shallow lake ecology already this morning. There have been numerous other projects proposed for funding shallow lake projects. Nelson Slough is very similar to those. It is threatened by high water levels created by flooding in the area and an insufficient control structure at the outlet that would allow those floodwaters to pass through the system more efficiently. In addition, drought is a beneficial disturbance to shallow lakes and other wetlands. While we are in the midst of climate change, we see less drought on the landscape, in addition to more spring flooding. And with the addition of a new water control structure, this would give the DNR the ability to conduct drawdowns on Nelson Slough going into the future when deemed necessary by managers after looking at the habitat on the lake. Nelson Slough is currently in the clear water state. It's dominated by submerged vegetation, clear water. But there is a threat from continuous high water from upstream flooding and also from hybrid cattails that are choking out much of the system. There's more emergent cattail in the system right now than would be efficient or beneficial for nesting and migratory waterfowl and other water birds. A state threatened species, sheathed pondweed, is also found in Nelson Slough. This is a submerged aquatic plant. And the project will allow for better water control management going into the future following those large flood events and allow for drawdowns of Nelson Slough that would potentially benefit sheath pondweed as well as other submerged aquatic vegetation plants. All of these should benefit nesting and migratory waterfowl, loons, grebes, pelicans that Jason mentioned going forward. Thank you.
Questions? Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in your handout, you call it climate change or new normal. I'll just choose to call it climate change. In the design on this for your new dam, are you taking into account what's going to happen in the future? Because it looks like we're going to have wetter years coming forward. So is the design going to be capable to handle something where you're not have to come back in 10 years and say we need something bigger?
Yeah, so the existing outlet structure currently has what I call a principal spillway, or the main weir. It's about a 6-foot wide concrete weir is all it is, and then about 1.2 feet higher than that, there's a 70-foot secondary spillway. And that's currently, a drainage area of just shy of 70 square miles coming to this site. The new outlet structure is going to have gates, as I mentioned, that have the ability to go down to that normal pool level that is 6 feet wide now, that could be up to 40 feet wide. And then also our second tier kind of spillway from 70 feet to about 250 feet. The downstream channel capacity can handle some of this type of additional flows. So putting this larger structure in just allows a lot more flexibility for operation and maintaining those levels.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess that's probably the follow-up. Having lived in that country at one point in my life, it's really flat and takes a really long time to dry out. So the next question would be, what are your downstream watersheds think of this?
Actually, downstream, there's quite a few folks in favor of this. Not only with that new outlet structure, the ability to release water, but now we can time water to hold it if we need to as well. Spring times of the year, things like that, when they are flooding as well downstream, but then have the ability and the capacity with that new outlet structure to get rid of it when we need to, so we can be ready for that nesting season.
Other questions? So I have probably a two-part question. And it's, I hear all of this is good for habitat. And then I hear flood control. And we're going to raise the capacity of the dam to control high water. And it just feels like it is a high water flood control project, at least in a good part. And yet you're not scalable. Nobody else is putting in the money to help pay for that portion of it so that we could pay for the portion that would give you flexibility on water levels. I will tell you, I think it's highly unlikely that 100% funding is going to come. But that's up to the council in general. But if you get half the money, are you going to find the money somewhere else to cover the other portion? Or is this, if in the end, the allocations come out and there's $3.5 million or $2.5 million, should we wipe that out completely because you're not going to find money somewhere else? Give us some guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great question. Nothing is set on stone yet. So whatever that they asked for is whatever that we believe we should be able to receive from the state funds. My application to the flood hazard mitigation through the DNR is in place, but unfortunately, because of this billing season or bonding season, it didn't happen. So if I had that in hand, I would be able to answer your question right away. But right now, I would prefer to be on the cautious side and say that still, according to the NRE panel who kind of evaluated this project for the NRE benefits that this project provides, we do still think that the 4.66 out of 5 score is a high score on the NRE benefits. And that means like 90+% of the requirements that was on their criteria was scored high. So based on that kind of logic, I'm still would like to see the full fund for this project. And it's one time ask. And if you don't provide me that money, like the FHM happened this year, I'm gonna be back here again next year and ask for the same plus the inflation rate. This is a shovel-ready project, and I would like to really see that happening. Plus, we're not saying that we're not putting anything down from the local side. We do have 30% of the cost of this project already kind of allocated. We do, see that burden on our shoulders. So we're going to provide that. We're asking for 70%.
Okay. I thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is HAO1 Hennepin County Habitat Conservation Program. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair and council members, thank you for your time, attention, and consideration this afternoon. I'm Christine Maurer, and I'm a senior conservation ecologist with Hennepin County. And my colleague Karen is on Zoom, so if we could get her up here too, that'd be great.
She's joining, I think, maybe slow connection.
Okay, maybe I'll introduce for her so we can continue moving forward. Karen Gallus, my supervisor, who's joining us via Zoom, is our land and water unit supervisor, also from Hennepin County.
She's on now.
And I'm Christina Geiger, Associate Director of Land Protection for the Minnesota Land Trust.
We're here today in support of proposal HA01, Hennepin County Habitat Conservation Program, Phase 3. We received our first appropriation from the Outdoor Heritage Fund back in 2018 and our second in 2020, totaling $4.6 million in support of the county's habitat conservation programming. We have come a long way in the past several years building our program and creating a legacy of natural resource protection and improvement across Hennepin County. We would like to take a few minutes today to review where we are at with our Phase 1 and 2 accomplishments, how far we've come in a short time, and why we are back for a Phase 3 grant request.
First, we are well on our way to meeting or exceeding our protection and habitat improvement targets set out for our Phase 1 and Phase 2 grants. We've exceeded our acreage goals for Phase 1 by protecting 186 acres and improving habitat on 87 acres. With the remaining phase 1 funds, we will further exceed our goals by the end of the calendar year. We've already allocated half of our phase 2 funds for 9 land protection projects that put us on track to meet our phase 2 goals by the middle of next year. The county has also kicked off restoration and enhancement work on the phase 2 grant and have projects planned that will draw down phase 2 by 2025. So, and Hennepin County has contributed more than $500,000 in staff and staff time and cash as leverage. And private landowners have committed to $400,000 in donation of conservation easement value. So additionally, as you know, there are a lot of people in Hennepin County. So there are a lot of partnerships that serve to amplify our work. So we work with the Three Rivers Park District, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, watershed districts, cities, and nonprofit partners. And that just, again, amplifies the work we can complete through this funding.
Second, we are eager to continue building our programming and our momentum. Program promotion and outreach efforts have garnered consistent landowner inquiries and high-quality easement opportunities that will soon exceed currently available easement acquisition and habitat improvement funds. Hennepin County and the Minnesota Land Trust are eager to continue this momentum and will use awarded funds to identify the best, most cost-effective opportunities to protect, connect, restore, and enhance remaining natural areas across Hennepin County. We are also dedicated to continuous program development and improvement, ensuring our work is impactful, technically proficient, innovative, culturally engaged, and inclusive. In fact, we are invested in increasing easement owner education and engagement to improve and encourage long-term habitat stewardship of Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Fund investments. And we've initiated a biological monitoring program this year that allows us to report our habitat conservation program successes, adapt to challenges, and connect with landowners and the public. Third, and probably most importantly, there are places worthy of protection and habitat improvement in Hennepin County. These places are under threat, and protecting and improving them is a key tool in defending habitat and wildlife diversity, mitigating climate change impacts, and connecting residents of the state's most populous county to its natural heritage. Working at Hennepin County, I'm inspired regularly by its remnant natural areas. I'm excited by habitat improvement opportunities and moved by the residents of this county who are eager to create a legacy of natural resource protection for future generations. I'd like to highlight a few of our protection and habitat improvement efforts and hopefully inspire you as well. Last time I was here, I talked about attending a community-led brunch with landowners that initiated protection and habitat improvement work around Little Long Lake, one of the metro area's cleanest and most biologically important lakes. We've already completed nearly 80 acres of protection around this lake with several additional projects in the queue. Excitingly, this work continues to expand, and I'm very happy to share that community-led momentum along with partnerships have inspired new corridor building projects between Little Long Lake and Painter Marsh. This corridor is one of the highest priority areas for habitat protection in the county, largely due to the water quality, recreation, and aesthetic value of the area, and contiguous habitat for migratory birds, rare plants and wildlife like bitternut hickory and blanding turtles, and some really cool critters like blue-spotted salamanders and bats. Over the past 2 years, we've connected with several landowners around the Painter Marsh and Painter Creek area through a partnership with Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. The Watershed District is a member of our program's technical advisory panel and owns or holds easements on nearly 700 acres in the Dutch Lake and Painter Creek subwatersheds. One of the landowners we connected with invited us to a national night out they hosted in their backyard. We engaged with local families on being bird and bat friendly, gave away bird and bat houses, and talked about our conservation programs. There was some great connections made with additional landowners now interested in easements, and there was also some very good sloppy joes. Our recently closed easements, along with these new projects, expand and connect already large protected areas around and between Little Long Lake and Painter Marsh. Although some of the habitat protection puzzle pieces in Hennepin County are on the smaller side, these projects, when added together, protect significant core habitat and create corridors for species of greatest conservation need and biologically significant plant communities. A third grant from Outdoor Heritage Fund will allow us to continue work in this corridor and allow us to protect additional 740 acres across Hennepin County. We're also working hard to engage with private conservation easement landowners and our partners to improve habitat and increase natural resource accessibility to all residents across the county. One recent effort includes a prairie restoration in Brooklyn Park along the Mississippi River. This project, in partnership with both the City of Brooklyn Park and the Fish and Wildlife Service, was such a pleasure to collaborate on. And we are very grateful the Fish and Wildlife Service provided a highly diverse seed mix for the project that will offer a glimpse of beautiful prairie for a diverse and often underserved local community. Our staff was also invited to a park reopening event where we had opportunities to chat with the local community about this project, their love of local wildlife, and a few little kids who were impressively interested in plants. We've continued interest from partners and landowners to collaborate on restoration and enhancement efforts, and the current request would allow us to restore and enhance over 1,000 additional acres across the county. Like many folks in this room, we feel a real sense of urgency to protect habitat when we have the opportunity. But for Hennepin County, that sense of urgency is on another level. Hennepin is not only the state's most populous county, but also its 6th fastest growing. Land conversion modeling from the University of Minnesota suggests that 27% of our unprotected natural areas are at high risk for conversion. There are still areas in the county that are worthy of protection, and they're critical to ensuring the health and quality of life for the plants, animals, and people that call our county home. The continuation of this work with the support from this council is the only thing slowing a trend toward losing the last best natural areas in our county. If we don't act decisively now, we'll very soon lose this opportunity to ensure that a wide variety of wildlife still have places to thrive in Hennepin County. Additionally, we are on track to meet or exceed targets associated with our phase 1 and 2 grants and anticipate growing interest in our program as marketing efforts increase and as landowners continue to ask for alternatives to land development. We want to continue building our momentum and program capacity, allowing us to be a contributing force to larger scale climate and land protection initiatives, because we're part of a bigger picture. The federal government has embarked on a historic effort to support conservation of 30% of the nation's land by 2030, and Hennepin County, as part of our climate action plan, is committed to 6,000 new acres of permanent conservation protection by 2040. With your help, we will ensure that residents of Minnesota's most populous county maintain strong connections to the habitats, species, and outdoor experiences that make up Minnesota's natural heritage, something that I think is good for all Minnesotans. We thank you for your past support of this effort and for your consideration of our current requests, and are happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, if your Hennepin County Habitat Conservation Program includes lakes and perhaps like carp control, because a lot of carp control is happening in Hennepin County. Are you involved in any of that?
Not directly through this programming. We oftentimes work with watershed districts and have grant programs that help to do that work. We're more focused on habitat improvement and creation, and mostly focused at this point on terrestrial projects and also wetland restorations.
So I'll ask a sort of off-the-wall question, which you probably can't answer, but maybe you can take it back and ask. Dakota County, Washington County have passed bond referendums to do land acquisition, and Hennepin County is the most populous, probably the wealthiest county. Why hasn't Hennepin County gone that route to help with the goals that it set for itself?
Yeah, that's a really great question, and I can tell you it's a conversation. I might pass it to my colleague Karen if she wants to tease that a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hartwell and commissioners. I think that's a great question, and especially with the goal that we've set in our climate action plan to protect 6,000 additional acres by 2040. We're aware that that's a route that we're probably going to need to discuss more than we have. I guess what I can tell you is it simply hasn't seriously been on the table yet. We're asking for a phase 3 funding right now. We started this work about 4 years ago. You know, we're still pretty new to the game, and we think we've really got our feet
under us well. We've got our processes in place. We think we are capable of ramping the rate of protection up significantly, and this proposal shows that. And we're also aware that in order to accomplish the goals that we've set for ourselves, we can't depend only on this council. And that's something that we're working about and talking about and finding other avenues to fund our goals. And we know that the council is only one part of that. So I guess more to come on that topic. But we're certainly aware that that's an avenue that's open to us.
Other questions? I'd recommend you talk to Washington County and Dakota County to see what they've done. It might be helpful to you.
Pretty
thank
sure we
you.
have a meeting on the books.
Yeah, it's actually.
Great. Thank you. We'll move on to HAO2, Anoka Sand Plain Habitat Conservation.
Thanks. All right, Mr. Chair, council members, on behalf of the entire Anoka Sand Plain.
Let me just interrupt you. You got 6 people there and you got 15 minutes, including questions, so keep it brief. Or you'll run out of time and I'll have to
That is
cut
our
you off.
instruction, so we will. So thank you for the invitation to be here today. My name is Wiley Buck. I'm the Senior Program Manager at Great River Greening. We're the lead organization for the Anoka Sand Plain Phase 8 proposal in front of you. Today, you will hear briefly from me, each of the 4 other direct recipients, as well as one of our major landowning partners, the Fish and Wildlife Service, before opening it up for your questions. ASP 8 is a proposal for just under 9 million to place 540 acres in conservation easement and restore and enhance over 1,300 acres and 2,200 feet of shoreline. To make this happen, we have Minnesota Land Trust as our conservation easement partner with just under 1/3 of the request, and Great River Greening, National Wild Turkey Federation, Anoka Conservation District, and Sherburne County Parks as the 4 RNE direct recipients, totaling just under 2/3 of the request, working on 10 identified parcels and through 3 programs. There's a pie chart in the proposal handout if you want to refer to that. Shifting to the individual recipient requests, Great River Greening, my organization is seeking 2.665 million for RNE on 1,000 feet of shoreline and just under 400 acres on 4 parcels and one program. Our largest project is with Sherburne National Wildlife Refuge, where we are asking for 1.17 million to enhance 176 acres of savanna and prairie using a no spray method that relies on forestry mowing and sustained goat browsing. To speak more about that, we have Sherburne National Wildlife Refuge unit lead with us today.
Good morning. My name is Steve Carl. I'm the project leader at Sherburne National Wildlife Refuge near Zimmerman, Minnesota. This project is important to us to help our continued efforts to restore and enhance imperiled oak savanna habitat. There's less than 1% of oak savanna left in the world, and our oak savanna protection and restoration is one of our primary goals. Our goals are determined in a 2005 comprehensive conservation plan for each refuge in ours, and that's our guiding document for Fish and Wildlife Service. This project will allow us to mimic natural methods to reduce invasive shrubs and woody components in the understory. Using goats will help enable us to reduce and eliminate the need for chemical application. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrie Taylor. I'm a restoration ecologist with Anoka Conservation District. ACD is one of the direct recipients requesting a little over $2 million for habitat enhancement projects at Lamprey Pass WMA, Cedar Creek Ecosystem Science Reserve, Coon Rapids Dam, and Kings Island. and also requesting funds to continue the Anoka Sandplain Rare Plant Rescue Program. So those projects meet the ASP goals of creating and enhancing habitat cores and corridors. And most of those sites have rare plants. And then, of course, the rescue program is in direct response to a lot of the development that's occurring in the North Metro. The Star Tribune picked up our story about the Anoka Sandplain program a couple of weeks ago, and there will be other articles. And in the online version, they do acknowledge the Outdoor Heritage Fund. So thank you for getting that program started. And we have a lot more work ahead of us and have already made a lot of progress in that program. So hope to continue it.
Good morning, Chairman Hartwell and council members. My name is Gina Hugo. I'm the Sherburne County Parks Coordinator. And while Sherburne County has not been a direct recipient with ASP in the past, there's staff continuity with my execution of an ASP 6 project as a staff member for a direct recipient, Sherburne SWCD. Our ASP 8 project is a sacred Native American site that includes 110 acres of oak savanna and native prairie restoration and enhancement for a total funding project request of $760,600. And the project really initiates critical healing for the land that will be continued to be informed by the traditional knowledge of our Dakota and Ojibwe partners. Thank you.
My name is Clayton Lank, a district biologist for the National Wild Turkey Federation. We are a returning direct recipient through this. Through this request, we are asking for $475,000 for our turkey timber enhancement program. Through this program, we will be focusing on the restoration and enhancement of woodlands that are suitable for wild turkeys. When properly managed, those habitats are a home to a whole suite of fish and wildlife species. And when, sorry, I forgot where I was. From the lowlands of cottonwood galleries to the uplands of oak savannas, turkeys are kind of an indicator species of healthy forest management. And I also wanted to note during the comment or the proposal comment period, it was noted that NWTF had a DSS rate that seemed high, and I wanted to address that as well. NWTF asked for just over 5% of our total ask for DSS funds. I just wanted to clarify that those funds would go towards other staff in an NWTF that would work on kind of the grant maintenance and oversight, such as our grants administrator, folks from our legal and finance team as well. And then to note that our personnel section of that request would go towards the actual project implementation. And to further kind of alleviate any concerns with our DSS, NWTF is willing to reduce our DSS amount from 25,000 as proposed down to 15,000, which would make it roughly 3% of our total ask. So thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Lydia Frimnick. I'm the Land Protection Associate with the Minnesota Land Trust. The Land Trust's role in this proposal is to protect 540 acres of high-quality habitat through conservation easements. We are requesting $3,292,000 in funding, and we anticipate $450,000 in leverage from private landowner donations. And as an update, we have spent and encumbered all of our Phase 6 protection funds. And by the end of the month, we will protect 2 times our acreage goal and receive 2.5 times our anticipated leverage. Thank you.
All right. The Anoka Sandplain Partnership is a robust partnership. You can see there's a number of members and partners up here at this time. Funding of ASP 8 will allow us to continue and accelerate the good work of the partnership. We ended phases 4 and 5 on June 30th this year, leaving only a total of $6,000 unspent dollars between the two, which is less than 1%, and are tracking for 140% of our deliverables for those two allocations. And we're continuing this tradition of overachieving on results and carrying that momentum in our current open phases 6 and 7. Our project area is the DNR's Anoka Sandplain ecoregion plus the intersecting minor watersheds. It is over 2 million acres in size and includes 4 major habitat cores and stretches of 3 wild and scenic rivers and a rich mosaic of habitats. The project area has a remarkably high concentration of rare and SGCN species. And that underscores why the Anoka Sandplain is a priority for this diverse group of organizations. It inspires us to work together, applying our own expertise, relationships, geographic and conservation focus on the opportunities in the Anoka Sandplain. Our project area is an important conservation, recreation, water recharge and supply, and environmental justice area, and it encompasses urban, suburban, and rural populations. And the need for smart conservation is urgent, as the area has one of the highest projected development rates in the state. With that, we ask you for your continued support. Thank you for the past support. Thank you for your consideration. We are now open for questions.
Great. Well, we love dealing with overachievers, so. Questions? I had one question, which is just, my experience with goats is that they do a great job on buckthorn, but they also destroy some of the things you like. They eat the bark off oak trees. And what are you going to do to keep the good stuff good and away from the goats?
Basically, these projects are set up in paddocks, so you have the goats come into an area and they work really fast and hard, and then you move them into a new area. And so you can keep them moving around in several different areas. And then once you need to, once the regrowth, if anything's happening, you bring them back into those areas so you stay on top of it. There's always going to be a little bit of chance of something probably getting nibbled or eaten that you don't want, but primarily your outcome is going to be that you're going to reduce that shrub component. We have a lot of aspen, hazel, buckthorn, and those components in there. So we're able to work through those areas, and then we can follow up with fire and other management needs as we can.
Okay.
I would just like to add what our experience with goats is that, of course, the broadleaves are their preferred target, and promoting the graminoid layer, which does really help with savanna restoration and being able to get to the threshold where we can run fire.
Great. I've just seen it go too far. Jamie.
Just one comment and then question. I thought that the proposal did a great job explaining project partners and how it's related to the fund, the different funds. So thank you for that. My question is, it looks like there's 4 different programs funded in the rare. In the rare plant rescue 2 and then rare plant management 1. How much of the proposal is allocated to the rare plant program? Is it 450,000 or is it more than?
So Greening has the rare plant management program, and I think that's under $500,000. It should be right in the program write-up.
I do not have the number for the rare plant rescue program written down, but I believe it's about 450,000. Yeah, and that goes to the Minnesota Landscape Arboretum, and then Critical Connections Ecological Services, who have been doing rare plant inventories for over 25 years, and then Anoka Conservation District staff, and then plus other contractors as needed.
The rare plant management program is in for 528,000. And rare plant rescue for 450,000.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Thanks for playing musical chairs with us. Next is HAO3, Accelerating Habitat Conservation in Southwest Minnesota. Go ahead. We're waiting for you.
I know, just getting situated. Chair Hartwell, council members, my name is Wayne Osley. I'm the Director of Land Protection with the Minnesota Land Trust. To my right is Chad Kingstrom, our Southwest Minnesota Program Manager. Chad's relatively new to the organization, say relatively, because it wasn't just in the last couple months, but he's got some legs under him in Southwest Minnesota now, but I'll let him introduce himself when we toggle to his portion of the presentation. I want to thank you for hearing our second proposal focused on the protection and restoration of Southwest Minnesota's native tallgrass prairie, wetlands, and riparian systems. In this presentation, I'll lay out the focus of the program, then discuss the results to date through our first grant, and then I'll turn it over to Chad to talk about our goals for the second proposal. The plight of Southwest Minnesota's natural systems is well documented. We have lost over 98% of our native tallgrass prairie and 90% of our wetlands to date. The council has long understood the dire need for protecting the remaining wetland and native prairie habitat, recommending substantial amounts of resources over the past decade towards their protection and restoration. Significant gains have certainly been made, but more work is yet to be done. The Minnesota Land Trust, through its 10-year conservation agenda, identified Southwest Minnesota as one of its highest statewide programmatic priorities. I think it was second overall. The key question for us was never about whether we should engage in that part of the state, but really specifically where, how, and to what end. Those questions were informed through conversations with partners working in the region who identified two primary challenges our program should address. The first of those is that there are high priority projects that don't align well with existing state and federal easement programs. And as a result, can't be completed. And they wanted us to focus in that direction. The second one is that there are high priority areas for conservation identified in Minnesota's Wildlife Action Network that do not always align with the Minnesota Prairie Plan, and as a result are often not adequately being addressed. So we have structured our Southwest Minnesota program to address these two challenges. Our program is designed to fill unmet gaps in the available land protection and restoration toolboxes. Our easement program is flexible and adaptable, and as a result, we can work and tackle projects that other conservation easement programs, such as those offered by the Board of Water and Soil Resources, the Minnesota DNR, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service can't. And so we can take on projects that can't be done by others. We also have learned that we can collaborate effectively on individual projects in partnership with these same easement programs. So that, and Chad will be talking about specifically one of these types of projects where the Fish and Wildlife Service, for example, can take on a portion of the projects that meets their easement program needs. And then we can also then step in and achieve the other portion of protection for the other portion of the project. And we are focusing our efforts on those high priority places identified in the Minnesota Wildlife Action Network, left orphaned by the Prairie Plan. So We operate under the premise that our conservation work in Southwest Minnesota will add greatest conservation value if our actions, the land trust actions, are complementary to and not duplicative of work being undertaken by our partners. So what have we achieved to date through our first grants? Our conservation program in Southwest Minnesota is still young. We've been operating for just over 2 years down there now. However, we're already seeing strong landowner interest in participating on the conservation easement side of the equation. In time, we expected this to, and we're seeing the signs of it, that this will be a vibrant program for us, similar to what we have going further to north in the Wetland Habitat Protection Program, which you heard earlier this morning. We've spent the last 2 years laying the groundwork for a successful program, building relationships with partners and landowners, building program recognition, and identifying and moving our first land protection and restoration projects forward. And we are very pleased with the results to date. In land protection, we have allocated all of our funding towards 5 high priority projects totaling 736 acres. We expect to exceed our grant deliverables by 134% and hit our leverage goals with these projects. We have also identified an additional 10 projects that are waiting in the wings for a phase 2 allocation. On the restoration side, we have completed or underway 126 acres of habitat and wetland restoration in partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. 2 additional projects are in the scoping phase, and all funds have been allocated, and we are set to exceed our restoration goals there as well. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chad to highlight a couple of our land protection projects and then outline the proposal for you.
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for this opportunity today to present our Southwest Minnesota 2 grant proposal. As Wayne said, my name is Chad Kingstrom. I'm the program manager for Southwestern Minnesota. I'm fortunate to be able to work in my hometown area. This has been a good opportunity to learn about places where I'm from that I didn't know about before. And one such example is our Little Rock River complex, as you'll see in the handout that we presented to you. This is along the Little Rock River in Nobles County. We're working with 3 adjacent landowners to protect 293 acres of native prairie and high quality prairie stream, supporting the federally threatened Topeka Shiner. These 3 properties are bookended to the south and to the north by state wildlife management areas, creating a 620 acre complex of protected lands once completed. Oxbow restoration for purposes of improving Topeka Shiner habitat have already been performed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service within this complex. Building habitat complexes and stitching together disparate conservation lands is a goal of our program. We're also working on a project along the Pipestone Creek in Pipestone County. The Land Trust is partnering with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the protection of a 320 acre property, with the Fish and Wildlife Service protecting 96 acres through conservation easement. It's a portion along the creek where oxbow restoration for Topeka Shiners and prairie restoration will occur. And the Land Trust will complete the protection, focusing our conservation easement on the remaining 223 acres. As exemplified through this project, as Wayne mentioned, this is a collaboration between the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Land Trust that has led to a greater conservation outcome that could be done with just one of us working alone. Our current proposal, the Land Trust seeks $6.541 million to protect 1,200 acres of high priority habitat through conservation easement, and to restore and enhance 200 acres through collaboration with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The Land Trust will continue to use its market-based approach to conservation easements in Southwest Minnesota, building off the model that has been so successful all across the state, where it has attracted both high-quality projects and significant donative value from landowners. As in our other program areas, we will strive to achieve the best conservation for the best price. efficiently using the state's resources for the biggest impact achievable. We'll engage local soil and water conservation districts, offices, and local partners for landowner outreach and engagement, targeting areas of priority conservation value as identified in the Prairie Plan and the Wildlife Action Network. This model of outreach through local partners has emerged as a best practice for the land trust protection work across Minnesota, and we'll continue that here. Restoration. 2 important parcels totaling 200 acres have been identified as priorities for enhancement through this proposal. We are still building our relationship with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the restoration front, but we see significant opportunities for growth using our highly successful wetlands program as a model for how this relationship will work. In summary, we are seeing strong, growing landowner interest in the program, and in time, we expect this to be one of our most vibrant and effective conservation programs. Thank you, and at this point, we'll take questions.
Questions? Jamie.
Thank you. Thank you for your proposal. When you say take on projects not done by others, some could say that that equals not a priority in Minnesota. Can you talk about why this proposal should get funding over other proposals? And it sounds like you're kind of still in a building year a bit with this being the second round. Why should it be this year compared to future years? Thank you.
Yes, so Chair Hartwell, council members, when we say that we're taking on projects that don't fit the bill, it's not that they're not priority projects. It's just that their easement programs aren't always aligned to meet the goals of that type of project. And so we've worked, I think that the example that Chad talked about along Pipestone Creek is an example of that, where Fish and Wildlife Services program is really focused to a specific portion of the property, not the entirety of the property. We've seen that routinely with Board of Soil and Water Resources conservation easements as well, where those easements will be focused on a portion of the property, whereas the conservation values of that property, in terms of could be upland habitat, prairie and so forth, may not align with kind of the more wetland, riparian focused easements that are in play there. And so it's an opportunity for us to kind of focus our attention hand in hand with our partners on those specific projects. The other piece of it is that there are priorities that are important for Minnesota's wildlife habitat. These are, for example, things that come through the Minnesota Wildlife Action Network that get prioritized by the DNR as being very important. Yet the program partners, a lot of their focus has been squarely and solely on a lot of the elements of the Prairie Plan to date. So what we're trying to do is broaden that a little bit. Certainly we work within the context of the Prairie Plan itself, but also want to put some focus and attention to some of those other high priority areas that nobody's really addressing at this point. And you asked, sorry, Jamie, you asked us a second part to that question. I missed part of that, so could you restate that?
Yeah, you said that it's kind of been a building year. You're working on relationships. Why fund this year and not wait a few more years before you come back in front of the council?
Yeah, I'll start, but if you want to chime in too, Chad. It's actually one of the reasons we didn't come in last year, is we had to change over staff. And so that's Nick left and Chad came on board. But we also wanted an extra year to kind of get our legs under us in that program area. And so at this point in time, as we mentioned in the proposal, we've allocated all our funds. We've got more projects waiting in the wings. We're starting to build that momentum. And we felt at this time that this was the right time to come in.
Right. May I answer your question a little bit as well, Chairman and members?
You have a minute.
Okay. One example is we might get approached by a landowner who has significant woods on their property, and Fish and Wildlife, for example, will say, well, we don't want to do that part, but the landowner has an interest in protecting their entire property. And that's where I think we feel like we're flexible enough that we can help those landowners meet their needs and say that's high quality woods, it's maybe some of the savanna conditions there. And then we can step in and do those parts where another entity maybe wouldn't have done it. And as far as, you know, why we're asking for money again, there is a lot of landowner interest. I mean, I have a lot of people asking me if we can do projects. And I think it's only going to get better. I mean, there's a whole part of the upper Minnesota River Valley that we really haven't focused on a lot yet. And I think there's a lot of work we can do. And it's, like I said, the projects are backing.
I gave you 70 seconds.
Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And next is HAO4 Bone Lake South Wetland Acquisition and Restoration.
Good morning, Chair.
Go ahead.
Members, my name is Mike Kinney. I'm the District Administrator for the Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District. Thank you for having me here today. Also online, I have a few staff members, Emily Hines, Blaine Enneker, Aiden Reed, and Jason Neighbor to help with any potential technical questions toward the end. So I'm going to try to keep it brief to get to the questions and make sure we don't get in between you and lunch. So this is quite a targeted proposal, as you can see, and really focusing on specific habitat elements. Combining both this large wetland component all within one landowner ownership along with the upland. So how does this really prioritize to maybe meet the need for acquisition? So I'd like to give maybe a little bit of my background. So I started out as a business major. My dad was a banker and a dairy farmer, so grew up on a dairy farmer. Thought I was going to do the same thing. But I really liked the science, but I had all the finance, accounting, economics, and it always stayed with me. Afterwards, I went in the service, came back, did some research for the U.S. Bureau of Mines on how to drill on Mars, then proceeded to teach overseas, and then went to Soviet Union back in the last few weeks to Lake Baikal, do some research there. Came back to graduate school, worked for a conservation district for 12 years, and now in the watershed world for 15. Through that, I also stayed in the reserves and got an assignment doing Lean Six Sigma work for the Navy and a shipyard over in Japan. So one of the things that we've been doing is really focusing on using that approach on all resource management. So when you look at any resource component, stream bank corridors, barnyards, upland erosion, habitat, any of it, wetland restoration, they all follow this Pareto principle where a very small number of sites have the greatest impact. So how do you identify those? And then how do you go after them? So we've done on the water quality side, within 8 years, we've achieved over 92% of our phosphorus reduction goals, and have received 2 of our most impaired lakes are back to the state standard, but 5 of the other 6 of our TMDL are on that same track. So when we look at this particular site then, so it has some really unique components of it for a restoration from a habitat standpoint. One ownership for a 119 acre wetland, and then all the upland habitat. There is a small piece of that Excel owns. We've already talked to them. They'd be willing to convey the property just where their power line runs, but they'd be willing to convey it in exchange for an easement. So, so from that standpoint, when we look at of all the property that we were going to potentially pursue in some form for acquisition through our Greenway Corridor programming project that we've now started through our new watershed management plan, this really ranks in that
small category of sites within the watershed district. It aligns with the big marine corridor and heads down through Bone Lake, down to Birch and Little Comfort Lake, down into Carlos Avery, Sunrise River. So it really has a lot of components in it that and I don't know if you had a chance to look at our progress report metrics. So that's a report that we do individually, just on our own, to track our progress in all other areas. But it ranks high in all the different components that we were interested in terms of both habitat, but also water quality, well, enhancement, protection, et cetera. And so, I mean, we heard some other discussion about the Oak Savanna. This would be an opportunity for us to establish some of that prairie restoration areas too. But just overall, we've been have a track record of success in our approach. And while this is unique in its targeted format, but also when we look at the metro area, Washington County, the land conversion rates has been discussed. One report I saw something between 50 and 80% between 1990 and 2000, I think it was. So the landowner has intended to retire some while ago and it's indicated to us. We have the letter of support from that individual, along with the city of Scandia and from Washington County, to pursue this proposal. We have been also trying to discuss with the Minnesota Land Trust and Pheasants Forever about potential partnerships. So we're trying to look at all avenues. Because the landowner does have a realtor that he's been in conversation with, but is willing to allow us this opportunity to pursue putting something together for this property within that area, that Green Lake corridor, focused more on the water resources rather than perhaps trails or other things. With that, then I would stand for questions.
Great. Questions? Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here today. In your proposal, you say that if the district isn't able to purchase the property by mid-2023, that it's likely that someone else will buy the property. Because of the way that the allocations work for this, those wouldn't be available till mid-2023. So I'm just curious if you can say a little bit about that timeline.
Well, the landowner has intended to, well, he indicated that he intended to retire from farming for some years ago and he's been approached. So he has been receptive to us pursuing this path, and we've communicated then the timeline of the funding if this was selected in some form. So he's receptive. What we do want to start with would be starting on a contingent offer. And so last week I talked to my board about that, and they've given me permission to start talking with real estate counsel about establishing or putting something in writing for the landowner. So be with a timeline that would meet that individuals, I guess, what would be acceptable timeline for them. Thank you.
Other questions? Mark.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Washington County has, as you know, bonding money that they've leveraged their own property taxpayers to support conservation habitat stuff. I don't see that as a matching source here. Did you interact with the county at all?
Yes, Chair Hartwell, members. So yes, we've talked to June Mathwitz there at the county about this. They're at the end of their cycle. So they're looking to, what would they had that for 20 years. So they're at the end of that 20-year time frame. But if they were to renew that, So they're receptive to the idea of being a partner. But they themselves would need to reestablish their own funding levels to help participate in that.
Mr. Chair, one last question. I'm a little fuzzy on when you take it over, what happens? What's the management 10, 15, 20 years from now gonna be here? What is this? Is this a park
No.
or is this a green space? What is this?
Yes, so we talked about a greenway corridor. City of Scandia is not interested in the park. I mean, they've indicated they would be willing to assist with some of the management of the property. But presently, the district has, and the board, has committed to owning and maintaining it. And again, we recognize that, you know, we're just not able to acquire these long-term acquisitions or a large percentage. So it's which ones that really matter from sort of a multi-benefit stacking. So this one certainly from a water quality, habitat, and restoration capacity would align with the current watershed management plan. And the district is committed to managing it both from the upland resource side and the wetland. I would probably put some prioritization realistically on the wetland component. If funding was not in whole, I think what we would try to do is acquire it still. The landowner is not willing to parcel it out or get easements or anything else. So we would need to pursue some mechanism to acquire the whole property and potentially then parcel off some properties to align with whatever funding we could get with the priority over the wetland restoration component.
Okay, any other questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
We're scheduled for a lunch break. I'd love everyone to be back at 1:40. If you're back a little sooner, that's okay. The doors will be locked for the majority of the time that we're gone. So you can't get back in, but your stuff won't be stolen. The good news, the bad news. So thank you all. All right, we are back from lunch. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We're gonna move right into HAO 5, Buffalo Red River Watershed District Stream Habitat Program Phase 3. We've obviously scared away the contingent on the east side of the room for some reason. So hopefully you guys will all stick it out. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Hartman and members of the council for the opportunity to present at this hearing. My name is Eric Jones. I'm the district engineer for the Buffalo Red River Watershed District. The Watershed District, based out of Barnesville, Minnesota, has developed a number of stream restoration projects that we'd like to share with you today. Before I do that, a little background on the Watershed District and the previous funding that the council has granted to the district. The Watershed District was started in 1960 to deal with water problems, mainly dealing with controlling floods. Since that time, we continue to make progress dealing with water issues more broadly through the implementation of projects that provide both flood damage reduction, water quality improvements, and natural resource enhancements. A few years ago, we presented to many of you our Wolverton Creek Restoration Project. I'm happy to say that the project was completed in 2021. We leveraged the $1.9 million in Outdoor Heritage Fund granted by the council, and we were able to do more than the 4 or 5 miles of stream restoration anticipated in the original accomplishment plan. In the end, we restored 26 miles of stream restoration, or completed that, and 650 acres of upland restoration. $3.5 million in leverage was used on that project. You also provided $1.2 million for our first phase of this stream habitat restoration program. A contract has been signed for that first phase of construction for approximately 5 miles of restoration of the south branch of the Buffalo River. That's expected to start any day now and is scheduled for completion in 2024. This year, the Watershed District was provided, as of July 1st, $2.4 million for phase 2 of our stream restoration program. The final restoration design for the upper Buffalo restoration is expected to be completed yet this year, with restoration expected to start in 2023. And then we get to the proposal for today. The phase 3 proposal we have before you today continues to address some of the historic problems and loss of habitat within the Buffalo River Watershed District. The proposal is to restore straightened and degraded reaches of a number of streams in the Watershed District, as shown in our project illustration. This would have been something that would have been supplied with the original application. We believe we have the ability, technical expertise, and the most importantly, willing landowners to restore these rivers and streams and their habitat. The Watershed District started major stream and river restoration efforts in 2014. By the end of this year, the Watershed District will have restored over 40 miles of rivers and streams in the district. There are 2 reaches that are initially being targeted by this request, and they're shown in the pink or magenta color on the project illustration. The first reach of stream being targeted in this application involves a 16-mile corridor of the south branch of the Buffalo River. This reach is located about 10 miles southwest of Barnesville, Minnesota. This reach involves the second and additional phases of our south branch restoration project. Portions of this reach have been straightened. So in addition to the permanent protection of a habitat corridor along the river, this project would restore the channel cross section and re-meander the river. This reach would connect to the phase 1 of the south branch that I mentioned earlier. That's scheduled for completion in 2024. And then we plan to work our way downstream with restoration efforts on this south branch of the Buffalo River. The second reach target in this application is a 5-mile corridor along Stony Creek, northwest of Barnesville. Stony Creek was straightened and has been managed as Clay County Ditch 31 since about 1910. The straightened ditch where the stream currently runs provides little functional aquatic or riparian corridor habitat. These projects are located along DNR designated public waters. We work closely with the DNR's River Ecology Unit to design projects that follow natural channel design principles. A sinuous riffle pool natural channel design is proposed to recreate the aquatic habitat diversity that was lost in the Straighten Channel. The district proposes two functions to be completed with this phase 3 grant. First item is permanent conservation easement acquisition along these stream restoration corridors, and the second is the physical restoration of 9.5 miles of stream. Regarding the permanent conservation easement acquisition, the watershed district, along with the Wilkin and Clay Soil and Water Conservation Districts and the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources, are partnering to use the Reinvest in Minnesota program to secure, maintain, and monitor easements within the stream restoration corridors. Since the Buffalo Red River Watershed District stream habitat restoration effort is a large overall project, the river restoration reaches are divided into higher and lower priority reaches, as shown on that proposal illustration. So the funding request will target the acquisition along the upper south branch of the Buffalo River and Stony Creek. And while the acquisition will be prioritized to those reaches, other opportunities along other restoration reaches to protect lands within or adjacent to those other reaches shown in the illustration will also be considered. In total, 1,084 acres is estimated to be acquired with this proposal. Once the acquisition is complete, channel restoration phases of the project will be completed with the assistance of the Minnesota DNR as funding permits. The watershed district will be the local sponsor responsible for final design, engineering, and construction of the project. The watershed district has developed marketing materials to utilize in soliciting the Reinvest in Minnesota applications when the 2023 funds become available in July. As the watershed district takes various restoration planning reaches towards construction, we come back to the council for the river habitat restoration funding. The watershed district uses a combination of local funds and other grant funds to design the restoration and to work with stakeholders in the project development before coming to the council. The watershed district takes a comprehensive approach to watershed management and expects benefits from this project that include natural resource enhancement, habitat improvements, flood damage reduction, and water quality benefits. For that reason, recognizing all the various benefits to be gained, the watershed district strives to bring in as much leveraging to these projects as it can, which includes funding from Clean Water Fund through the Board of Water and Soil Resources, Section 319, through the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, various federal farm bill programs through the Natural Resources Conservation Service, the CREP program, and the Reinvest in Minnesota program otherwise. In the end, a number of funding sources are utilized to take projects from conception to restoration. In the case of the Upper Buffalo, the watershed district partnered with the Becker Soil and Water Conservation District a few years ago to apply to the MPCA for Section 319 grant funding and was awarded a grant for $613,000. In total, 1.1 million have been spent on a combination of upland treatments installed by the SWCD and design of the restoration for the Upper Buffalo River. A similar story can be told for the first phase of the restoration of the south branch of the Buffalo River. There, much of the land involved had been acquired through the Reinvest in Minnesota Permanent Conservation Easement Program. $1.5 million was spent on rim easements in that area. Locally, the watershed district raises funds annually to provide cost share for grants that help to get these projects off the ground. The request being considered by you ultimately will restore 9.5 miles of stream and permanently protects an estimated 1,084 acres of habitat. This effort will improve habitat for channel catfish, northern pike, and another 70 plus fish species present in the Red River Basin. The restored streams will have higher quality, more complex habitat than is currently provided. Some species of fish will also benefit from the project as a result of a larger quantity of better quality spawning habitat. Northern pike would be a likely fish species to utilize the restored channel for spring spawning along the stream. At this time, I would welcome any questions from the council.
Questions? Looks like you did your job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go on to Southeast Minnesota Protection and Restoration, HA 05.
Are we all visible here? Seating arrangement gets complicated with 3 people. Well, thanks, Chair Hartwell. My name is David Ruff. I'm with the Nature Conservancy. I'm a conservation program manager down in Southeast Minnesota, and I'll let my partners identify themselves as well.
Good afternoon, Chair and council members. I'm Nick Banks, project manager with the Trust for Public Land.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Vanderlinden, program manager with Minnesota Land Trust, working in southeastern Minnesota.
And so, Chair, Council, I want to start off by just thanking you for the opportunity to present today, talk about our proposal, give you an update on the progress of our program so far. And I also really want to thank you for taking time back in June to come down to Southeast Minnesota and see several of our project sites in person. We're really proud of the work that we've done. And so it was a real joy to be able to show you some of what your investment in the region has made possible. Now, as I mentioned on that tour, the Driftless area in Southeast Minnesota, it's one of our state's natural gems. So it's a prized region for deer and turkey hunting. The spring-fed cold water streams actually make it a national destination for trout fishing. And of those of you who were able to join us in June saw the deep meandering stream valleys, the steep bluffs, really provide an outstanding just backdrop to those recreational activities and a whole suite of other outdoor activities. And it's also the biodiversity hotspot of Minnesota. So we have more species in greatest conservation need than any other ecological subsection in the state. This makes it a critical region to work to protect Minnesota's natural heritage for the next generation. But it's also a region that faces serious threats, where less than 5% of the area is in any sort of conservation ownership. Now, thanks to the Outdoor Heritage Fund, this partnership has been able to actually make a real difference in protecting and stewarding that habitat. So just by the numbers, we've protected over 9,000 acres of habitat through fee simple acquisition and conservation easements. And this includes 39 miles of streams as well. And we've been able to restore and enhance over 2,600 acres. But what's more important than the raw numbers is the quality of the habitat that we've been able to impact and its importance for the biodiversity of Minnesota. We've really worked to focus our efforts around key priority areas where habitat conservation will have the biggest impact. And so the map on your handout provided shows how our accomplishments really align with the State Wildlife Action Plan. This is just one example. We've also used mapped sites of biodiversity significance and watershed-based landscape stewardship plans to help us identify the places where, if we can focus our efforts, we really will have the most impact. But maybe more importantly, we've really benefited from close collaboration with partners at the Department of Natural Resources and county soil and water conservation districts who've helped us with planning, prioritization, as well as landowner outreach. This kind of careful work prioritizing our sites has let us protect habitat for 110 different species in greatest conservation need. That includes 9 that are listed as endangered and 22 listed as threatened. To protect these species, we're building out protected complexes that include the whole range of habitat that makes Southeast Minnesota so diverse. And those of you who were able to come join us in June saw one example of this at the Choice Wildlife Management Area Complex. It's a spot we've protected over 2,000 acres, or roughly 3¼ square miles of nearly contiguous habitat. The Root River easement acquisition that is pictured on your handout is another example of this, where Minnesota Land Trust with that project and another easement has protected 200 acres that buffer the 900-acre Brightsdale State Forest unit. So growing out and connecting these habitat complexes makes longer-term management a lot more efficient. This is especially true by enabling the use of prescribed fire on a larger landscape scale. But more importantly, it makes sure that species are able to move around on the landscape and respond to the challenges that we know they'll be facing in the decades to come. By protecting these habitat complexes, of course, we're also providing public access for hunting and fishing and other outdoor recreation. As I mentioned earlier, this is a really popular area for hunting, especially deer and turkey hunting. The demand for hunting land is really high. You can actually see this in the land prices. Recreation land in Southeast Minnesota in some places will easily go over $5,000 an acre. And that demonstrates the demand for hunting opportunities in Southeast Minnesota. Something that, again, with less than 5% of the region in public ownership, there's a need for more of that. And that's a need that this partnership has been helping to fulfill. While protecting habitat is critically important in an underprotected region like Southeast Minnesota, it's also crucial to do the restoration and enhancement work that's necessary to keep high quality habitat on the landscape. The 2,600 acres of restored or enhanced habitat that we've accomplished so far includes restoration of retired crop fields to add new forest and young forest to the landscape. We've enhanced floodplain habitat, which impacts both terrestrial biodiversity, but also improves water quality. And we've been really working on a number of different methods to control invasive species in forests, and especially on battling back the brush that's moved onto our bluff prairies. That latter is especially important. The ecosystem of the driftless area evolved with fire as a common disturbance. And the lack of that fire has made the region vulnerable to invasive species like buckthorn and honeysuckle, while also allowing native red cedar trees to expand beyond their normal levels. And in disturbance-dependent ecosystems like that, ongoing management really is essential to maintaining high-quality habitat. The resources made available by the Legacy Amendment and awarded through the Outdoor Heritage Fund have allowed us to make real meaningful progress reclaiming habitat like bluff prairies and oak savannas, and bringing them back to a condition where they can be again maintained with a regular regimen of prescribed fire. So in accomplishing all of that, we've also been able to establish a track record of getting the funds we've been awarded on the ground and meeting or exceeding our stated goals. As shown in the results to date table on our handout, across the completed reward awards that we've received, we've exceeded our goals for financial leverage, acres protected, and habitat restored or enhanced. We've also established a consistent track record of getting the dollars you've awarded us on the ground. So since 2014, every completed phase has been spent practically to zero. While that table does show some unspent funds in the currently open phases, what's not counted in that table are the projects that we have scoped and ready to go, but just haven't gotten written contracts in place for yet. The biggest example of that likely comes from the Minnesota Land Trust, where they have slates of easement projects with willing landowners ready to go that'll use up the entirety of their phases 8 and 9 grants, plus part of phase 10 already, which was just awarded I think we signed the contract in August. In addition to that, a significant amount of habitat enhancement and restoration projects have also been identified with funds set aside by us to complete them at the appropriate time. Habitat restoration and enhancement is a long-term process, and the time frame allowed in the timeline for these grants makes better projects possible because we can plan the best course of treatments with some certainty around the funding being available when it's most needed. So for our phase 11 proposal, we seek to continue the critical protection work we've been doing and increase the scale of our restoration enhancement work. Specifically, for protection, we're requesting funding to protect an additional 580 acres through fee simple acquisition and another 1,380 acres through conservation easements. Many of these parcels are adjacent to or near parcels that have been previously protected or existing state land. And so there are further opportunities to continue growing the critical habitat complexes that we've created. For restoration and enhancements, this proposal, we're seeking to restore and enhance an additional 1,050 acres of habitat. And this continues a trend from the past couple of asks where we've been really trying to grow this aspect of our program. And it reflects our commitment to the long-term work of habitat management in the region. Basically, so in summary, the partnership has demonstrated success protecting and restoring habitat in a critical and often overlooked region of Minnesota for biodiversity and outdoor recreation. But it's a place where more needs to be done. We're asking for your support to continue that important work. With it, we know we can make a significant impact for biodiversity and wildlife in the region. And with that, thank you for your time and your previous support of our program. And again, for coming down and seeing the work earlier this summer. And we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Rob.
Thank you for the presentation and thank you for the tour in June. I enjoyed it. I know in Fillmore County and Houston County, we've got a chronic wasting disease problem in both the tame and the farmed deer herd. Are you taking that into account on some of this restoration work that you're doing there, and do you see any solutions?
Sure. So thank you, Chair, Council Member. That it's true. So this was kind of ground zero, actually, I think, in the state of Minnesota for chronic wasting disease, especially finding it in the wild herd. And it's in many ways, it is a shame because it has been such a kind of popular spot for deer hunting. Within our work, I haven't seen any literature that connects habitat quality necessarily with the spread of chronic wasting disease. It's really connected more to where you get concentrated feeding. And I think I'm stepping a little outside of my level of expertise here, but our project really is focused on sort of managing habitat. And if anything, hopefully that just provides more places for deer to spread out. I know DNR is taking that issue very seriously. The deer hunters in the community take it very seriously.
Any other questions? Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is HA07, protecting Minnesota's lakes of outstanding biological significance.
Well, thank you. I'm Pat Collins, a Conservation Program Manager for the Minnesota Land Trust in Northern Minnesota. And I have with me today Bob Carls and Annie Knight from the Northern Waters Land Trust, our partner in this application. And we're requesting funding for the second phase of the Protecting Lakes of Outstanding Biological Significance program. This is an effort that grew out of our past work on critical shorelands as funded by the Outdoor Heritage Fund. And as you can see in the results table on the handout, completed work in our program area has leveraged state funds with 2-to-1 match. We've met our targets for acres and far exceeded our targets for miles of shoreline protected. To help refine our targeting of the most important conservation projects in northeastern and north central Minnesota, we have in the past couple of years split the critical shoreline program into 2 components. One focuses on protecting cold water streams that drain into Lake Superior. The other, and the focus of this proposal, addresses the need to conserve lakes, lake shores, and the watersheds of lakes within documented important high quality biological features that include plants, fish, amphibians, and birds. So the focus of the Lakes of Outstanding Biological Significance program is really the result of an opportunity to use information developed by DNR that identifies the highest priority lakes in the state in terms of their biological significance. It also incorporates the ranking of these biologically significant lakes, coupled with the development of well-researched underpinnings of land protection recommendations that sustain the quality of the lakes and help us identify places where we can have the highest return on our conservation investment. Our approach uses that inventory, assessment, and ranking data from the DNR about lake characteristics, along with ecological process information about land use and lake chemistry to help us identify the best of the best lakes with the highest potential for sustainability. DNR biologist Radomski and Carlson's research that was published in 2018 demonstrated the value of using criteria, including measures of resilience to phosphorus loading, watershed degradation, and protection and restoration opportunity costs, along with data on high quality biological communities to prioritize lakes for protection. This research, built on earlier work of DNR biologists Cross and Jacobson, In 2013, their research illustrated the connection between land use disturbance in lakes watersheds, elevated phosphorus, and degraded fish populations. We're using the thresholds that they identified, that of less than 40% disturbed, as a threshold for our prioritization work. DNR is also using these findings to calculate potential conservation return on investment in the watersheds of each of the lakes identified as biologically significant. We use these findings and the calculated return on investment along with GIS-based tools to further narrow down our priorities to identify individual parcels with the greatest conservation impact. Thanks to phase 1 funding for the Lakes of Outstanding Biological Significance program, we have several exciting projects in development, including 2 that are illustrated on the handout. Our priority-driven approach to landowners for outreach has identified substantial and ongoing opportunity to continue this work on these really important lakes. Lakes that, while identified as the best of the best, really have no other targeted conservation program to ensure they remain lakes of outstanding biological significance. Looking specifically at the line in the outcomes table on the handout for the first phase of the Lakes of Outstanding Biological Significance program that was awarded in 2021, you'll see that we're a little bit under budget currently, but we're positioned to complete 4 projects with more than 4 times the deliverables in terms of leverage and acres, and 6 times the deliverables in terms of miles of shoreline. This year, we're also partnering with Northern Waters Land Trust to deepen the impact of this program. So I will turn things over to Bob and Annie.
Thank you. Chairman Hartwell, council members, thank you very much. Northern Waters Land Trust is a land trust centered in north central Minnesota. We're celebrating 30 years this year. We have a staff of 4 and an all-volunteer board of 9 directors and numerous other volunteers from lake associations and other groups in our area. Stakeholder engagement is a key part of what we strive for in being successful in meeting our mission, and we look forward to a continued partnership with Minnesota Land Trust in this opportunity. The role of Northern Waters Land Trust in this program is really outreach services. We have developed relationships with the local stakeholders, the townships, the counties, the lake associations, the tribal governments in the area that we operate in. And we focus on building those relationships and identifying the parcels that are appropriate for conservation along with those local stakeholders. That's a key component of what we do and where we focus a lot of our time and effort. We have also the capability and expertise to do acquisition work, and as a component of this program, where an acquisition will significantly add to critical habitat adjacent to an existing parcel, and we can get that benefit of adjacency, working together with the townships and the counties and our other stakeholders in the area where it's appropriate, we look at acquisitions as one of the tools that we can add to our capability in this program. I would like to stress that when an acquisition does happen, those lands also become available for public use. They're accessible for hunting, fishing, trapping, hiking, bird watching, and other uses. So it's something that has a great benefit beyond just the preservation of the species of biological significance that are targeted in that specific parcel. I would like to turn it over to Annie Knight, our conservation grants manager at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, as Bob said, my name is Annie Knight. I'm the grants manager and conservation specialist for Northern Waters Land Trust. The specifics on this proposal, we're aiming to protect 1,500 acres of land. And within that, 540 acres will be protected via fee title acquisition and 960 acres via conservation easement. In total, we will be protecting 6 miles of shoreline. These lands will be prioritized with a strategic approach using recent data from the Minnesota DNR and the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources and the University of Minnesota, as Pat detailed earlier. All of these lands will be protected within the watersheds of high priority lakes of outstanding biological significance. Now, drawing your attention to the leverage for this proposal, we have a high proposed leverage of $1,236,500. Though, as Pat mentioned, and as you can see on the handout, this program has historically exceeded its leverage goals. In addition to anticipated landowner and lake association match, we recently received grant funding from the Midwest Glacial Lakes Partnership. We were one of 4 programs across the 8 states in the upper Midwest to receive this 2022 funding. And this directly complements this proposal today on lakes of outstanding biological significance. With this grant, we will be evaluating and scoring specific parcels within the watersheds of our targeted lakes of outstanding biological significance. Then this data will be showcased on an interactive online map, which will allow us to conduct effective landowner outreach and systematically prioritize conservation efforts in our north central area. The support we are receiving from the Midwest Glacial Lakes Partnership indicates that protecting these lakes is not just a priority for Minnesota, but is a priority for the Midwest as a whole. And we're very excited about it. In conclusion, we appreciate the opportunity to present on phase 2 of this program, and we look forward to continuing conservation efforts with your support. At this time, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Question? Looks like you did your job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's after lunch. Next is HAO8, Fisheries Habitat Protection on Strategic North Central Minnesota Lakes. Wait a second, I already did that. Go ahead.
Okay, Terry, go ahead.
Oh, Terry, you'll want to unmute yourself.
Okay, here we go. Mr. Chair, council members. I intended to be here with the rest of my team today with you in person, but I came down with COVID this past week, so I'm up here.
Thank you for not coming.
Yeah, isolating, so please excuse any confusion this may cause. My name is Terry Tripp. I'm a volunteer member on the board of directors for the Northern Waters Land Trust. I'm here with my colleagues, Annie Knight, who you already have met, and Ruud Skulderman, the program manager at the Minnesota Land Trust. Our mission is simple: conserve land, protect water. As part of our mission, we have created this partnership with the Minnesota Land Trust to implement conservation measures aimed at protecting cold water fisheries in our 4-county region. We are requesting $10.656 million grant for phase 9 of our fisheries program. As far as the science that we use for this program, we use the University of Minnesota and the Minnesota DNR joint study on changing climate and Tullabee refuge lakes. The title of that study is Simulations of Cisco Fish Habitat in Minnesota Lakes under Future Climate Scenarios. We use this as guidance in identifying and prioritizing the important watersheds in our 4-county area. We also use a tool called the Priority Parcel Web Map that helps us to easily and quickly identify these important areas and then coordinate with various agencies in our area, such as the counties, the DNR, Conservation Roundtable, sometimes the U.S. Forest Service, the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, Soil and Water Conservation Districts, One Watershed, One Plan, and the County Coalition of Lake Associations. The goal of all of us is to try to protect 75% of the total watershed around these critical cold water ecosystems. And with that brief introduction, I will now turn it over to Ruud Skulderman, Program Manager of Minnesota Land Trust.
Thank you. So my name is Ruud Skulderman. I'm with the Minnesota Land Trust. I'm the Mississippi Headwaters Program Manager, and I work together with Northern Water Land Trust on the implementation of the fisheries program. I will give you a brief overview of the success to date and some of the activities that we have done over the past year. To date, we have protected over 3,300 acres through easement and fee title acquisition. We've continued to work over the past year to expand our partnerships, including working, as Terry mentioned, working with local units of government, soil and water conservation districts, the lake associations, Leech Lake Band, Minnesota DNR,
And we continue to coordinate with our conservation partners through the North Central Conservation Roundtable. We have carried out a robust outreach initiative over the past year through a combination of activities. For example, Northern Water Land Trust hosts together at KXC radio a monthly conservation conversation where we talk about land protection, conservation issues in our work area. We've done a targeted direct mailing campaign to high priority parcels within our program. We've done lake association outreach and landowner workshops to educate and generate interest. In addition, we are continuing to update our work by incorporating the research and new insights on cold water lakes that is being done to continue to work with our partners and technical experts to make sure that we have the highest protection and investment for our priorities. With the projects that are currently underway over the past year, together with our partners, we've achieved the 75% protection goal for Cabacona Lake. So we are not just working towards the 75% protection goal, but we are actually also achieving that goal for lakes. Now we're starting to really see impact, so we can actually move some of the lakes off our priority list. We've consistently exceeded our leverage goals, as well as our acreage and shoreline protection targets. Currently, we have an active project pipeline of 1,300 acres under our open grants, so that is enough to expand the available funds and achieve our acreage and leverage goals for our current open grant phases up to 6 through 8. But we also, through our outreach, have seen very strong interest, and we have an additional approximately 1,500 acres that we are currently working on getting in the pipeline based on those outreach efforts. And with that, I will hand it over to Annie.
Again, my name is Annie Knight. I'm the grants manager and conservation specialist for Northern Waters Land Trust. Oh, thanks, Linda. Adding to Ruurd's project update, we also have a robust pipeline of active fee title acquisition projects totaling more than 1,300 acres as well. We are on track to spend our current funding on these projects while continuing to accomplish the local outreach that we have done thus far. This phase 9 proposal seeks to protect 1,724 acres of land and 4.7 miles of shoreline. Breaking that down, that's 844 acres via fee title acquisition and 880 acres via conservation easement. We will continue to target the watersheds of deep cold water Tullabee refuge lakes. Of the 48 Tullabee refuge lakes that are within our 4-county area, we've prioritized 23 of these. This list of priority lakes that have been determined, we've been coordinating with our technical advisory committee, which is made up of a team of local experts in our North Central area. And this technical advisory committee has also counseled us on our scoring methodology, as well as been a part of our landowner application review process. This committee is vital to this program's success because it allows us to stay on track, on point, up to date, and relevant in Minnesota's environmental needs, and especially in our area. We also have strong leverage for this proposal, totaling $897,300, which, as you can see on the handout, we have historically exceeded our leverage goals for this project. Ultimately, our continued goal with this program is to proactively protect the essential watersheds surrounding these Tullabee refuge lakes. Healthy watersheds with intact forests are fundamental to sustaining good fish habitat long-term and ensuring these lakes are resilient to the impacts of climate change. We've had great success throughout our phases 1 through 8, and we know from conversations with our local stakeholders that there is still great demand for land conservation in our area. With your support, we look forward to continuing this effort. At this point, we'll answer any questions you may have on this proposal.
Any questions? Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious. You're getting towards the north end of the state where a lot of county commissioners, legislators, et cetera, are starting to have severe angst over acquisition of more land in their area. And you're suggesting to acquire more again. I'm just curious, what kind of pushback are you getting from county commissioners or locals or whomever, or maybe no pushback? Any thoughts there?
We're always working alongside our counties and the DNR whenever we're acquiring and transferring land. When land is transferred to the DNR for a WMA or an AMA, then PILT payments come along with that. And then when we're working with the counties, they're always very excited. Well, depending on the project and adjacency, and if it's a high priority for them, when we communicate with them and convey land, then they're always welcome to that, because then that allows them to forest that land and generate revenue for their county.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would say that we work very closely with these agencies, very closely with the counties, and there are no surprises when we come to them with these pieces of land. In fact, we won't make these a project unless we have their approval that this is something that they think is very important environmentally for the county, something that they want. So we really do all that coordination prior to jumping into these acquisitions or easements.
Jamie?
Thank you. So I noticed that previous years, the request and proposal was right around $7 million. This year, substantially more. Can you explain what the jump is and then also how it relates back to the amount that you received?
Yeah. From an acquisition point of view, there has been more demand for acquisition. Specifically, the Conservation Fund has a lot of acres in Hubbard County, and they have expressed there's availability of acquisition land. So that's why we have an increased acquisition budget line item, and hence the increased proposal.
And from a conservation easement perspective, there's continued to be very strong demand and interest in conservation easements, as is evident from the outreach that we've done and the response we're getting. So we really see great opportunities from landowners throughout the region.
Any other questions? Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Next is HA09, DNR, WMA, and SNA acquisition.
Chairman Hartwell, members, thank you for the opportunity to present. We are honored to be here. Since this is my first time before you, I thought I'd take a few minutes just to introduce myself. My name is Jeff Tillman. I've been with the DNR for 24 years. 15 years in fisheries, 7 years as a stream habitat specialist, working with partners such as Trout Unlimited and the Steelhead Association on stream restoration grants funded by the LHF Council. And the last year and a half as a land acquisition coordinator, working on WMA acquisitions for the Division of Fish and Wildlife. I grew up in the Twin Cities from a non-hunting family and was introduced to the outdoors through a friend's dad. Like the majority of Minnesotans, my family didn't own a lake cabin, a deer hunting camp, or any other recreational property. I had to look hard to find places to hunt in and around the metro area. I'm fortunate now to live in Grand Rapids, where there's a lot of public recreational opportunities and protected habitat. However, for most counties in the prairie regions, that's not the case. In many cases, there's less than 5% of lands reserved for habitat and outdoor recreation. Presenting today with the opportunity to add additional acres to our WMA SNA system is like coming full circle to add additional recreation and habitat for the next generation of Minnesotans. Next to me is Rick Walsh, who also works on WMA and AMA acquisitions for the Division of Fish and Wildlife. Rick and I are here today asking for your support for Minnesota DNR WMA SNA acquisition proposal. This is phase 15 of our ongoing and successful program. We're asking you to fund another phase of our program because our work clearly fits with the constitutional intent of the Outdoor Heritage Fund to protect, restore, and enhance prairies, wetlands, forests, habitat for fish, game, and wildlife. We've been successful in utilizing our past Outdoor Heritage Fund appropriations to meet or exceed our accomplishment plan goals. Since 2010, we provided over 12,400 acres to the WMA SNA system. To continue our work as outlined in our proposal, we're seeking $5.9 million to acquire 700 acres of WMAs or SNAs in the Northern Forest, Forest Prairie, and Prairie Planning sections. To accomplish our WMA goals, we are focused in the Prairie Planning section, where the need for habitat and recreational opportunities is greatest. We select high priority parcels based on a scoring tool that prioritizes parcels based on a number of factors. One of the keys is the presence of native prairie. Again, a very rare find in many counties within the southwest part of the state. The size of the parcel and whether adjacent to existing conservation areas is also important. We're trying to build on habitat complexes instead of isolated parcels. Parcels that are adjacent to existing WMAs, waterfowl production areas, conservation easements, wild rice lakes, shallow lakes, or prairie grouse breeding grounds are important. The larger the parcel or the complex, the more likely we can develop the habitat needs for a variety of wildlife throughout their life history and seasons of the year. It's nearly impossible for us to provide overwinter habitat, nesting, brood rearing, or adult habitat on small isolated parcels. By increasing our blocks of habitat, we can provide for more wildlife needs as well as greater recreational opportunities. We are also looking for parcels that are in a number of strategic areas, whether that's in a prairie plan, core, or complex, a pheasant plan, or meeting some of the goals of our WMA acquisition plan. Proximity to larger cities is also very important. We need to be sure that our state lands are available to a number of Minnesotans, especially those that can't travel far distances, and the need to spread out the use of those lands. In the case of the Scientific and Natural Area Program, the goals are to preserve Minnesota's natural heritage and prioritizes parcels that again meet a number of goals. They are sites of biological significance contained within the SNA Strategic Acquisition Plan, contain unique, rare animal and plant species. And we're not just talking about game species here, but insects, reptiles, amphibians, as well as rare plant species. Sites that are undisturbed and representative of a specific ecoregion, preserving the best of the best. Public access and connectivity to adjacent public lands is also important. And for OHF funded parcels are also compatible with hunting and fishing. We work with willing sellers, with many landowners contacting the DNR directly for sale. Many have lived adjacent to WMAs and have grown up seeing that landscape and the opportunities it provides, and they want to be part of that and leave a legacy for future generations. We seek county board approval before completing each acquisition, and we pay PILT to counties on all WMA and SNA acquisitions. In addition to acquiring parcels, our proposal also seeks to fully restore the prairies, wetlands, and woodlands of our acquisitions. Prairie restoration includes seeding with grasses and forbs, using burning, graying, or hazing to mimic the natural disturbance that's needed to maintain those habitats that we've restored. We also remove and reroute tile lines to restore wetlands, remove invasive species, and restore woodlands. As an example of the types of WMAs that we're interested in acquiring that we prioritize, I'd like to highlight a couple of recent acquisitions. We recently closed on a 75-acre addition to Clifton WMA in Lyon County. The new WMA was adjacent to the existing Clifton WMA, but was also adjacent to the Rolling Hills WMA just to the north, thus touching WMA on both sides, again adding to the idea of the habitat complex. The property will result in 55 acres of restored prairie 20 acres of restored woodlands, or wetlands, sorry, is within a half mile of a wellhead protection area, helping to protect and improve water quality, and is within 3 miles of Marshall, a town of 13,000. We also acquired a 247-acre addition to Atre WMA in Big Stone County that connected 3 small but isolated WMAs that were purchased during the early Save the Wetlands program. And the Save the Wetlands program was kind of a precursor to our existing WMA program. And it protected individual wetlands, but it didn't necessarily provide upland nesting habitat. Through this acquisition, we not only connected 3 of these small isolated wetlands, but we also provided much needed upland nesting habitat. We improved water quality on the existing wetlands, being able to buffer the runoff entering those, restored prairie, and added additional wetlands to the existing WMA. The new acquisition is adjacent to a waterfall production area, is within a prairie plan corridor, and a pheasant complex. I'd like to address a couple common questions about our proposal that I've seen asked by this council in our current proposal and past proposals. And first is that we don't list any match or leverage in our proposal. And I understand that that can be hard to understand, as many of the other proposers have match listed. As a state agency, we can't make a commitment of funds or leverage without having that funding encumbered or reserved for that specific purpose. At the time of our proposal, we don't know what our acquisition costs will be, and thus we can't encumber matching funds. Historically, we have matched outdoor heritage appropriations for WMA and SNA acquisitions with landowner donations, reinvest in Minnesota critical habitat match, and the surcharge, which is a $6.50 addition to a small game license. It's also important to note that the appropriations received from the council are in addition to the funds that allows us to acquire additional properties that we wouldn't otherwise be able to acquire. There are also several proposals that also seek to acquire property to be added to the WMA system. And certainly there's overlap with those that seek to acquire parcels within the prairie planning section. But we're also looking for key parcels in the transition zone and the northern forest planning sections. But we're also looking to acquire SNAs as well as WMAs. We work cooperatively with our partners, and through these relationships, we've increased our collective capacity to meet the accomplishment plan goals that we each have in our proposals, the goals of the Outdoor Heritage Council, protecting the highest priority habitats for Minnesota. We appreciate your continued support for our program and acquisitions. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? I'm looking online and I've lost it. Are there any questions online or, okay. Amy?
Just a question for staff. I think previously there's been PA projects versus HA projects. Can you remind me what the difference is there?
Sorry.
The different categories of the projects being a PA versus HA.
Prairie acquisition.
Yeah.
Habitat acquisition.
Right. Before it was always under as a prairie acquisition. Now it's have HA. Is there any significance to that, or is it?
Mr. Chair and members, we put it under the habitat because the program expanded or didn't seem to focus so much in prairie. Now it's statewide.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will probably be the same question that Ron asked the previous group is on these WMA acquisitions, SNA acquisitions. I don't think it's just Northern Minnesota County Commissioners and legislators. I think there's concern all across the state from some of them. So what kind of feedback are you getting from those local units of government, local government officials that were these proposed acquisitions are at?
We start with early county coordination. So before we identify a parcel, or let's just use an example that a landowner has contacted us and is interested in selling. And so we start by contacting the district commissioner and to get some feedback as to, what their thoughts and feelings are. And it tends to be very parcel specific. And so we start with early conversations with the district commissioner And if that goes well, we continue to proceed. If it doesn't, then we start with attending county board meetings. And we just work through the questions and try to get the county boards comfortable with our acquisition. But it is a partnership and we are working with better communication with the counties.
You know, I'll just add, by law, we are required to obtain county board resolution of approval when the state is acquiring and purchasing WMA lands.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then one final question where it's pertinent. Is there plans for timber harvest for areas that there are actually something that the timber can be used for?
So the wildlife manager can allow timber harvest if it meets the needs for wildlife management. So yes, timber harvest is part of a tool that they would use for managing for wildlife.
Great, thank you very much. Next is DNR trout stream conservation easements. HA 10.
Just gonna play musical chairs.
All right, thank you for having Jeff and I again. My name is Rick Walsh. I work for Minnesota Department of Natural Resources in our Fish and Wildlife Land Acquisition Program. Back for your handout calls this phase 3 of our trout stream acquisition, trout stream conservation easement acquisition program. It really is more than phase 3. It's the third time that since we've transitioned to an every other year request to this body. This is the third time, but prior to that, we've had several other phases. So we're probably on to about phase 8 or 9, something like that, of what I think has been a successful program. Prior to myself being here, you remember Martin Jennings or Jamison Wendell before you to request funding for this program. And today we're seeking 1.36 million for hopefully acquiring 180 acres in conservation easement and protecting about 11 miles of stream is what our proposal is targeting. I'll give you a little bit of background on our easements, details in the selection of those easements. As with most conservation easements, these remain in private ownership. You know, taxes continue to be paid by the private landowner. But the easement has terms in there whereby the landowner relinquishes certain rights that will help protect that stream corridor, both in-stream habitat as well as the riparian corridor adjacent to the stream are protected through these easements. And also importantly, protected through these easements are cold water springs and other seeps and water sources that are so important in trout streams to keep the habitat or keep the temperature within the required range for trout. These easements also authorize the state or partners to come in and do habitat improvement work. Some stretches of streams, you'll find sloughing banks or other conditions that would benefit from habitat improvement. And these easements authorize that type of work to happen. They allow for public angling, of course. They don't allow for public hunting or other activities. They're specific to angling. And the payment to the landowner is based on a formula. And that tends to be helpful in the process of acquiring these lands, because we can approach a landowner upfront, tell them very close to what their payment will be, rather than going through an appraisal process and then having to play that out, make an offer, half the time get rejected and having to start over with a new acquisition. So the formula is a very beneficial aspect of these acquisitions. For selecting the stretches that we get under easement, we focus in northeast and southeast Minnesota, because that's where the majority of the trout habitat is in Minnesota. There are some streams in central Minnesota that also have trout, where we do seek to occasionally acquire easements there. The funding we use for those has typically been more to our trout and salmon stab funding than Outdoor Heritage Fund, but they would be eligible also.
We focus on building on existing corridors like we've heard from any number of presentations here today. If you can have a complex of connected lands, whether it be an easement or fee title, building on existing protection not only provides a longer stretch of recreation, fishing opportunity for the angler, it provides for a better conserved corridor and more resiliency in that habitat corridor by building on existing. We focus on existing high quality habitat where we're protecting habitat that's already in good shape. And secondarily, we look to those areas that maybe need some habitat restoration that I mentioned a little bit ago, but our primary focus is areas of high quality existing habitat. And we also try to focus, well, it's limited to where the trout habitat is, of course, but where we can, where it's close to population centers to make recreation that much easier, be it Rochester or Duluth or you name it. We've been successful in this program. Like it's an ongoing program. Our open appropriations, one is fully spent out. We have some final work to do, and we'll be submitting a final report on our Minnesota Laws of 18 appropriation. Our other open appropriation is Laws of 21. That one is not fully spent out, but we have purchase agreements for about half of it, and the other half we have transactions in progress that will spend out and meet our goals as stated in those plans. Jeff mentioned as a state agency, we don't commit to leverage up front to a dollar amount, but traditionally we do end up providing leverage. And in the case of the trout stream habitat or trout stream easement acquisition program, that funding comes from trout and salmon stamp, as well as the Reinvest in Minnesota critical habitat matching program. I'll wrap it up with that, and thank you again for your time today, and we'll try to answer any questions.
Questions? All right, thank you. Oh, Scott, sorry, I didn't see your hand up.
Sorry, I'm kind of holed up in quarantine here, so that's why I'm looking a little casual here, why I've been quiet for most of this meeting. I did have a sidebar question. Shortly after we had the tour down in southeastern Minnesota, Mr. Chair, you might recall, there was a terrible news story about the fish kill on Rush Creek down in Winona County. I was wondering if our testifiers, if we ever figured out what the cause of that was.
You know, I heard about it too, and I don't know. I haven't heard if the cause has been determined or not on that.
Okay.
Anyone here know?
It's like 3,000 brown trout were found killed. So I know they're investigating pretty intently.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone in the room, Scott, that even knows, so stay tuned, I guess.
All right, thanks.
I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to HA 11, Metro Big Rivers.
I'm not sure.
We try to be the biggest group every year. Shall I go? Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell and members of the LSOHC. We are pleased to be here. My name is Deb Loon. I am the Executive Director of the Minnesota Valley Trust and the lead for the Metro Big Rivers Partnership. We are here to present on phase 13 of the Metro Big Rivers Habitat Program. Metro Big Rivers is your trusted partner for habitat protection, restoration, and enhancement work in the metropolitan urbanizing area. We are a partnership of 5 experienced, respected conservation organizations with long track records of habitat protection, enhancement, and restoration. With me today and available to answer questions are my partners, Christina Geiger with the Minnesota Land Trust, Bob McGillivray with the Trust for Public Land, Todd Rexine with Great River Greening, and Alex Roth with the Friends of the Mississippi River. The vision of Metro Big Rivers is to build a cohesive network of significant habitat for wildlife, with an emphasis on the corridors and tributaries of the 3 big rivers in the metro area to benefit migrating and resident waterfowl, birds, pollinators, and wildlife, and the 3 million residents of the urban, suburban, and rural parts of the metro area. Metro Big Rivers partners work from their strengths, build on each other's work closely with our local, state, and federal partners to achieve shared objectives for wildlife conservation, habitat expansion, and public access to high-quality natural spaces in the developing Twin Cities metro area. Metro Big Rivers meets and exceeds goals and expectations. To date, we have completed work on over 7,600 acres in the metro area and are working currently on 2,200 acres for a total of almost 10,000 acres completed and in progress to date. We consistently exceed our objectives. We have achieved at least 115% of our goals to date, and we aggressively leverage OHF funds. We have brought $13 million in other funds to our projects, which is equal to 44% of the OHF grant funds spent to date. To continue this work in the metro urbanizing area, we respectfully request that you fund Metro Big Rivers 13. By next July, we will have completed or essentially completed phases 1 through 9, and we will be well into phases 10 through 12. As of today, we have spent $22.4 million and committed an additional $7.1 million in OHF funds. Excluding the phase that just started, we have just $4.6 million of uncommitted funds in current grants. For phase 13, if fully funded, Metro Big Rivers will protect, enhance, and restore habitat over 2,337 acres in the metro area. We will provide high-quality natural areas that are critically important to both wildlife and Twin Cities residents. 1,250 acres will be protected through fee title acquisition, 516 acres through permanent conservation easement, 29 acres will be restored, and 542 acres of important but degraded habitat at 11 public sites will be enhanced. Our handouts provides much of the summary information that I just gave you, as well as brief descriptions of some selected projects that we feel exemplifies our work. With our proposal, we also provided you with fact sheets from each partner that gives you more detail about the projects we anticipate with this grant. We encourage you to review those fact sheets for more information. Because our request of $20 million is larger than usual for us, we'd like to highlight the Keystone Woods project. We have a rare opportunity to protect over 2,600 acres in Washington County. The Keystone Woods property has high biodiversity and features numerous lakes and excellent habitat for a variety of wildlife, waterfowl, and fish. It connects other conservation areas in a corridor to the St. Croix River. Protecting Keystone Woods is a high priority for the DNR and is one of Washington County's top 10 conservation priority areas. The acquisition of Keystone Woods will protect this gem from residential development and open it to the public for high quality hunting, fishing, and other outdoor recreation opportunities. Of the 2,600 acres, 1,840 will become a new WMA. Washington County will acquire the other 760 acres with separate funding, thus leveraging the OHF funds by over $11 million. TPL has a signed agreement with the landowner and will be phasing this acquisition because of its size and cost. TPL will use its existing Metro Big Rivers 10, 11, and 12 grants for the first phase. It proposes to protect the balance of the land through this MBR 13 proposal and its St. Croix proposal, which is also before you. We are very excited about this rare opportunity and hope you feel the same. Bob McGillivray of TPL is here to answer questions. Pat Rivers of the DNR is also in the room to help answer questions if you have them for the DNR. In conclusion, why continue investing OHF funds in the metro urbanizing area? Twin Cities Metro is on the migratory flyway. The metro has significant habitat that should be protected from development and improved to the benefit of wildlife and residents. To build a conservation ethic in Minnesota for the future, we need to make sure everyone has high quality natural habitat and opportunities near where they live, including in the metro. In sum, the Metro Big Rivers Partnership brings experience. We get the job done in the metro area. Opportunity in the metro area, there's significant important wildlife habitat worth investing in through protection, restoration, and enhancement, and leverage. We've leveraged OHF funds by 44% to date with $13 million from other sources, and more is on the way. So we thank you for your support and your confidence in our work, and we would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions out there? No questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next, we go to HA 12, St. Croix Watershed Habitat Protection Restoration Phase 4. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairs and members, and thank you for the opportunity to present on our St. Croix Watershed Habitat Protection and Restoration Program. I'm Katie Sickman, Natural Resources Manager for the Wild Rivers Conservancy and Project Manager for this program. I'll let you two introduce yourself.
I'm Bob McGillivray. I am the Land Protection Director for the Trust for Public Land.
And I'm Wayne Osley, Director of Land Protection for the Minnesota Land Trust.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here today to request funding for the fourth phase of the St. Croix Watershed Habitat Protection and Restoration Program. Phases 1, 2, and 3 of the program are proving to be very successful, and we are ready for the next step. The program is a partnership between the Wild Rivers Conservancy, the official nonprofit friends group of the St. Croix National Scenic Riverway, the Trust for Public Land, and the Minnesota Land Trust. For phase 4, the Trust for Public Land will work to protect approximately 670 acres in fee, and Minnesota Land Trust will acquire approximately 900 acres of conservation easements. The Wild Rivers Conservancy will continue as project manager and will be conducting landowner outreach. As the first federally designated wild and scenic river national park in the country, the St. Croix River and its watershed is a treasure for Minnesotans, one they can truly be proud of. The St. Croix River offers a wild experience within an hour drive of the Twin Cities metro area, and its clean flowing waters, richness of wildlife, including its globally significant mussel populations and world-class fishery, as well as its wealth of public access use, are worthy of protection. One of the St. Croix's most significant attributes are the 41 native mussel species, 5 of which are federally endangered. Researchers believe that all of the mussel species found in the St. Croix River before European settlement are still present today. The federal protections over the St. Croix River only applies to a thin ribbon of land on either side of the river. Beyond that, approximately 75% of its watershed is in part private ownership and is vulnerable to development, fragmentation, and conversion to high intensity land uses. In 2019, our partnership received outdoor heritage funds to kick off one of the first protection programs dedicated solely to the St. Croix River watershed. In July of this year, funds for our third phase became available. Using existing data and management plans, Combined with GIS analysis, we have identified priority areas to focus efforts for conservation easements and fee title acquisition. Once we began landowner outreach in these areas, we quickly learned that Minnesotans in the St. Croix watershed are hungry for permanent protection options. With this being one of the first dedicated pools of funding for this work in the St. Croix watershed, people have been waiting a long time for this opportunity, and their interest in the St. Croix program shows it. As you can see on the back of the handout, funding from phase 1 has largely been spent and a significant amount of phase 2 funds committed. In addition, 1/3 of our phase 3 funds available July of this year is already obligated. To date, the program partnership completed 5 conservation easements totaling over 1,300 acres and nearly 6.5 miles of protected streams, and nearly 730 acres of land acquired in fee. Over 2,000 acres of additional land is nearing protection under phases 2 and 3. As we continue with landowner and partner outreach, we anticipate that interest in our program will only continue to grow. In this proposal, we are expecting to permanently protect approximately 1,570 acres of critical wildlife habitat on the Minnesota side of the St. Croix River watershed through fee title acquisition and conservation easements with continued funding for phase 4. I would like to highlight a couple projects that we are particularly excited about. These projects are outlined on page 1 of your handouts. I won't go into detail as you already heard about the Keystone Woods, but this is a 2,600 acre property and has high biodiversity significance, connects a number of conservation areas, serving as a corridor to the St. Croix River, a number of conservation areas, and contains a number of lakes. This is a very rare opportunity to protect such a large block of high quality habitat so close to the metro. Additionally, the Minnesota Land Trust completed a 460 acre conservation easement over the Grindstone Lake property near the Osprey Wilds in 2022. The protected habitat includes thriving old growth forests, restored prairies, wetlands, cattail marshes, and shoreline on Grindstone Lake, a Minnesota DNR recognized lake of biological significance. The conservation easement protects the property from future development and ensures a legacy for Minnesota's youth that gain exposure to our outdoors through these lands. Projects like these capture the essence and purpose of the Outdoor Heritage Fund, to protect and enhance wetlands, prairies, forests, and habitat for fish, game, and wildlife for the benefit of Minnesotans. To keep our momentum going, we are requesting additional outdoor heritage funds to protect upwards of 1,600 more acres of high quality wildlife habitat. This funding is needed in the St. Croix watershed. We have priority lands identified, applications from landowners, and there's much more untapped potential. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to present our program to you all, and Bob, Wayne, and myself would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions? Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bob, can you just walk us through the phasing of the Keystone Woods? I mean, we heard it in the last proposal, we heard parts, now we've heard another part of it. I just need a clear understanding of how this project is getting broken up, divided up, and funded.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members, we intend to acquire the first phase of this property this winter, roughly 475 acres with existing funding, OHF funding that we have. Then we hope in a second phase to acquire the balance of the property, and that is what we have requested funding for. And we have done that through the Metro Big Rivers and St. Croix program. So it would, be divided up different sections of the property for each of those programs.
Is that good, Mark?
I'm good.
Any other questions? Yeah, Mark?
Yeah, Bob, maybe you could let us know also, I know that the parcel that you're acquiring, hopefully acquiring by December or January, or whatever, with existing funds, I think that's where the retriever training is mostly happening now. Is that correct, out on Kelly Farms?
There is dog training on different parts of the property. There's some that takes place there, but there's training on different parts of the property.
And has there, yeah, and I know it's a huge amount of training that happens out there. Lots of, all kinds of clubs. Are communications going on with DNR? If they were to, you'd be acquiring this land, I presume, and it'd be going into DNR ownership as WMA or some such thing. So is DNR kind of weighing and thinking about that, talking about it?
Yes, I've had a number of discussions with the DNR about this. We're looking into that possibility, whether some of that may continue on some portion of the property. I think that needs to be worked out, but we feel, and I think most people feel, that in any event, it would be best for this land to be protected as opposed to turned into housing, which would not allow any dog hunting on that residential use.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, okay, team, we're way ahead of schedule here. We're scheduled to take a break. 45 minutes. Yeah, if we, as I was just gonna say, are you all ready to take a break? You want to keep going for a while, maybe a few more? Is Shell Rock here?
Yep.
Are you ready to go? All right, we'll continue charging on here. HA 13. Huh? I know. I take, it's easy for me.
Am I good to go? Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to present to you today our Habitat Restoration Program Phase 12 proposal. My name is Courtney Phillips, and I'm a program and project manager for the Shell Rock River Watershed District. The funds we are requesting today is $4,641,900 of total funding that are critical for the benefit of fish, waterfowl, and wildlife, reversing the trend of wetland loss and habitat degradation. Since our establishment in 2003, the district has been implementing or already has implemented projects totaling over $30 million. Of that funding, roughly a third has been appropriated to us through this council, and for that we thank you. With that previous funding, we have completed 5 previous allocations from years 2009 to 2017. You will also see by the end of the month that our Phase 6 Habitat Restoration proposal is going to be submitting our final report, and we fully expended all of those funds. We are also in the process of completing our Phase 7 through Phase 11 proposals. A majority of those projects are already completed. The few that are remaining, they are going to be completed on time if they aren't already completed. We've done great work, but we still have a lot of resources that need our efforts, and that's leading to this Phase 12 proposal. I want to point out that our Habitat Restoration proposal the program has 3 large factors and goals that work together to make it a success. And that includes that 1, habitat restoration projects are targeted to restore wetlands and also their vegetation, improve nesting habitat, waterfowl food sources, and increase overall use days. Second, we will improve our water resources. The district utilizes a variety of practices to enhance and maintain game fish populations, improve waterfowl nesting habitat, repair shorelines and stream banks to prevent erosion, and to improve the aquatic habitat via emergent or submergent vegetation. We also use native species restoration. These complement the many acres of properties that are protected and enhanced by removing the invasive species. This proposal accelerates investments in projects to restore, protect, and enhance habitat identified through the district's planning process for our watershed district. A lot of these projects align with multiple priorities that are listed in the Lessard-Sams RFQ for the Prairie Region Ecoregion envisions. In detail, these projects include, we have 3 acquisitions for protection efforts totaling $1,569,900. And that includes the first one being the Goose Lake acquisition. A landowner came to us. They are wishing to sell 22 acres of wetland fridge habitat as well as upland habitat that borders a current Goose Lake waterfowl production area that is owned by U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
Once we purchase the property, we will go through it for invasive species management. And once that is complete, we will be donating it to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to add on to their current WPA. The reason why we are doing this is one, we're protecting those fringe wetland areas, and then we're also expanding habitat corridors for permanent protection. We also have our Olson property. Again, another family came to us that they have roughly 150 acres of agricultural row crop ground. Southern Minnesota, that's where we're at, and it's predominantly row crop. However, this family wants to take that agricultural ground, turn it into native prairies and wetlands that benefit songbirds, waterfowl, and pollinators alike. The unique aspect about this property is it's dotted with roughly 40 acres of a historic oak stand that they somehow saved from the plow and decided not to farm it, and that's in dire need of protection in our area. Next, we have our Ordallen property acquisition. Although it's relatively small in size, it boasts big importance. This parcel, 28 acres in size, will be protecting and bridging the gap between two previous Lessard-Sams funding acquisitions that we have completed to make it one continuous 240-acre tract of ground. We have the ultimate protection in that area of intermittent marshlands, oak savanna. Basically, we are really guiding that and creating it as one continuous tract. We have our enhancement efforts of $213,000, which includes our Oakland stream bank restoration. This stream project improves the condition of habitat on public land and in implementing a habitat for fish, amphibian, and waterfowl. Currently, this is located in a steep ravine that has high cut banks and it's choked by downed trees. We want to be able to fix the erosion areas and stabilize them, all while incorporating habitat for fish and wildlife. Next, we have our Fountain Lake shoreline. This project will create habitat for fish, cover, and refuge for them as well, and habitat for wildlife. It will restore the growth of healthy aquatic vegetation and the wildlife area driven of Fountain Lake. This project aligns with Lessard-Sams priorities for enhancing shallow lake productivity, as well as providing habitat for our endangered Blandings turtles. Next, we have our restoration efforts of $2,789,000, and that includes the channel restoration. The area of the Shell Rock River that's located between Fountain Lake and Albert Lee Lake has been modified and manipulated for well over 120 years for a variety of reasons, including urban development and railroad expansion. Our goal is to restore this river habitat, reduce erosion associated with high cut banks and failing concrete, increasing the aquatic vegetation in that area, all while improving public fishing accessibility for our youth. We then have our Hogue Stream Bank. This is again building on another Lessard-Sams project that we were doing. I was actually doing construction oversight of a large river restoration, and I had a neighboring landowner came up to me and said, "We have large areas of erosion and issues on our property too. Can you come take a look?" And it's true. These shorelines are eroding. They're smothering out fish eggs and the insects that fish eat. We want to be able to regrade those erosion areas and also install tree wood and towwood habitat so that we're creating a habitat for fish as well as reducing the erosion. And next we have our Olson restoration. This would be following the acquisition of that 150 acres of agricultural ground. We would want to go in and plant native species for an upland prairie mixing. We also want to do the wetland restorations and go through that historic oak stand and make sure that all buckthorn are removed. So phase one would be acquiring the property. Phase two would then be implementing the restoration as funds allow. In closing, our proposal directly addresses the needs identified by the statewide conservation plan for shallow lakes, wetland, and wetland associated watersheds. We are in line for managing our plans to be in line with waterfowl and wildlife habitat, and we look forward to the next stage of work. I would also like to point out that in southern Minnesota, Lessard-Sams dollars are not being spent unnoticed. By far, this is the most foot traffic I have had in our office of people who are asking about projects, proposing new projects, or commending us for projects completed. And so for that, I thank you, because it truly makes my job very, very rewarding to sit here and tell you all the great things that are happening and that more projects are stemming from previously completed projects. So thank you. And I'm here to answer any and all questions you may have.
Thank you, Courtney. I think I said this last year. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Shell Rock is happy. They should be glad they have you.
Thank you.
Any questions, council members? Yes, Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to consolidate, I'm trying to reconcile some of the stuff that I'm seeing here. So the Goose Lake is going to the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Correct.
The Olson property and the Pickle Lake property, after you acquire and restore, the plan is to,
Transfer them to the DNR. So historically, what the district does is we acquire the properties, we use funds to restore them. We maintain that ownership for 1 or 2 years until all restoration efforts are complete. The parcel is in the best condition it can be, and then we transfer it over to the DNR for long-term management. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? None? Looks like you did a great job again, Courtney. Thank you. Hey, team, we have 3 left, huh? This is unbelievable.
we'll take a half an hour break.
Mark wants to take a half-hour break. All in favor, say aye. All in favor, opposed, no, no. I got that. Mark gave me that to use. It's a new regime here, folks, just so you know. All right, HA 14, are you here? Integrating Habitat and Clean Water, Phase 2. They are here.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
I am not Bill Penning.
I won't
Bill is
talk.
listed as the project submitter, but I am Julie Westerland with the Board of Water and Soil Resources. Bill, my colleague, I believe is in the room online and available to answer any questions that we might have. Good afternoon, Council. I'm really excited to be here to talk to you about our proposal to connect the Board of Water and Soil Resources transformative watershed work with the council's mission to protect, enhance, and restore priority habitats in Minnesota. And I'm going to frame my comments in 3 themes. First, opportunity, second, strategy, and third, leverage. Opportunity. One Watershed, One Plan, the One Watershed, One Plan program is dramatically changing how local governments approach watershed management. They're working together across political boundaries to strategically identify resource management priorities and set measurable goals for a variety of issues. And we're making really good progress across the state getting plans done. We've got 60 planning boundaries, and you can see on the handout that we've got more than half, in fact, almost the majority of the state now participating in the program. We've got 28 plans approved and 6 more in the review process. So we're making very good progress, and these plans are setting the direction of watershed work for decades that our local government partners are doing. The plans are developed using the best available science and discussions that really align local values and state strategies. Things like the Prairie Plan, the Fish Habitat Plan, the Lakes of Outstanding Biological Significance, landscape stewardship plans, all come together in these One Watershed, One Plan efforts, along with local prioritization conversations that result in a set of measurable goals that can also tell the groups how far they need to go and when they're going to be done. And these plans all contain activities that are eligible for the Reinvest in Minnesota program, and they have the opportunity to achieve multiple benefits. Right now, the plans tend to be fairly water quality oriented because the Clean Water Council has promised in their strategic plan sustained funding to implement these plans, but that funding, as you know, is limited to water quality work. And this proposal represents an opportunity for more comprehensive funding package that provides multiple benefits in implementation, starting in the uplands with long-term habitat protection and restoration in both forests and grasslands, and working down to wetland and riparian areas and restoration and protection of those, and then finally in lake and in-stream water quality projects. So these plans really are comprehensive. They're running the gamut from the upland to the lowland and the habitat and the water quality in between. And we're really trying to drive the stacking of those benefits. Secondly, strategic. This is a strategic move that can benefit both the council and Minnesota's habitat resources and local implementers. Taking this approach, running the program through Bowser, allows local implementers to work directly through Bowser's existing RIM program, which they're very comfortable with, to implement their watershed plans. And that is going to remove some administrative barriers for them. It's strategic because it uses the watershed planning process to identify opportunities statewide, not just where current RIM programs are available. And it's strategic because we're going to be using a ranking and scoring system that builds on our current system for evaluating RIM proposals, but also adds in the added benefit of the local planning process, which is multi-jurisdictional across a region and based on the best available science and drives to multiple benefits and incorporates not only those local priorities, but state priorities as well. And then finally, this project is about leverage. We're going to be leveraging funding for water projects, including the clean water funds that the Clean Water Council has committed to providing in their strategic plan. And we'll also be leveraging partnerships. A really key role for local governments is matching landowners with the resources that they need to care for their land, whether it's non-governmental organizations, federal, state, or local programs. And partnerships are really critical to getting things done, and local governments are a really great connection to back to the land. So we're going to be leveraging those partnerships. And finally, we're going to leverage outcomes. Outcomes are a really key element of the One Watershed, One Plan program. And these groups are all setting measurable goals where we can quantify the benefits of the work that they're doing, both for habitat and water quality and the other goals that are being set in these plans. So an example, you might remember hearing in January 2020, we had Melissa Barrick from the Crow Wing SWCD come and talk about the plan for the Pine River, and they've set goals of 75% forest land protection in their priority lake watersheds. And that provides those dual benefits. And they're actually able to measure when they get to that point of having that watershed protected based on the science that's out there. And so this is happening all over the state, and it means that watershed partnerships are really better positioned to quantify the benefits associated with their work. As I've already stated, we've got folks interested and excited about the opportunity here, and we have more watershed-based plans that are being developed and adopted by local partnerships all the time. So it really is a great opportunity for the council to support strategic investments that are going to leverage funding, multiple benefits, and measurable outcomes. Thank you. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have them. And Bill is here, and Sharon from Bowser is here as well.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know if we missed Bill pending at all.
I'm okay with that.
Bill really appreciates that.
That wasn't nice, was it? Any questions, Council? Yes, Jamie?
Just a quick question to clarify. So you said there's 28 approved plans in the state currently. Is that by county or is that?
No, they're by watershed.
Okay. How many total watersheds are there?
There are 60 watershed-based planning boundaries.
Okay. So then those other watersheds that don't have an approved plan, they would not be eligible for this?
No, not yet. No, they would only be eligible once their plan is approved and adopted locally. So Bowser approves those plans and then they get locally adopted.
What are you seeing for the reason why they don't have a plan? Is it basically
they're still in
resources?
development? We have to phase out the number of, so we offer planning grants to get these plans done. Bowser provides planning grant funding, but we can only fund 6 or 7 or 8 a year. And we've been doing this since 2016. And so we are now up to 54 groups that are participating in the program. Most of those that are not part of the 28 that are approved are just in the plan and development process.
So it kind of comes on a resource issue why they don't have an approved plan yet.
Yeah, that's right. But they will have an approved plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're talking about 10 million here, the Clean Water Fund. You have any idea what they're thinking about in terms of investing in this?
$80 million is what is in the legislative proposal currently.
Okay.
So the goal actually is to have 60% of the overall Clean Water Fund be dedicated to implementing these plans. That's the magnitude of the commitment that the Clean Water Council has made. So, that's really going to drive the local government work toward water quality work, unless we can provide a more comprehensive set of resources for them to do habitat work as well and really get those multiple benefits. So it really is a great opportunity to stack together the two funds and have them work together.
Any other questions? Yes, Ashley?
Thank you. I was just curious, based on what you just said, what's the timeline for that? I mean, so in the urgency section that you filled out, it talks about the multiple benefits, but I'm curious if you can say more about like timeline and time urgency.
So each of these plans is a 10-year plan. And we have the 28 that are approved right now, and they are in the process of implementing those plans. So the $80 million is for 2-year grants to each of these planning efforts that will continue implementing in, as things go along. But the farther we get down the road of planning, and the more those plans are viewed as water quality plans, the fewer opportunities we have to get those habitat elements really elevated to the level of priority that the water quality elements are elevated to. It's not to say that they couldn't go back and amend their plans at some point, but we'd really like to have them see the opportunity to tap into outdoor heritage funds as well as the clean water funds and really start thinking about these more as true comprehensive plans. And many groups are already doing that. We just think that there's more that could be done and more specificity, especially in the habitat piece. So it's really the fact that the planning process is happening right now, and that window is going to close relatively soon. By 2025, we aspire to have all these plans done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I would just say this for the benefit of our audience here. We have been operating for a long time on what I would say piecemeal environmental conservation efforts. We protect the wetland, protect the prairie, etc. Some of us have thought for a long time we should take a more overview of an entire watershed and go after it from a standpoint of water, soil erosion, wildlife habitat, all of these things pertaining to an entire watershed instead of just piecemeal work, which is what we have been doing. So this is what is happening now. So
Yep.
I just find that the title of integrating habitat and clean water be very boring. I think you got to come up with a new title.
All right, well, we're open to suggestions.
All right. If there are no more questions, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have our Cannon River folks here? We do. HA 15. Cannon River Watershed Habitat Protection Restoration Program. When you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for inviting us to present to you today. I'm honored to have the opportunity to tell you about the Cannon River Watershed Habitat Protection and Restoration Program Phase 12, ID HA 15. My name is Alan Kraus, and I'm the Conservation Program Manager for Clean River Partners, a small environmental nonprofit located in Northfield, Minnesota. And here with me today is Nick Banks, Project Manager with the Trust for Public Land, and Dr. Brad Gordon, the Southern Minnesota Program Manager with Great River Greening. More than a third of the Cannon River watershed was once wetland. Today, agriculture dominates the landscape, and what remains of the watershed's prairies, forests, and wetlands amounts to about 18% of the original biomes. Due to invasive species and past residential, industrial, and agricultural development, many of these important habitats are now impaired or degraded. However, and fortunately, there are still lands with ecologically significant habitat worthy of protection. And importantly, there is an incredible land ethic among landowners in our watershed. People reach out to us regularly because they are passionate about this very special place in the southeast corner of Minnesota. The areas we are proposing in this collective protection and restoration effort are within an hour's drive for 3.4 million people, more than half of all Minnesotans. And access to outdoor space is more important than ever. The Cannon River watershed contains several ecosystems and highly valuable habitat for a wide variety of wildlife. These protected lands afford quality hunting opportunities for waterfowl, deer, pheasants, and turkeys, as well as trout fishing. to literally millions of people who might need a place to recharge in nature away from their city or suburb, or people where I live in the agricultural heart of Minnesota who might also want to enjoy and recharge in our natural lands. Protecting, restoring, and enhancing diverse and resilient habitats benefits all of Minnesota. It keeps our air and water cleaner, helps to mitigate the impacts of climate change, and conserves the biological diversity that belongs to everyone. Public land provides an opportunity for recreation and health to those who do not have access to private natural lands, whether that be for hunting, fishing, hiking, or other outdoor pursuits. I know I speak for many in saying that we are grateful for the previous support from the Outdoor Heritage Fund. To date, we have protected 17 places in the Cannon River watershed, totaling more than 2,600 acres. One unique aspect of this region is that it is the only place in Minnesota and in the world, frankly, where a tiny flowering plant, the dwarf trout lily, grows. Through the Outdoor Heritage Fund, we created Trout Lily WMA near Faribault, Minnesota, permanently protecting and initiating the ongoing restoration of this rare plant's critical habitat. We have a proven track record. As you have seen on our proposal handout, and permanently protecting more than 2,600 acres, we've created 9 new wildlife management areas and 1 new aquatic management area. And we expanded 6 WMAs and 1 scientific and natural area. We've completed 337 acres of habitat restoration and enhancement across 8 WMAs and 1 regional park. Restoration activities conducted by Great River Greening began in 2018, which was phase 8 of this partnership, and work on 12 WMAs and 2 regional parks is currently underway. We've met 100% of our land protection deliverables under our completed OHF grant appropriations and 94% of our land protection deliverables with all active grant appropriations. In phase 12 of this habitat protection and restoration work, we will build on the great success we've had through all previous phases of this program. With phase 12 funding, we'll address the continued local demand, capitalizing on the strengths of our respective organizations to conduct thorough community outreach to local landowners and partner agencies, and then follow through to permanently protect land through fee title acquisition and conduct much needed habitat restoration on protected lands. Our request to fund phase 12 will permanently protect approximately 1,273 new acres and restore or enhance approximately 605 new acres. We'll continue to work with the Minnesota DNR, Division of Fish and Wildlife, to restore and enhance WMAs and AMAs. We will also work with counties within the watershed to restore and enhance natural areas on county-owned land. Our request, we know there is an incredible demand now. There are more opportunities available for land protection and restoration in the Cannon River watershed than current funding allows us to complete. Specifically, the partnership is pleased to share with the council 1 current project and 1 proposed project that are emblematic of our approach. The first is the Prairie Creek WMA addition, a 135-acre addition to the 460-acre Prairie Creek WMA that was protected by the Trust for Public Land utilizing Outdoor Heritage funds back in 2013. Prairie Creek WMA is an absolute gem of native prairie habitat located 10 minutes outside of Northfield, Minnesota. The recent 135-acre addition will square out the boundaries of the WMA, will protect additional existing native prairie habitat, and will be restored through the proposed restoration and enhancement activities. The protection of this critical property depended upon receiving funds from the council as requested in previous proposals, and further funding will allow the partnership to finish the restoration process. The second project we'd like to highlight is the Faribault WMA addition, an upcoming land acquisition that will be purchased later this year and transferred to the Minnesota DNR in 2023. This acquisition will protect critical habitat for the wood turtle, Glyptomus insculpta, a threatened species in Minnesota and considered by many conservationists to be one of the most threatened turtle species in North America. The Faribault WMA addition provides an opportunity to restore portions of the tract currently in agricultural production, while also preventing future sand and gravel extraction. Restorations and enhancements will focus on buffering the stream corridor of the Straight River, which flows through the property, while also increasing prairie, grassland, and brushland habitats, providing more productive cover for wildlife. This project demonstrates the collective approach of the partnership to protect and restore habitat across the watershed in strategic locations that provide significant impact for area wildlife, and in particular, a species in greatest conservation need, like the wood turtle. In phase 12, we will acquire properties that will add land to WMAs acquired under previous phases of the program. Our work will continue to build and enhance those initial investments of protected habitat complexes. And led by Clean River Partners, our partnership will also continue to work with the Minnesota DNR and local governments to coordinate conservation across the watershed. In closing, the goals of this program are to protect existing high-quality habitat, restore degraded habitat, prevent degradation of water quality, and provide public access. Together, our organizations represent a partnership that is specifically working to preserve and enhance lands and natural areas in the Cannon River watershed. We know that degradation and loss of habitat can have a significant negative impact on public investments, especially on infrastructure, and diminish outdoor experiences. The Cannon River Watershed Habitat Protection and Restoration Program, Phase 12, delivers a means to continue to turn around habitat loss and degradation. By funding Phase 12, the council will be creating new and better opportunities for hunting, hiking, fishing, birding, and photography, just to name a few of the many activities available for literally millions of Minnesotans who will be able to actively enjoy the rare species and mix of biomes in the protected wildlands of the Cannon River watershed for decades and generations to come. Thank you. And I nearly ran out of breath. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll take questions if you have them.
Thank you. Very poetic. Any questions, council members? None? Well, I've been waiting to give this speech for weeks. I floated the Cannon River a month or so ago, put in at Welsh Village and went down to Highway 61. And we filmed it too. And this is totally off the record. The smallmouth fishing was very, very good, but nobody can say that outside of this room. And Zoom. But my float down the Cannon River was also very, very disturbing. That river is abused terribly. Huge banks of erosion, piles and piles of timber piled up around different bends. I looked at that, having some experience looking at some of the trout stream work that's done in the southeast. I go, there's not enough money anywhere to make this Cannon River look even pleasant again. It's ugly. And in your presentation, I hear nothing about addressing anything on the river, although to your defense, there's not enough money in my estimation, but it's awful. The Cannon River goes through a beautiful valley, but the river itself is ugly. Any thoughts about that?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll say that I thought your comments were off the record.
No, just the fishing.
Maybe just the
good
bass
fishing I had.
I suppose, yeah. Well, thoughts, yeah. I mean, that's quite a bit to take in just a moment's time, and without question, you know, the work of many, many folks for a lot of years has really been to address the concerns that you've identified. And and going forward, I mean, we do a lot of work with the agricultural community, our organization does, as well as the tremendous amount of effort to integrate with all of the SWCDs and county boards and communicate the need for addressing exactly what you've outlined to us here. So, of note, the Cannon River is one of 7 wild and scenic rivers in the state of Minnesota. We do track and have tracked the biological diversity in the watershed. There's some significant pluses in that area. And of course, concern about the river doesn't end with the chair. It, of course, carried with all the local community there as well. I might turn to my colleagues to see if they want to comment the chair's responses.
Yeah, Brad Gordon, so Southern Minnesota Program Manager for Great River Greening. Yeah, I'll get on camera here first. Yeah, thank you, Chair and members. And the comments are, yeah, well intended, I'm sure, and yeah, we appreciate them. And just to know, those kinds of changes take time. And I know we just heard a presentation before us talking about watershed plans, and so those kinds of restoration projects within the river are, extensive. And so we definitely approach it from a watershed perspective. And we're working on multiple phases and over multiple years of protecting and restoring land and retaining more water that contributes to those kinds of erosion events. And so, so yeah, it's on our minds, and we want to keep on improving the watershed over time. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I just don't want to be a pessimist, but and I understand the watershed work you're doing will hopefully subdue rainfall events that might pour into that river, which I think happened a few years ago, which is also explains one reason why there's unbelievable piles of trees all along that river, because the banks got eroded and the trees fell in. I mean, it's not rocket science. But as I floated it and looked, I just thought, there's no way the Cannon River is ever going to look pristine again. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I'll live long enough to see it. But I'm glad you're aware of it. You might take another float trip yourself and count the trees in the river. Anyway, thank you very much. Unless you have something more to add.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I maybe misunderstood when you did the float down the river. There was a significant set of tornadoes that went through the Faribault and Northfield area 4 or 5 years ago now. And with that, they lost a tremendous amount of trees that have come across the river and really created quite a situation for cleanup at this point. So there's engagement of DNR and quite a few others in terms of trying to learn what we can do there. But
yeah,
that
may be. I don't know if anybody's cleaning enough, but anyway, enough about my float trip. I just wanted to share that speech. So any other comments, council members? Thank you very much for your presentation. All right, last, not least, we have is Kathy here with the Conservation Partners Legacy? He probably isn't yet. She was. She was?
I am.
Oh, she is. I am, she said. The Conservation Partners Legacy Grant. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Kathy Varble, and this is David Stein, and we are here representing the Conservation Partners Legacy Grant Program. Today, we are here to ask you for continued support for the small grants program that has funded 930 projects throughout the state through over 265 unique organizations over the last 13 years. Our grantees and their partners have worked in 84 counties in Minnesota. You can see a list of those counties and the number of projects in each county on the proposal illustration. Last year, 87 grants were awarded with 2 rounds of traditional and metro applications and 5 rounds of expedited conservation project or ECP applications. There are projects from all varieties of local units of government, institutions of higher education, regional, state, and national conservation organizations, and local chapters within those conservation organizations. 27 of our applicants last year were new to were submitting applications for the very first time ever to CPL. There are awards for $5,000 up to $400,000. And even though the required match for CPL is 10%, we very often see an average of about 20% pledged each year. Some of the projects that were funded by CPL last year include Aiken County. They will acquire 40 acres that are landlocked among county land to avoid forest fragmentation, allow for public access, and give the county the ability to manage the parcel and surrounding county land at a larger landscape level. The city of St. Paul will be removing invasive species and restoring woodlands in Sweet Hollow and the Dayton's Bluff and Railroad Island neighborhoods of St. Paul, just a couple of blocks from downtown St. Paul. The Roseau River Watershed District will be reconnecting and restoring peatlands in Lost River State Forest. And in Cook County, the Ryla Woods Foundation will be diversifying their forests and introducing climate-forward tree species so they can better adapt to a changing climate. The application system for the next round of applications is currently open. The first round of expedited conservation project applications actually closes today, but round 2 will be open tomorrow. Traditional and metro project applications will close on September 19th. And now David's going to tell you about some of the projects that he was able to visit this summer.
Mr. Chair and council members, thank you for allowing me to testify today on behalf of the CPL program. For the record, my name is David Stein and I'm the new program administrator in CPL. And this year I was given the opportunity to monitor several CPL projects on site and see how our partners were using their CPL grants. I'd like to highlight 6 projects or 6 CPL projects that accomplish our shared goals of habitat restoration, protection, and enhancement. Each picture that I've included on our handout illustrates a brief story of how projects help accomplish our goals. The front page of this handout with those 6 pictures are where I'd like to start today. First, habitat restoration often takes the most work, but often leads to the greatest habitat rewards. On the top left is a view of a stream bank restoration and reforestation project in Finland, Minnesota, that is testing a new method of reed canary grass control while bringing back beneficial trees and shrubs for local wildlife. On the top right is a prairie restoration project on over 100 acres of formerly corn and soybean rotation right below Rattlesnake Bluff, which is located in Frontenac State Park. This project expanded the natural beauty of our public lands. Our partners are also using the CPL program to protect rare and vulnerable native species, as well as make new unexpected discoveries. The picture on the middle left shows 2 specimens of pale purple coneflower. Normally, this plant is not thought of as being native to the state of Minnesota, with its northernmost range being found just across the border in northern Iowa. However, these specimens were found in a remnant prairie, one that was never seeded or plowed, meaning that this might be a new species record for the state of Minnesota, one which might have not been found without the use of CPL funds. On the middle right is one of many healthy clusters of great blanket flower, a special concern species on a newly restored piece of prairie in Otter Tail County. Finally, CPL funding helps enhance habitats to keep them functioning in a healthy and beneficial way for local wildlife. On the bottom left is one enhancement method using grazing animals like goats to eat away the invasive species problem, clearing the way for native species regrowth and replanting. On the bottom right is a cleared oak savanna where at one point throughout its history, it was so full of buckthorn and invasive honeysuckle that you couldn't see a couple feet past your face. However, now it is home to several species of native grasses, sedges, and wildflowers, and several savanna specialist birds like wild turkey and the rare red-headed woodpecker. If you flip the handout over, you'll see a brief overview by numbers of where we've been this year. Between February and today, we have monitored over 35 individual CPL projects awarded between 2019 and 2021. 21 partners were represented in those visits, and projects visited this year were located in 19 counties throughout the entire state. The projects that we visited this year were those valued at above $250,000, meaning that they required an annual visit. And those above $50,000, which required one visit over the course of the entire grant. Again, thank you, Mr. Chair and council members, for inviting me to speak on behalf of the CPL program. And on behalf of all the small conservation organizations, thank you for your continued support of the CPL program. And we'll gladly take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Mark?
Hey, Mr. Chair, looking at CPL, is there, I mean, I think from my perspective and talking with other members, it's something that we appreciate the work that you do and that, and the opportunity that CPL provides the public to get access to. Is there anything that should change about the program from our side that you see would make it better?
Or that bad, huh?
Mr. Chair, members.
You know what, if you want time to think about it.
I need time to think
That's
about
fine.
that. Thank you.
No,
I
it's fine.
appreciate that.
No, I appreciate that. No, but it's just, I've talked to a lot of different communities who have accessed this. I've talked to and seen the list, so I know it's a very popular program. But I just want to make sure that we're not, if there's things that we can do to make it easier for you, or that could improve the flow of dollars out from our end. Take time to think about it and send them in.
Excellent, thank you. I will.
Jamie?
Along those same continuous improvement process lines, I was curious if you could just kind of summarize some of the things that have been implemented over the last few years, or we've done some changes to the CPL program to make it better for those using it. Could you summarize a couple of those items and then your review of those? Have they worked good? Are there some things that we could do better, or, you know, what is the outcome of those changes that have occurred in the last few years?
So I'm going to stretch back a little further than a couple of years or a few years, but I'll also incorporate the last few years. So I think the biggest, most helpful change that was made to CPL was the ECP program. The ECP program is very popular and is very helpful for a lot of small organizations that might just be starting CPL work. It's a much easier application. Everything goes a lot faster with ECP. So I would say that's the first thing. And we've made a few changes to ECP, but generally that is a really popular and it tends to be a great program. In the last few years, we've been updating our application system so that people have more access to various documents online and are able to upload documents and do all of that themselves. I think that we have one of the best application systems at the DNR for people to apply. So it's made it a lot easier. Everything is electronic. And we're able to go in and look at applications while people are filling them out, and we're able to help them through getting their applications done. So those, I think, are some of the biggest changes. But then also just this year, we're implementing a higher award and higher project costs. And I've already seen, so our application system for traditional closes next week. And I think there's 4 applications already that are above $400,000. And I've heard a lot of questions about the $1 million project costs. So I think that those are 3 of the big changes that we've made that have been helpful for CPL. And hopefully we can continue to improve. If anybody hears of any improvements out there that, you know, they'd like to see CPL make, we're happy to continue to improve the program.
Ashley, did you have a question?
Thank you. I was just curious if you could say a little bit about what projects don't get funded or maybe like a percentage of projects that apply for funding and don't get funded? I'm just curious to know like what's not getting through.
Sure. So, there are not a lot of projects anymore that don't get funded. We try to work with applicants so they may apply one round and not get funded, but then we get a lot of feedback from our technical reviewers and our habitat experts at the DNR of how they can improve their application and come back and reapply, and then they'll get funded. There are a few projects here and there that our technical experts think that they would be better suited for like a Parks and Trails grant or Clean Water grant or something like that. But honestly, we try to work with people to get them into the correct grant program. And then if CPL is it, we try to work with them so that their project does fit within the CPL guidelines and our habitat experts are happy with them. Because we have a lot of reviewers and we get a lot of feedback about projects while we review them. So we give that back to them and ask them to reapply with those changes in mind.
All right, any other?
Are there any capacity issues on like the DNR side of things in terms of being able to push those? These are a lot of projects, right? And it's great that we have such a diversity of folks that are doing them. I'm just curious about also the capacity for the DNR to be able to make sure that the implementation goes well for the ones that are partnering with the DNR.
So do you mean specifically DNR land? So if it's on state land? I think that typically our land managers will work with partners when they have the capacity. They don't overextend themselves, I don't think, very often. And when there are capacity, they might not have the capacity to work on more projects because they already have OHF or other CPL projects. They typically, I don't think, apply for more, but I can't speak for all of our land managers at the DNR.
Thank you.
Okay, is that it, Mark?
As long as we're in capacity, your capacity. I know there was a little bit of a change this last year that helped you out, and Mr. Stein was brought in. So now we have 2 employees with doing the CPL program. Previous, it was 1, and it was quite evident, at least to me, that that was insufficient. Not because you weren't doing a good job, because you're, I think, about ready to burn out. And we don't want to have that happen. Is 2 enough? Is with the level of funding, the level of applicants and everything else?
Mr. Chair, members, I think so for now, yes.
Okay, any other questions? Well, team members, that concludes day 1 of this mind-blowing agony. Now we've agreed to discuss what we heard today. If you have anything you want to, among ourselves, but you folks are welcome to tune in. This is as a way, as Dave and I thought, for us to find out what everybody else is thinking, which helps. I know what I'm thinking. I'm curious what you all are thinking. So anyway, I'll just say I do miss some of the video things that we had in the state office building, other things that help me understand what some of these projects are, but I'll get over it. That's one thing I came to mind. As far as the projects are concerned, we each have our own opinions, and that's wonderful. I still have trouble looking at WA01 in Mankato. I have trouble not thinking it's just a park without picnic tables. But I guess I will never know without going down there and looking at it. But that's just a thought I have, and I talked to Jamie a little bit, she's from down there, but that's just a thought I had about some of these. We just don't do picnic tables. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with picnic tables, but that's not what our assignment is, as I understand it. I'm sorry? Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts? Jamie?
I'm speaking out loud here, as far as the Keystone Woods project that was proposed as part of the HA 11 and HA 12 Metro Big Rivers and St. Croix watershed. Have we had projects like that in the past where they've been on two different proposers lists? And what are some of our past experience with that, or how have we handled that as far as funding goes?
I can't think of another situation where it's been broken up into two proposals that have come on the same meeting or the same hearings. Blandon, of course, was huge, and that was broken up into 2 fiscal years, half in each fiscal year. This was not at this point. I suppose anything's possible, but I can't recall anything where it's been broken up into 2 systems like this. Not that that's right or wrong, I just don't know.
I'm wondering if it wouldn't be possible to do I was wondering if it wouldn't be possible to pull people together and do a quick tour out there to see that one.
Yeah.
For those who can do it, I get it. It's kind of, our calendars are, and hell, we're already into the first quarter of September here. It's gonna go fast, but that's a significant acquisition. Particularly in the metro.
Mhm.
And I'm just wondering if we shouldn't have a discussion of having a better accounting and timeline than having it in 2 separate, maybe have a conversation of pulling it out and having a direct proposal. But I was talking about, I mean, I think for those who've never been there, to go and just even drive the outside edge of it, it's a pretty, I think it's a pretty imposing piece of property that in one contiguous block.
Yeah. I was out there last week or the week before, I think it was the week before last, doing with my son and his dog and a friend. And it's like you're on the rolling plains in North Dakota. Part of that is just, and it potholes all over the place. It's really pretty. Incredible piece of property, but we could set up a tour out there. If you want, I get an informal tour, probably not until middle of next week or something like that. Or it could be later, but if you want to get it sooner before the scorings are done or due, because I think they're due, is it 2 weeks from today? Yeah.
When is the scoring due?
I think it's the 26th, 2 weeks from today, I believe.
You have to do it fast.
Mhm.
Any other comments about what we heard today, Tom?
Well, first of all, just the sense in this room versus the SOP, I think this is a more comfortable room. I don't know if it's the new HVAC or whatever. It's just pretty nice.
Yeah.
And they just say here the street, this whole thing out. And the other thing I'd say is my sense over the 2 different terms, 8 different years that I've been here, is I'm feeling pretty comfortable with the way these grant requests are coming in. People seem to be working together. We seem to be looking at what other people who are successful are doing. So just happy.
Okay. Anybody else? Ashley?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to comment that in going through a lot of these proposals, we see a lot of really important work to be done, right? And there's a lot of projects up for funding. When it comes to urgency, the question that asks, the urgency of the project, a significant portion of these have written that, you know, landowners are looking to sell and, you know, you have to take advantage of that. But that's across all these different projects. And so it gets a little tough to figure out, well, if they're all urgent, what makes them important or different? So I guess this is just me on the record saying I would love to see a little bit more diversity of answers to that question within the proposals regarding, okay, clearly you do have to take advantage of landowner offers and willingness to participate or, you know, put up their land. But also a lot of the different projects, that's the case. So what is the difference between the different projects that are up, especially when you've got a lot of similar groups collaborating, which is exciting, which is good. But how do you tell a difference then between what's important and urgent when a lot of the answers are the same?
Good point. Good point. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I was just gonna say, I think there's a lot of really good proposals here and we just don't have enough money. I mean, I'm looking at, I'm looking at what I've done already and it's like, holy crap, I'm running out of cash. So I'm just sad we don't have more money because I think all of this stuff is super important. And Ashley's point about the urgency piece does help you narrow things down a little better so you can figure out what to do and, you know, when to do. But yeah, I just wish we had more money.
We all wish that. Just have to cut everybody. That's up to you. I'll just have, I'm gonna throw this out because I like to have as much transparency. There were a couple projects that, and I'm just kind of going on hearsay here a little bit, but we're asking for a DNR's opinion, and we were told, or I heard, and Bob Meyer's not here, that DNR, the field people were not allowed to reply to some of these proposals or whether they supported them or not. I go, what country are we living in here? So some of it I get, but some of it I don't get. Maybe Mark, you can follow up on that, or is my hearsay off base? What?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure. I'll follow up on it. My understanding was it just, there may be a policy in DNR not to necessarily forward an opinion unless they're asked, but I'll follow up on that.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, the hierarchy has to final, but I don't know, sometimes that gets to the point where you can't hear anything from the people on the ground, and I don't like that. But anyway, I have a note here that this room will be locked until we return tomorrow, so you can leave your stuff here. Question. And Scott Dibble has a question?
Yes, Scott.
I'm sorry, Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few kind of this random observations here. Some are building on others' observations. One is picking up on the urgency subject. You know, the reason I think the people of Minnesota voted for, you know, to tax themselves in the Constitution for this purpose for 25 years, and it might get extended, but is that urgency question that we want to preserve and conserve natural resources before they're under the threat of development, before they get developed, because, you know, the old adage, they're not making any new land. So I'm definitely sensitive to that question. What's urgent, what's under threat, you know, and what's breaking in terms of availability. The other aspect of urgency, of course, is, you know, which are the ecosystems, you know, the biomes in Minnesota that are under the most pressure from climate change. And I think we need to have some more discussion about that so that we can focus some of our efforts to preserve and enhance those places that are under imminent threat from a climate that is changing. We're not trying to stop climate change anymore. It's happening. The crisis is upon us. I'd also wanted to observe a couple of things. I think a question was raised earlier about whether a project qualifies for the CPL funds. I think there might be a couple of those out there. So I think we should keep an eye on that. There was a comment made by a presenter about how he was told by DNR that bonding funds weren't available, which raises the whole, supplement versus supplant question. Who told him bonding funds weren't available, and why did they tell him that? And I think that had to do with a flood project. And so that raises my other observation. I hear, dual benefits, flood and stormwater detention and retention. So basically flood projects with a co-benefit of conservation and wildlife and habitat enhancement, which is all well and fine. I'm all for multiple benefits, but that means we should think about matching dollars from either locals or other places, as well as I think Grant County was talking about how their project was basically a roadway project that had a co-benefit. So, my mind always turns again to what are we really funding here? And then I had one more thought, but I lost it. So I'll try to think of it later. Thanks.
Same thing happens to me. Yes. Thank you, Scott. All right. Last call. Everybody happy? Who has a question? I haven't called on you yet. Yes, Mark.
Mr. Chair, members, just something to remember is that there were several questions that came up today. We'll be forwarding those questions out to private program managers and getting that information back to you as quickly as we can get an answer for them. So you can incorporate that into your scoring or your recommendations as we move forward. The other thing to remember is that sometimes some of these project managers, especially the new ones, they've spent time with us as staff going through their projects, and we try to help them, much like Kathy was saying with CPL, we try to make sure they get the right funding source, and we try to help them become successful if it's this one, especially if it's this one. But sometimes they, if you have an idea for them and how that project is going to be made better, or do you really have to do this? Could you do this? It's good to bring up that information and those questions to them and those kind of leadings, because they're new to the process. So I just encourage you to always consider that and think about that as you move in. And then also, Mr. Chair, that announcement you started to mention earlier, I'll finish on that one if you will. And that was that this room is going to be locked tonight. So if you do want to leave some papers in here and stuff, they'll be fine. They'll be here in the morning. Thank you.
Very good. With that, I think we'll see you all,
Mr. Chair,
bright and early tomorrow morning.
Mr. Chair, that pause allowed me to remember my panel.
Go ahead, sir.
It has to do with the supplant versus supplement. I think there was a DNR manager who's really excited to talk about how we were funding ongoing programs, which, I think people use the word programs in different ways, but it sounded to me like he was talking about they're creating a whole new, operation in operations. And, I know we do a lot of restoration work and the like, but I get a little jumpy when bureaucracies are talking about funding ongoing operational type of costs versus capital or major capital effort. And at what point does something that gets initiated by this council then should be, they should start looking to the general fund and or their other sources for ongoing care and feeding, because this is a time limited source of funding, and its mission is pretty far, pretty important in terms of, like I said before, making sure that we're saving and preserving and restoring actual land as much as we can with the limitation and the resources that we have. And so I just think we need to be very jealous about guarding our funds for those purposes and be very, managing very carefully state agencies' efforts to fund what should be their, operational programs from other places. So maybe he was talking about, program in a different sense, but my ears perked up on that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good points for sure. I'm told we're not adjourning, we're just recessing. That sounds awful.
Mr. Chair, we are adjourning.
We are adjourned. And then we'll start again.
All right, our executive director gave me the bad advice here. You can be replaced, you know. All right, so we are adjourning. Thank you. See you all tomorrow morning. Case closed.